Dear friends, dear participants, on behalf of the Delphi Economic Forum, I am truly delighted to welcome you all to this year's Blue Economy Forum. It is the second consecutive year that we organize this forum together with our longtime partners, the Institute for Sustainable Development of the European Public Law Organization, the EPLO. With this opportunity, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the team of EPLO, Professor Spiros Flogaitis, and my dear friends and partners, Spiros Kouvelis and Christina Deligiani, personally for their commitment and continued support. It is an honor and a privilege to make these introductory remarks to an extremely pertinent topic of our region, an issue which also holds a special significance for Greece and its economic prospects for the future. For us, Greeks, the sea, the oceans are entrenched to our national psyche. For centuries, we have been living next to the sea, but we also live from it. It is difficult to overestimate the effect on the lives of a countless number of Greeks of the maritime sector, the fishing sector, tourism, a whole host of economic activity. And it is our firm belief at the Delphi Forum that this coexistence should be able to go on. We should be able to preserve the oceans, the seas, the maritime environment, while at the same time increase the economic opportunity for people and allow them to make the most of the incredible resources available on the sea in order to support their jobs and livelihoods. We have got a full day of discussions and debate ahead of us, and we are truly confident that we have assembled a roster of excellent speakers and experts who will be able to navigate us through the different aspects, challenges, and opportunities of the blue economy. We like to think that this is the last time that we host this important forum online, and next year we shall be able to meet in person in a Greek blue sea environment. So, without further ado, I would like to kindly ask Professor Flogaitis for his introductory comments.
Dear friend Simeon, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to thank personally the director of the Delphi Economic Forum, Simeon Tsomokos, and the Delphi Economic Forum for this excellent collaboration that we have over the years and that we hope to promote better and deeper in the times post-pandemic. We are very proud that the pandemic did not prevent us from forging this cooperation for producing results. But we understand that the pandemic is there and prevents many of us from communicating normally as human beings, as social human beings. We thank you very much, and we are confident that this cooperation will bring better and better results. First of all, because of the high standard and the personality, the high standard of Delphi Economic Forum and the personality of its director, Simeon, but also because of the commitment and the good work which is done within the EPLO at the Institute for Sustainable Development. The commitment of its president, former Minister Spiros Kouvelis, and the good work which is done by the whole team which they have created and which is producing already tangible and excellent results. The oceans are one of the priorities for the EPLO, and especially through the activities of the Institute for Sustainable Development. The oceans is also the new target of the United Nations. As you know, or I hope you do, the EPLO has the status of permanent observer at the General Assembly of the United Nations. And so we participate actively in their daily life, in their developments, and we are committed to serve the directions which that prestigious organization takes and will take in the future. So the EPLO will continue working in the area of the oceans, and we have important plans ahead. Uh, Also, because let us remind it, we have among our headquarters, we have headquarters also on the shore of the ocean, of the Atlantic Ocean, in Cascais, Portugal, overlooking the eternity of this blue sea and the blue sky. Dear friends, the ladies and gentlemen, with those few words, I would like to express once more my congratulations to the team of Spiros Kouvelis and my thanks to Simeon Tsomokos for this excellent cooperation. All the best wishes for an excellent work, and I'm sure that at the end of this event, we will be wiser and better prepared for our future events and cooperation. Thank you very much.
Deliver skills, knowledge, and technology to all. How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? The answer is we don't. Unless we have the necessary skills, knowledge, and technology readily available to every expert and citizen alike. If we are to reverse our planetary crisis together, everyone needs access to ocean information and the skills to turn that knowledge into sustainable solutions and action. Whether you work in science, government, business, civil society, or are a citizen committed to protecting the ocean, you can play a part in this open ocean knowledge revolution. The Ocean Decade encourages the exchange and sharing of skills, knowledge, and technology to cultivate health responses that can collectively promote a clean, safe, and accessible ocean for present and future generations. Let's use the Ocean Decade to build bridges between disciplines and across geographical and generational divides, to radically open access to data, technology, and skills, and achieve together the ocean we want by 2030. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade challenge? Join us today.
Greece, a blessed land of crystal blue, clear, uniquely beautiful sea. The ideal natural environment are combined with the most advanced aquaculture method to offer you something unique. Fish brimming with sparkling freshness, exceptional quality, high nutritional value, and delicious taste. Fresh fish from the Greek Sea straight to your table. Fish from Greece. Fish from Greece.
Ocean Decade Challenge 9. Deliver skills, knowledge, and technology to all. How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? The answer is we don't. Unless we have the necessary skills, knowledge, and technology readily available to every expert and citizen alike. If we are to reverse our planetary crisis together, everyone needs access to ocean information and the skills to turn that knowledge into sustainable solutions and action. Whether you work in science, government, business, civil society, or are a citizen committed to protecting the ocean, you can play a part in this open ocean knowledge revolution. The Ocean Decade encourages the exchange and sharing of skills, knowledge, and technology to cultivate health responses that can collectively promote a clean, safe, and accessible ocean for present and future generations. Let's use the Ocean Decade to build bridges between disciplines and across geographical and generational divides to radically open access to data, technology, and skills, and achieve together the ocean we want by 2030. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade challenge? Join us today.
The issues facing our oceans can sometimes seem insurmountable. Illegal fishing, overfishing, human trafficking, food insecurity. These pressures impact everyone, and they need to be addressed now. In this era of rapidly evolving, automated, and self-sufficient technology, affordable solutions are now readily available. They simply require people with the skills and expertise to implement them at a global scale. Pelagic Data Systems' ultralight vessel tracking system is a rugged industrial solution that we've custom built to withstand the harsh environment at sea, serving fishing vessels and fleets of any size. Our tracking system provides key functionality, such as fleet tracking, activity monitoring, and data analysis, without requiring any specialized knowledge on the part of the crew. After a simple installation, our hardware operates completely autonomously. Using solar power, our devices enable fishermen to remain focused on their work, while the data they need for their supply chain is automatically collected, encrypted, and securely transferred to the cloud, where they can access it whenever their hands are free. Currently, we're working in more than 20 countries in partnerships with governments, nonprofits, and industry. We're helping to bring more money to fishermen, reduce waste in the supply chain, cut down overfishing, and stop trafficking and illegal fishing from happening. The problems facing our seas will not easily be solved, but by bringing more transparency and accountability to the fishing industry, we believe seismic change is possible.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alexia Tassouli. I'm a journalist, and it is an honor for me today that we're going to have an interesting discussion, I hope, regarding the policy of the oceans. The oceans and the blue economy are indispensable to meet the planet's environmental objectives. Green and blue go hand in hand, as the ocean is the main challenge regulator and provides us with oxygen, food, energy, and many critical resources for our livelihoods and for biodiversity. The European Commission, the European Union, has played an important role in the policy of the oceans. The orientations of the European Commission have as an important factor regarding the maritime affairs within the EU Green Deal. So that gives me the best chance to listen at this moment a video message from Mr. Virginius Sinkevicius, who is the EU Commissioner for Environment and Oceans and Fisheries. We will hear his video message, and then we're going to have an interesting discussion with our distinguished guests.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the second Blue Economy Forum of the EPLO, Institute for Sustainable Development. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me. We are halfway the cycle of the Sustainable Development Agenda, which we agreed in 2015, and will need to deliver by 2030. Anyone who's looked at the commitments and targets knows that we can't rest on our laurels, but we need to speed up. the blue economy has to play a central role in the sustainable, circular, climate-neutral economy of the future. Thus, we need to get it prepared so it can fulfill that role successfully. From our side, the European Commission has undertaken a massive exercise last year to align the blue economy with the objectives of the European Green Deal and thereby also with the Sustainable Development Goals. Our new approach to the sustainable blue economy will promote ocean conservation and generate wealth and jobs through solutions that use marine resources sustainably. It will also help reduce the cumulative effects of human activities on the sea. The effort we require is double. On the one hand, we need to develop new green technologies, clean products, innovative uses of marine resources and of marine space. On the other hand, we need to correct the mistakes from the past. We need to address acidification and eutrophication. We need to get rid of marine litter and other kinds of pollution. We need to stop overfishing and damaging the marine ecosystem and reverse biodiversity loss. We will have new opportunities to do that this year and to create global momentum. The upcoming UN Ocean Conference, with its focus on science and innovation, should bring us closer to the solutions we need. In this context, let me stress the role of innovative and sustainable financing, because there is no denying that a sufficient financing will be needed to transition to a sustainable ocean economy. So what instruments do we have in Europe? Let me start by announcing a novelty under the Horizon Europe program that we hope will contribute substantially to decarbonization, biodiversity and zero pollution. It's called the EU Mission, Restore Our Ocean and Waters by 2030. It's a brand new research and innovation tool that we are just launching, and we will involve policymakers, scientists, producers, investors and citizens in every step of the process. So check it out and see how you can contribute to and benefit from it. Another instrument is our Blue Invest initiative, which, due to its popularity, we have decided to extend. It provides customized support, investment readiness, advice and visibility to innovative SMEs and startups in the blue economy, putting them in touch with investors. Since its launch in 2019, we have trained over 170 small companies. At least 24 companies have successfully closed an investment contract thanks to Blue Invest, and more than 30 others are close to completing their rounds too. We have, of course, a plethora of other funds to draw from, among which the Maritime, Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund and the Blue Invest Fund, which we have created together with the European Investment Bank. We are now about to blend part of this fund into InvestEU, which will maximize the funding for strategic innovation and will allow companies to diversify and scale up efforts in a recovery perspective. On a more strategic, long-term level, the EU has helped develop the Sustainable Blue Economy Finance Initiative, now hosted by the UN. Its principle guide banks, insurers and investors to make responsible investment decisions. In sum, we have a lot of work ahead of us, but also an arsenal of tools and resources to draw from. When used wisely by blue economy operators and investors, they might unlock new business opportunities and remove some of today's barriers to growth. With its 4.5 million jobs and a turnover of about 650 billion, the blue economy is definitely worth it. And I'm confident that this year will finally be the year of the ocean, which was announced already before the pandemic, and that will bring tangible progress and results. I look forward to continuing the work with you, and I wish a successful meeting. Thank you for your attention.
We just heard the video message directly from Brussels of the EU Commissioner for Environment, Oceans and Fisheries. He said that he hopes that this year will be the year of the oceans, and that gives me the chance to welcome at this point the Deputy Minister of the Environment of Greece, Mr. Yorgos Amiras. Good morning, Mr. Amiras.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Ms. Fleury.
And Dr. Vladimir, yes, you'll have it in a minute. Allow me to welcome Mr. Dr. Vladimir Ryabinin, who is the Executive Secretary of Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO from France. Good morning.
Kalimera, I'm really glad to be with you and to greet also the fellow panelist, Mr. Amira.
Kalimera. Καλημέρα σε όλους. So we heard that the Commissioner said that the important role of the European Commission and how the blue economy is one of the goals that is set from the European Union to transition to a green and sustainable economic model. So Minister Amiras, the floor is yours, and you recently announced that a new initiative to protect the Greek mountains. Do you have similar plans for the protection of the coastline and generally the marine environment in Greece?
Yes, of course we do have, but let me thank you first. Thanks. Allow me to sincerely thank you, the Delphi Economic Forum and the EPLO Institute for Sustainable Development for organizing Blue Economic Forum. Greece, with more than 17,000 kilometers of coastline, is a country, of course, linked historically, economically, and culturally with the Mediterranean Sea. The sea is not only an important natural ecosystem of extreme beauty and ecological value, providing us with oxygen, absorbing carbon dioxide, but it's also an important economic resource associated with tourism and shipping, which are the two main pillars of the Greek economy, as well as with aquaculture, which is one of the most diverse sectors of the Greek economy. Blue economy is central to the European Green Deal and indispensable to meet the EU's environmental and climate objectives. It refers to all industries and sectors related to oceans, seas, and coasts, whether they are based directly in the marine environment as shipping, seafood, energy generation, or on land as ports, shipyards, coastal infrastructure. According to the EU Blue Economy Report 2021 in Greece, the blue economy sectors employ more than 500,000 people and generates almost 8 billion in gross value added. Even though the economic crisis and the COVID outbreak caused more decrease in the blue economy since 2009 in terms of jobs, the blue economy contributes 3% of all national jobs, which is the highest share in the EU. In terms of GVA, Greece ranks fourth with the blue economy, contributing to 5%. Greece's blue economy is dominated by coastal tourism, which contributed with 86% to blue jobs and 67% to blue GVA in 2018. Maritime transport is also a large contributor with 16% of the GVA and 4% of the employment. Marine living resources also generates around 6% of jobs and GVA. However, we should mention that Greece lags behind in exploiting the potential for clean energy production from the sea. Our ministry is currently drafting the legal framework for floating offshore wind farms, which offer great advantages and are expected to help us achieve our goal, which is the decarbonization of our mix. Undoubtedly, the blue economy's role in our lives and our economy is of major significance, and as such, we should take all possible action not only to sustain it, but also to strengthen and further develop it. And that is exactly what our government tries to do by investing in a holistic approach in the fisheries, aquaculture, and maritime sectors in order to promote blue economy sectors, as well as to support the coastal communities. Currently, there are a number of financial instruments and funds available, like the European Maritime, Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, with a budget of more than 6 billion euros for the period 2021 to 2027 to support the fields of fisheries and aquaculture, tourism, ocean energy, and blue biotechnology, related investments, skills development, and the market in general. Blue Invest Initiative is a financing instrument for European small and medium-sized enterprises in the blue economy sector. Also, another tool is the new financial instrument, which is to be developed through 2021 to 2027 with resources from the European Investment Bank and the European Investment Fund, aimed at leverage over 100 million per year, creating an investment risk capital of up to 2.7 billion euros to be invested in innovative and sustainable blue-collar businesses economy. Finally, blue economy projects are being financed by Horizon 21 to 27. These projects are either categorized as adaptation to climate change projects or restoration of the seas, the coastal areas, and the island waters. Environmental pressures in the Mediterranean are already at an alarming level because of the increasing economic activities in sectors such as tourism, fishing, shipping, agriculture, etc. We must act without delay to reconcile the Mediterranean Sea and its uses. To do so, our ministry takes all necessary action to enact in 2022 our national maritime spatial planning strategy. Furthermore, we are in the process of compiling special environmental studies for all Natura 2000 sites. Combating marine pollution is a high priority for our government and our ministry. We also know that overfishing significantly impacts biodiversity, so we commit strongly to reducing overfishing by 2030, declaring that 10% of our seas will be no-take reserves, meaning that fishing will not be permitted there. And this is the answer to your question, Mrs. Kulurin. In this direction, our ministry has an ongoing project in order to identify the areas that should be set as no-take reserves. We also work with the relevant ministry to control the environmental footprint of tourism through a national strategy for sustainable tourism, which will focus on biodiversity issues in the planning of marine and coastal tourism, especially in vulnerable local communities like our smaller islands. Time is limited. We need to move towards a new blue economy model in which development will not compromise the protection of our marine ecosystems. So, thank you for your attention, and I'm willing to hear the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amiras, Deputy Minister of the Environment of Greece. And yes, you are right. Greece, it's a country who has a long history of shipping and coastal tourism. Therefore, as you said, the blue economy has entered Greece into a new era. Now, the floor is to Mr. Ryabinin, and allow me to ask you, Mr. Ryabinin, if can you introduce us to the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development?
Thank you very much. If I may call you Alexia, thank you. And call me Vladimir, please. I would like to say that indeed, so far in this session, we have heard, well, two perspectives. One of them was European, and the other one by Mr. Amiras was national. And I think ocean is global, and because of that, I have to give you also a global perspective. So there will be three scales: continental, national, and also global scale. And I would like also to thank the Delphi Economic Forum and Institute for Sustainable Development for inviting me to speak here. And indeed, I'm going to speak about sustainable development, because the complete title of the UN Ocean Decade is the following. It's United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, 2021-2030. This takes us back to something that Commissioner Sinkevičius mentioned, that we are halfway already during the period of Sustainable Development Agenda, because it was announced in 2015, and now we have 2022, and the agenda has to achieve its goals in 2030. The agenda also includes Sustainable Development Goal 14 on the ocean. And I would like to say that almost immediately after the proclamation of the Sustainable Development Agenda, there was a big report published by United Nations called World Ocean Assessment. This is a 1,000-page report outlining what is happening in the ocean, but the main idea there was that, unfortunately, humankind is running out of time to start managing the ocean sustainably. And that is an alarming sign, And also, what is important, the whole sustainable development agenda with 17 goals is incredibly science intensive. If previously it was possible simply to kind of solve political issues, economic issues, now we understand how small is the world, how big are the pressures on the world, and this requires science. And the ocean science is at the center of many things. You yourself, Alexia, mentioned that the ocean generates more than 50% of carbon through photosynthesis in the plankton and many other things. But these ecosystem services, we need to understand them, and we don't know, I would say, from 80 to 90% of species in the ocean. We don't know how ecosystems function. And because of that, in order to move forward on economic development, and this is what determines the well-being of people, we need to understand how the ocean functions. And that's exactly the main idea of that decade. And the vision of the decade is the science we need for the ocean we want. And I would like to say that since 2015, many things happened in the domain of ocean science, ocean economy, ocean policy. Ocean was included on the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So now, even formally, countries are looking into the ocean solutions. In terms of science, we have made strides, and we understood, and that is also what Deputy Minister Amiras mentioned, maritime special planning. This idea started in 1980s. In 2003, the IUC of UNESCO, which I had the first conference on maritime special planning. And now we have, with the help of European Commission, I would like to thank them for this, around 70 countries in the world doing maritime special planning, not only individually as nations, but also in transboundary context. So we are learning how to manage the ocean, but we need to understand more. And what we are trying to achieve is the following. We are trying to achieve a value chain of ocean science that starts with ocean observations, continues with research. You mentioned acidification. We should add to this deoxygenation of the ocean, loss of biodiversity, which is probably the second fastest period of extinction of species in which we live now. And this requires solutions in the domain of food, and we can generate 6 times more food from the ocean sustainably. So we learned fantastic opportunities. And also what is important for Greece, tourism. Tourism is by far the largest economy in terms of maritime economies. So we are now combining this all together. And the key element I would like everyone to take out from this summit is the notion of sustainable ocean management based on sustainable ocean planning. And 16 countries that belong to so-called high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy, that is headed by 16 presidents or prime ministers, decided that they will start managing 100% of the area of the exclusive economic zones on the basis of science in sustainable way by 2025. So this is a huge change in our relations with the ocean. And the decade of ocean science that IOC coordinates is not really a technocratic undertaking. We have 31 programs, which is the larger number of programs that have existed in the world since the start of our civilization. So this is the largest ever undertaking in ocean science. But I would like to say that we're not focusing only on technology. We focus also on gender. Because we have a program of leadership of women in ocean sciences. We are focusing on young professionals. We have early career ocean professionals network. We have a decade of ocean empathy. So together, science and ethics move us forward towards, I would think, much more harmonious relations between ocean and the humans. So that is the main idea, but it is illuminated by science. Happy to continue the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vladimir, for your analysis. Having heard your global description of the ocean science, I would like to ask you if you have a comment on Greece's policy on the ocean science, since, as Mr. Amiras said, and the Greek government and Mr. Mitsotakis, for Greece, there are 4 key challenges for protecting our unique marine environment: biodiversity, loss, unsustainable fishing, marine pollution, especially from plastic, plastic and unsustainable maritime transport. So I would like to ask you, how do you see Greece policy on the maritime environment policy?
What you just mentioned, these four things, they warm my heart, actually. Indeed, what is going to happen in the world soon is that the United Nations Assembly in Nairobi, that is starting at the end of this month, is going to adopt a legally binding instrument on protection of the ocean from plastic. So, in that sense, what is happening in Greece is very, very important. Really in line with what is happening in the ocean. It is impossible to completely kind of clean up the ocean from plastic. We need to stop arrival of plastic to the ocean. Then maritime transport, and also Deputy Minister Amiras mentioned maritime special planning, and also tourism and the loss of biodiversity. So, I think it is very important, and I know that Greece is also very active, because I know many Greek oceanographers, many practitioners in that domain, and what you are doing, I think, is exactly along the line of strategic development of ocean management. The ideas of developing maritime special planning, in which there will be less conflict between users of the ocean for tourism, for transport, for ports and harbors. That is, but also would like to say that, of course, Greece is the cradle of civilization. Because of that, you also have a lot of cultural objects there. So all of that is now a part of this new paradigm of managing the ocean on the basis of coastal zone management and maritime special planning. So I would say that I think, in my view, if I may judge, actually United Nations is not going to judge anything that member states are doing, but Greece is a very strong member of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. But in my view, you are doing, I think, very important and the right work in the right direction in starting to manage the sea around you in sustainable way on the basis of science. But this has to be, of course, done also in the international context, and we are trying to provide a platform for this. So maritime special planning would be done also in transboundary way, and also with the focus on the issues that are more important for countries than other issues that are less important for different countries. So everyone is going in the right direction, but everyone is different. Let all flowers bloom.
Thank you, Vladimir. I don't know, Mr. Amiras, if you want to comment, a general comment of what Vladimir said, generally for Greece and for the global policy orientations regarding the maritime affairs and the new Green Deal.
Well, as I mentioned before, blue economy's role in our lives, in our economy, is of major significance, and this is how we approach the whole thing. Of course, the loss of biodiversity is one of the huge dangers of our ecosystem. The climate change is also growing again and again, and getting more aggressive. So, yes, we need to lower the environmental pressures, not only in the Mediterranean, but everywhere. And also, we need to work together to face all the new challenges. So, this is my point of view. And of course, I know that the European Green Deal is a key and strategic and environmental climate objective that we all need to serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amiras. Let us hope that this year will be a new beginning of the ambitious decade of the ocean science for sustainable development, and we will continue supporting the efforts to resolve the cycle of decline in ocean health and gather ocean stakeholders worldwide behind a common framework. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister of the Environment of Greece, Mr. Yorgos Amiras, and thank you, Dr. Vladimir Yabanin, Executive Secretary of Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO France. Thank you, Vladimir, for your participation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I give the floor to the Delphi Economic Forum to continue our interesting discussion.
Ocean Decade Challenge number 7. Expand the global ocean observing system. How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? We're all connected through one shared ocean, from the coast to the high seas, from the ocean's surface to its depths. Sharing information and technology keeps us safe, our economies productive, and our ocean healthy. Through ocean observing systems, scientists, experts, and governments share observations for climate, operational services, and marine ecosystem health. But the current system has gaps and lacks institutional and financial support. Let's seize the Ocean Decade as a chance to amplify this system's impact, making it sustainable and capable of delivering critical information to those who need it. Together we can expand the knowledge of our past, current, and future ocean, leaving no country behind. A truly inclusive and integrated observing system can predict climate, forecast weather, monitor and manage ocean health, and offer real-time services for sustainable development. In the ocean we want, our global ocean observing system tells us about the state of our ocean, so we can respond to changing conditions wherever we are. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade Challenge? Join us today.
Ocean Decade Challenge number 5. Unlock ocean-based solutions to climate change. How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? The ocean is our greatest ally against climate change. It absorbs heat and carbon in the atmosphere. Mangroves and coral reefs protect communities against climate change effects. Ocean-based energy reduces harmful greenhouse gas emissions. But our ocean is unhealthy, with rising temperatures and sea levels, acidic waters, shrinking glaciers, disappearing ecosystems and species, intense weather events, and fish populations shifting toward cooler waters. This leaves our planet, and humanity, at great risk. Time is ticking. Life and livelihoods in many small island states are already suffering. Ocean science helps us understand ocean-climate interactions with data and knowledge to predict and respond to changes. Together, let's harness the Ocean Decade for ocean-based solutions to help mitigate, adapt, and build resilience to climate change, like making smarter investments in technologies that lower greenhouse gas emissions. From mountain to seashore, from small island communities to the largest cities. In the ocean we want, our ocean protects us and makes us resilient to climate change. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade Challenge? Join us today.
The issues facing our oceans can sometimes seem insurmountable. Illegal fishing, overfishing, human trafficking, food insecurity. These pressures impact everyone, and they need to be addressed now. In this era of rapidly evolving, automated, and self-sufficient technology, affordable solutions are now readily available. They simply require people with the skills and expertise to implement them at a global scale. Pelagic Data Systems' ultralight vessel tracking system is a rugged industrial solution that we've custom built to withstand the harsh environment at sea, serving fishing vessels and fleets of any size. Our tracking system provides key functionality, such as fleet tracking, activity monitoring, and data analysis, without requiring any specialized knowledge on the part of the crew. After a simple installation, our hardware operates completely autonomously. Using solar power, our devices enable fishermen to remain focused on their work, while the data they need for their supply chain is automatically collected, encrypted, and securely transferred to the cloud, where they can access it whenever their hands are free. Currently, we're working in more than 20 countries in partnerships with governments, nonprofits, and industry. We're helping to bring more money to fishermen, reduce waste in the supply chain, cut down overfishing, and stop trafficking and illegal fishing from happening. The problems facing our seas will not easily be solved, but by bringing more transparency and accountability to the fishing industry, we believe seismic change is possible.
Dear friends, good morning. Unfortunately, I cannot be live with you, but I think this recorded message will cover some of the areas that I would like to also present to you if I was there in this conference. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers for taking the initiative to talk about the blue economy and to specifically adjust the blue economy to the sustainable development and, of course, the European policies. Let me start with what I feel that is very important. And very important for European Union is the Mediterranean Sea, which is unique compared to all the other oceans of the sea. Although it covers only 1% of the world ocean's surface, still it generates the 20% of the global GDP. More than 400 billion euros are being produced in Mediterranean, and of course more than 200 millions of Europeans are living in the coast of the Mediterranean Sea. Therefore, the Mediterranean is not just another sea where we can spend our vacation or actually communicate with the other continents like Africa or Asia, but it is also one great source of income for the European Union, apart from being also a source of stability as being the boundary with the other continents. Furthermore, in terms of shipping, the Mediterranean is the traffic in Mediterranean represents almost a quarter of the global traffic, and more than 30% of oil traffic in the world. Therefore, this shows the importance, the strategic importance of Mediterranean, but also it shows how much in danger can be the Mediterranean Sea through a leakage or an incident at sea. Furthermore, Mediterranean Sea consists of 600 ports and more than 100,000 fishing vessels that actually represent one of the biggest fishing fleets in the world. And finally, for us Mediterraneans, and especially for us Greece, the Mediterranean Sea is the air we breathe and the area we want to live in. It's actually our physical environment. Therefore, we have to find ways how to develop the economic growth and also keep our sea sustainable. And I don't see any conflict in these two endeavors, because exploiting the sea has been always the source of our inheritance. But also, preserving our sea is what we have to do in order to safeguard the right of the future generation to actually live and grow in this area. That's why Greece has actually taken the lead in putting in the European agenda the Mediterranean environment. We are alarmed by the fact that the Eastern Mediterranean temperature has risen more than 2 degrees in the last decades. And it's something that we see all the time, the new invasive species that actually change the image of our seabelt. Therefore, we have to react. In the framework of our chairmanship of the EU-Med group, we have presented a set of actions that should be taken by the European Union, and we have concluded with the other 9 members of the EU-Med circle to what we call it the Athens Declaration, a special declaration of our leaders for preserving the environment in the Mediterranean. Furthermore, we have actually, in our country, we have actually put forward a very proactive policies in order to preserve the environment. 30% of our seas are going to be areas of control exploitation, and 10% of our seas and coastal waters are going to be to become area of absolute protection, meaning that we want to see the sea environment to develop and regenerate itself. Furthermore, being the global leader in shipping, we are putting together with the industry, a very ambitious agenda in order to lower the emissions created by shipping by 2050, and also to find new ways how to contain the pollution that is coming out of shipping. And therefore, we want also for European Union, instead of taking action after every incident that occurs at sea, to be proactive and for the first time to present at the International Maritime Organization its own proposals. We want to also make our islands sustainable, and actually our islands to become the hubs of the new generation of clean energy, clean transportation, and therefore 2 islands are already implementing emblematic works, like the island of Astypalia, which is actually getting into the e-mobility, and Tilos, that is going to be declared emission zero island for the future. Therefore, together with other policies that have to do with the ban of the use of single-use plastics and other policies that have to do with sustainable fishing, make a framework of how we believe that we have to react to the perils and the danger of environmental degradation of Mediterranean. Europe has taken a gigantic step by putting together the new MFF, the Multi-Annual Financial Framework, and the REACT-EU, the Cohesion and Resilience Fund that has been decided in order to fight the consequences of a COVID-19 pandemic, has actually highlighted the importance of the environment for the future. 1/3 of this money are going to be directed to the energy transition and to the clean policies. We want a great part of this to be directed in the sea environment protection. I have to regretfully say that during the Conference for the Future of Europe and to the rounds that have already concluded in Strasbourg, in the dialogue with the citizens of Europe, no particular recommendation covered the area of sea protection and sea pollution. And it actually surprised me, the fact that out of the 53 recommendations coming out of the citizens, nobody dared to speak about what we do with our common sea, although European Union is surrounded by sea. Therefore, we want to raise this to the attention to all the actors. We want to raise this issue in the forthcoming rounds, the rounds that are going to give a greater role to the governments and to the European Parliament, in order to have and adopt a comprehensive recommendations that have to do with our marine environment. Dear friends, there isn't only European Union in the Mediterranean. There are also our partners from North Africa and Middle East. To that end, Greece is actually trying to build up a new bridges of communication among the 2 coasts of Mediterranean. We have developed with Egypt a very, let's say, ambitious plan to
Ocean Decade Challenge 9. Deliver skills.
Connect the 2 shores with pipelines that are going to bring the LNG that has been found in Eastern Mediterranean through the East Med pipeline, but also with the connection with an interconnector through cables that are going to bring in clean energy, clean electrical energy produced on the shores of North Africa. Somebody maybe say, question itself whether Greece is still committed to the East Med pipeline due to the fact that the United States actually withdraw their attention to that project. I would like to highlight in this opportunity the importance for diversification for natural gas resources for European Union. What we are seeing due to the crisis in Ukraine, with the rise of the cost of natural gas for our European citizens and the scarcity of resources from which Europe is provided by natural gas, that seems immense, the importance of the use of these newly found reserves in Eastern Mediterranean in order to fight, first of all, for our energy provisions, and second, in order to fight the high prices which are becoming unbearable for European economies. A final word has to do with safety and security. In order to have a safe environment where we can implement policies that are going to interact European Union members and other partners in the region, all we should abide by the same rules in order to move forward. Therefore, the absolute implementation of the United Nations Conventions of the Law of the Sea is of great importance in order to safeguard, first of all, that the Mediterranean is not going to become another time in its history a sea of battle, but is going to be the battleground for cooperation. And the second, it has to do with the exploitation or the different possibilities, like the ones that I mentioned before, but also others that are conducted by other member states, in order to safeguard that the cooperation among the two coasts is going to, first of all, develop a common sea which is free of pollution, is open for human activities, is friendly to the visitors, and it's bringing back growth to the local communities. In order to do so, I think that we have to cooperate and not fight each other. Thank you for your attention, and let me say that although it's not a part of what we call the blue economy, it has to be also a sea of life-saving efforts, and I mean about the refugees and the migrants who cross the Mediterranean, taking a risk for their lives. Fighting all the human trafficking thrives should be a priority for all the states, for all the countries of the Mediterranean, in order to safeguard, first of all, human lives, and second, not to let our sea be exploited by gangs that actually they don't pay much attention to saving any human life, but actually exploiting human lives. Thank you for your attention once more.
Dear Minister, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be with you today and addressing you on this very important conference. The Mediterranean, as you all know, represents only 0.7% of the world ocean surface. And it is one of the richest areas in the world in terms of biological diversity, but unfortunately it is also facing what I call the double jeopardy. A double jeopardy because we're not only warming 20% faster than any other inhabited area, but we are one of the main hotspots of biological diversity and marine pollution. Adaptation strategies and science-informed policies responses to global change are urgently needed. And therefore, blue economy is undisputably a high priority area, assuring a sustainable use of ocean resources that is essential to economic growth, better livelihoods, and jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, an increasing number of countries around the world are moving towards a coordinated approach and cross-border collaboration on marine and maritime policies and joint action to achieve a balanced use of our ocean resources. I'm very proud to say that the UFM, with our Euro-Mediterranean cooperation, was the pioneer in addressing the huge potential of the blue economy. The first step in this direction was taken in 2015 at the first Union for the Mediterranean Ministerial Declaration on Sustainable Blue Economy. And then again, when we held the same ministerial in 2021. During those two very important ministerials, we have adopted decisions that I would describe as proactive and even ambitious. Furthermore, last year, we had this three interconnected ministerial meeting, the one on blue economy that I just mentioned, and one on energy, and the last one was on environment and climate action. The first marked a renewed strong political commitment to the blue economy and an impressive broadening of cooperation themes. The last on environment and climate action gave rise to sometimes what I would describe difficult negotiations, but in the end, an unprecedented consensus was reached between countries with very different levels of economic development, and they came out with a very ambitious text. These ministerial meetings mark, I believe, a paradigm shift in order to be able to deal with the climate emergency, and I hope that the holding of the next COP in a member state of the UFM Egypt will make it possible to further shed the light on the specificities of the Euro-Mediterranean region. Ladies and gentlemen, while political commitments are essential, they only take on their full value if they are translated into concrete actions. We are thus working with countries and the parties concerned on the roadmap for the implementation of our different ministerial declarations, and especially the one on blue economy, by identifying the needs, the gaps, and finally, one of the most important aspects, which is the financing possibilities for those actions. We are also working to reduce marine litter, especially plastic pollution. This notably involved direct support for the extension to the south and the east of the Mediterranean of key initiatives, such as BlueMed, and the launch of the follow-up mission called EU Mission for the Restoration of Oceans and Seas, in particular, what we call the Mediterranean Lighthouse on Marine Pollution. The initiative, also labeled and supported by the EU-funded UFM Plastic Busters, which is a technical assistance initiative, is entering a new phase. And it is also another successful example of key regional operational action for waste monitoring and reduction of litter and waste in the Mediterranean Sea. So, as we take note of the huge concentration of our effort in the international fora, namely the UN Ocean Conference, the One Ocean Summit, and the Biodiversity and Climate Change COPs to take place in 2022, we do see a common will and the willingness to assume more responsibilities for a better future. And for this, I assure you that you can count on the UFM to further enhance our cooperation in this very important sector. And I know the task ahead is quite a difficult one, but extremely believe that it is very much achievable. Thank you very much.
Greece, a blessed land of crystal blue, clear, uniquely beautiful sea, the ideal natural environment, are combined with the most advanced aquaculture method to offer you something unique. Fish brimming with sparkling freshness, exceptional quality, high nutritional value, and delicious taste. Fresh fish from the Greek Sea straight to your table. Fish from Greece. Fish from Greece.
Hi everyone, I'm really excited to be joining remotely today to talk about advancing the blue economy through marine technology. My name is Jen Cole. I'm the Director of Climate and Oceans at Good Machine Studios. We're a San Francisco-based venture studio firm, and we have many different companies and projects under our portfolio, and one of them is Pelagic Data Systems, a vessel tracking device that I'll be talking about more today. So why do we need vessel tracking systems? Vessel tracking is needed to understand what's happening for fishing activities at sea, and this need for understanding vessel activities and accountability at sea really reached kind of global awareness between 2015 and 2017. And that's because a series of reporters from many organizations such as The Guardian, the Associated Press, and the New York Times raised awareness. So one reporter, Ian Urbina from the New York Times, documented this in various articles. One about humans who were subjected to modern day slavery in their work catching pet food. One about the people who are subjected to human trafficking and labor abuse, human rights and labor abuse in their work also on seafood or on fishing vessels. And then finally, in addition to these really egregious human rights abuses, you have other social responsibility issues such as resource use. So another article from Ian was about the nation of Palau and how within their exclusive economic zone that they're really heavily reliant on poachers from other places or fishing in their waters. And so these really highlight the need to understand, okay, what vessel activities are occurring at sea so that we can prevent some of these instances of abuses, illegal activity, as well as protect resources for the people that need them. So one of the first things that we usually think about when it comes to tracking vessel activity at sea is vessel monitoring. And traditionally, historically, vessel monitoring could look really low tech. And so that's, say, someone on board a vessel, an onboard observer who's documenting, you know, what fish is being caught, what species, how much, to things as basic as self-reporting and monitoring in that way. Now there are quite a few electronic technologies used for vessel monitoring. So vessel monitoring systems and automatic identification systems that help you get a sense of a vessel's activity. So what port are they leaving from? Where are they in the ocean? And what are kind of the patterns that we're seeing from these vessels? And through these technologies, AIS, VMS, and satellites, you actually start to see a pretty good picture of fishing vessel activity. So on the screen, you're seeing data that Global Fishing Watch, a vessel tracking and monitoring company, captured for 25,000 vessels over 2 years. And these are the patterns of behavior that they're seeing. And there are a range of different organizations who do similar work, and you are also seeing their logos on the screen. The only problem with this is actually some of this monitoring that's happening that we're seeing through AIS, VMS, and satellite. That's only really happening for about 5% of the vessels at sea. And actually 95% of the 5 million plus fishing vessel boats globally, they're completely unmonitored. And so at Pelagic Data Systems, the challenge that we're working to address is how to put all vessels on the map to improve fisheries management, livelihoods, and sustainability. And that was one of the main goals of our founders at Pelagic Data Systems, is how do we make monitoring and data collection something that's actually available for all communities and all fishers. And one of the first things we did was think about the size barrier. So a lot of traditional vessel monitoring systems are exclusionary to smaller vessels. Our Pelagic Data Systems device is appropriate for vessels of any size, and that includes something as small as a dugout canoe. You see many small vessels on the screen and the pelagic devices that are installed on them. And the reason why Pelagic does a great job of vessel monitoring and tracking is because we're recording a lot of data points through our Pelagic devices. So we record 600 data points per hour. And that gives you a pretty good view of what's actually happening for the vessels that we have a unit installed on. And that is significantly better than a traditional vessel monitoring system. So what you're seeing on the screen is a traditional vessel monitoring system, which is only recording about one location every hour or so, compared to our 600 every hour, which is giving you a much higher resolution view of vessel behaviors. And because we have this higher resolution view of vessel behaviors, we can do a better job of distinguishing different fishing activities. So catching fish via hand line is going to look really different than, say, catching crab or lobster from traps. And because of the resolution of the data that we receive, combined with the machine learning that we have, we're able to see that through our dashboard. And through our dashboard, not only do we get this much better picture of the actual vessel activity that's happening, we can create custom alerts for specific fishing behaviors. So we wouldn't say create an alert for legal fishing. What you're seeing right now is a vessel transiting through a marine protected area. That is that box you're seeing. The transit track is in white, and fishing, that's the pink lines. Fishing outside an MPA, fishing legally outside an MPA, and then coming back into shore. We are able to create an alert for, say, an illegal fishing activity based on the MPA region and the vessel's activities. And so you see the transit going into an MPA, remaining within that MPA, and fishing through this second image on the screen. And these alerts allow us both to document illegal fishing activity, but then also to help to confirm when fishing is occurring legally. Our work is also helpful for supporting rights-based management. So on the screen, you're seeing 3 communities fishing. The first 2 communities have access to this exclusive economic zone in the white box. Community 1 in green and Community 2 in red are fishing in their exclusive economic zones. Community 3 is in purple, and actually you're seeing many vessels from Community 3 fishing in an exclusive economic zone that isn't theirs. So through tracking data from Pelagic Data Systems devices, we can actually create alerts for when this fishing is happening outside that community's exclusive economic zone, which is then useful for communities 1, 2, and 3 to better manage the fishery and the rights of the fishers. Our data, our Pelagic Data Systems data tracking, isn't just used to detect illegal activities. It's also used to support small-scale fisheries. So I just have 2 examples on the screen today of work that we've done for blue swimming crab in Indonesia, as well as shrimp in Mexico. And these are communities that really wanted to be able to track vessels and their activities because, like I mentioned earlier, many particularly small scale vessels are totally unmonitored when they're at sea. So by tracking vessel activity, they could measure the impact of new regulations, so compliance as well as impact on fisher livelihood. Traceability is a major factor for access to premium markets such as the United States and Europe. Pelagic Data Systems enables that traceability through its vessel tracking. And then it helps to support mitigation strategies for illegal activity. And so these are communities that really wanted our devices to do this work and show the way that they're fishing sustainably. And these projects are often in partnership with a range of different NGOs, certifications, and companies. And so that might be someone like Sustainable Fisheries Partnership, Fair Trade, and then the company itself, Del Pacifico Seafood, for our Mexico project. The beauty of pelagic data systems is through pelagic data systems, we've really optimized how to use technological systems or build technological systems and solutions that local communities can use to manage their own goals and achieve their own goals. And that's a model of working that we find really relevant beyond vessel tracking. And that's a model that we use throughout all of the companies and projects within the Good Machine Venture Studio. So we are working at that intersection of community-driven technology, social impact, and capital. And all of the projects that we're working on really prioritize problems that can be solved by for-profits and by leveraging technology. And the impact that we're trying to make is often for market access for smallholders. We want to engage in projects that have measurable impact and benefits for livelihoods and the environment. And those tend to be challenges that you can apply maybe in one region, but are globally relevant. And through our studio model, we're able to actually share resources across these communities and projects, and not just resources, but also learning. And so that really allows us to kind of strengthen all of the projects and communities under projects and companies under our portfolio in a way that benefits all of them. And we really are taking that portfolio approach to strengthening the blue economy and all of the sustainable development ocean goals. So I've shared a lot about pelagic data systems, which helps to reveal at-sea activities to better manage them. We also recognize that that is one helpful tool when it comes to advancing the blue economy. Access to market, enabling and addressing food security, loss, and waste. Requires solutions beyond just vessel tracking. So we're also building cold chain solutions to help for that, in particular for small scale fishing communities. In order to improve the types of take that are happening at sea, we have a project focused on improving gear types to enable sustainable fishing for, again, smaller fishing communities in the US. And then to improve the ecosystem, particularly coral ecosystems and seagrass ecosystems, we use robotics to better scale restoration through our company ReefGen. So throughout the Good Machine portfolio, we're doing a lot of work to improve the blue economy and provide tools that communities themselves can use to advance their own efforts and sustainability in the ways that they know will work best for them. If you have ideas or projects that you want to share, we're really happy to hear more about them. Don't hesitate to reach out to us at info@goodmachine.studio. And thank you again for letting me join remotely today and have a really good session, everyone.
Στην Ελλάδα, η εμπειρία Good morning, everybody. Here we are for the panel on sustainable ports and shipping. Many thanks for the organization for this invitation to be here moderating this panel. 2022, beyond being the year of the recovery, is going to be a super ocean year because we will have the UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon in the next 27th of June. And a theme like ports and shipping is on the center of the discussion in achieving a sustainable economy that combines the competitiveness with the climate change adaptation and mitigation. So we are going to have, an excellent panel to discuss these issues. So we're going to have Mrs. Maria Bertzeweto, which is a market analyst at Signal Group, which will talk us about a bit about the overall scene of the shipping trends. Then we'll have Mr. Dimitris Iatrides. I think I'm pronouncing well the names, which is the executive director of the Atlantic Ports Association, which will, give us his insights about what will be the trends of in the green ports. And finally, we'll have Mr. Sam Strivens, who is the manager of floating wind and maritime decarbonization at the Carbon Trust, that will dive a bit into the sustainability literacy. So, starting with the ladies, so Mrs. Maria Bertzeweto, there's a lot of uncertainty, as well as of, I would say, this the inevitable change around shipping. So, how is the new emissions related regulations of IMO present not a threat but an opportunity for shipping operators to turn the page and to build other competitive advantages that are not only based, for example, on cost? Is the technology ready and its linkage between investors and operators, or what is needed to move that on that direction? You're on mute.
Sorry. Hello from my side. Thank you for your question. It's very interesting. It's important to know that we are steadily evolving towards 2030 and 2050 goals. However, the last year ended with a surprising increase in the level of shipping emissions. So it seems that the shipping industry is not enough mature for the next step. However, we cannot ignore that lately we have seen important milestones that seal the pathway to net zero shipping. In February, the Global Center for Maritime Decarbonization and the Global Maritime Forum signed an important partnership agreement to support and accelerate the transition of the global maritime industry to a low carbon future. And looking at the technology front, more and more we see the startup of important partnerships for the enhancement of green technology services. I will mention indicatively some names of majors of the industry like Cargill, Mitsui, and Maersk Tankers that recently launched a green technology service with the name of Nords in order to combine their experience and ease the energy transition process for the liner and trap shipping. And looking at the shipbuilding front, Japan's Mitsubishi Shipbuilding, a major shipbuilding industry, has established a new marine decarbonization business development that will utilize the technologies for the new eco designs of ships in the liner and trap shipping. So now the big question is, what about fuels? There's a variety of options around there for the shipping players. The key determinants are always the cost, the maturity of technology, and for sure the dynamics of transition. Methanol, ammonia, and biofuels appear to dominate in the market, while green biofuel has started to spread around the globe. At the moment, we see a lot around methanol fuel ship designs for large vessel sizes, in the trap shipping for the dry cargo and wet cargo transportation. And lately, if we see the operator's owner side, we need to emphasize that the One Ocean Summit that took place in February, with the presence of major names from the European liner industry, MSC, Maersk, CME, CGM, and Hapag-Lloyd expressed a commitment there for early process towards a net zero shipping future. And I will close here with one important milestone. In terms of the cargo transportation, we have seen a new collaborative platform by cargo owners for zero emission vessels. So in October last year, 9 big companies, including Amazon, IKEA, and Unilever, pledged for the cargo transportation only with zero carbon fuel ships. Thank you.
Excellent contribution. So we'll see, some of the signals that change is moving forward with some symbolic, but already signaling to some concrete changes and steps. Now, in the ports dimension, Mr. Dimitris Iatridis, the challenges of green ports are more than offering a new fuels or new energy infrastructure to shipping. They have to also to green themselves. So the trend to create their operations and their logistical operations in all their ecosystem. So the trend to create green ports to reduce the carbon footprint and pave the way to sustainability is something that has increased a lot in the next years, in the last years, and will increase a lot in the years. But what will be the standard technologies for green ports and for reducing the risk for investors? Because interoperability is key for the connectivity in this line of business.
Thank you, Ruben, and congratulations to the organizers of this important conference today. Ports are indeed in a phase of dynamic transition, performing a leap forward to address the main challenges they face as organizations. These challenges can be summarized as the quest of ports, as you mentioned, to move towards the model of the green port, and second, the smart port, though these models, these paradigms are largely related and intertwined. Green transition in ports entails the use of renewable and other forms of clean energy by all players in the port ecosystem, and this is important. In the area of environmental good practices, targets are indeed very ambitious in the coming years, but we believe rightly so. In this framework, we actively participate in the debate and negotiation of a new alternative fuels infrastructure regulation, as initiated by the European Commission within the Fit for 55 package. The proposal introduces numerous requirements for alternative fuels infrastructures for various transport modes, including requirements for onshore power supply, OPS. It's well known in shipping circles as cold ironing. The current draft regulation prescribes that 90% of the port calls of ships of 5,000 or over 5,000 gross tonnage will be provided shoreside electricity at berth after a 2-hour stay. So the necessary infrastructures at port should be constructed. The envisaged Commission deadline is currently 2030, but the European Parliament these days, the rapporteur came up with a 2025 proposal, which we believe is most probably unrealistic, at least for the large ports. But this is a big challenge. And a very big challenge faced in Greece and other countries is to ensure that sufficient grid capacity and grid availability exists at ports. Remember that many ports are located within the cities, and they are integral parts of them, and they have their own extensive needs. So large multi-million euro investment is required to secure this level of grid capacity. In the port of Piraeus, where I'm located right now, for example, 11 cruise ships may coexist at berth with 26 passenger ships, all with high electricity needs, especially the cruise ships. But as we mentioned before, the large investments are required also for LNG, bio-LNG, hydrogen, all these technologies, and ammonia infrastructures, also falling within the scope of the regulation which is being currently negotiated. So in the framework of the decarbonization, the extension of the emissions trading system in shipping is welcome from us, always adhering to principles of proportionality, the polluter pays principle, and of course securing EU competitiveness. We need to preserve that. It's a vital priority also for the Greek economy, since 58% of the EU shipping fleet is controlled by the Greeks. In the area of digital transition, the use of cutting-edge technology leads to the adoption of the smart port model with positive ramifications for the environment, for energy consumption, and port operation optimization. So, artificial intelligence, concepts such as big data and augmented reality, concepts which are reality right now, offer practical solutions as we speak to the port. The ports already of the so-called digital twins, they use the so-called digital twins for the identification, control, and analysis of pollutant emissions, which is a very useful tool. And of course, all port stakeholders, including customers, are able to track merchandise and cargo real-time, optimizing loading, unloading, and delivery. Digital twins have also positive implications in safety and security procedures, scenario planning, crisis management, and pollution prevention. So a big digital revolution also is in place along with a green revolution. Thank you, Ruben.
Very good. Many thanks for your contribution, and we will see how and sorry but time is our I will say very our limit here, but it's very important your intervention that showed us that change is on the move, but you need to have the human element ready for it, because it's not only change the technology, it's change procedures, change the culture, and then that's where with Mrs. Sam Strivens we go into what we could say the sustainability literacy. So how we are in that area regarding shipping and ports operators, because that's the catalyzer for making change happen. Are we there yet, or we have still a way to go?
Good morning, Ruben, and pleasure to be joining you today. I think, frankly, with that question, it depends who you ask. I think from the shipping sector as a whole is generally quite a conservative sector, but since the announcement of the IMO initial greenhouse gas strategy back in 2018. So that was to cut emissions by half from a 2008 baseline by 2050. There's been a significant increase in the ambition and efforts around decarbonisation. That initial strategy will, of course, be updated in 2023. So in terms of framing that with the sustainability literacy of the industry, it will be interesting to see what new targets are announced in 2023 next year. It is important to note, however, that the current ambitions from the 2018 strategy do fall well below the requirement to limit global temperature increase by 1.5 degrees, which is defined within, of course, the Paris Agreement. So hopefully that kind of frames the kind of discussion for sustainability literacy within the shipping sector. As Maria touched upon, there's also an increasing requirement for companies and international corporations to reduce their Scope 3 emissions, so their indirect emissions that are created from their activities. So I think that's really key in terms of having that market pull and effectively understanding the decarbonisation requirement across whole value chains. So not directly related to emissions, but if we see with the global container shortage that we've been seeing for the past year or so, IKEA are actually stepping in and chartering vessels to meet that demand. So it could be seen in the future that there may be situations where large global corporations actually step into their supply chain and address these specific issues. I think also there's been an increase in the sustainability literacy of consumers themselves. People are now very aware of where their products that they're consuming come from, what the sustainability impacts have been of those purchases, whether something's been shipped from another continent, and obviously, a large proportion of global trade is by sea. So that's becoming increasingly important as well in terms of companies demonstrating the environmental and sustainability impacts of their own activities and the products that they sell. Just looping back to the main question, I appreciate we're quite tight on time here. In terms of ports operators and the workforce, what's the knowledge gap? I think that will be very much determined by what alternative fuels we see as the leaders. I think it's unlikely that it will be one in the same global scenario that we've had with relying on hydrocarbons. So in terms of the upskilling and handling of both vessel crews and port operators and workforce, we've seen ammonia and methanol as being potentially leaders in that kind of fuel race, as it were, and those are already transported as a commodity. But when we actually look at using those as a bunkering fuel, there'll obviously be a whole new set of requirements in terms of safety procedures and operational procedures for the uptakes of those fuels themselves. So I think, as I said at the start, it depends who you ask with that question around sustainability literacy. But I think it's a path that we all need to go on together, the ship operators, consumers, and ports operators as well. So thank you, Ruben.
Thank you. So wrapping up, so our time is out. We do not have any opportunity for a final question. But I think what we could see is that contrary to what was the scenario 2-3 years ago, now we are seeing some change moves regarding the adoption not only of full digitalization of operations, both on ports and shipping, which will bring more efficiency, but first moves on hydrogen, ammonia, and and methanol as the possible substitutes for the conventional fossil fuels that we use now, with LNG being that bridge fuel that could solve and mitigate some of those problems, but will be a full solution. So thank you all for this I would say, for this excellent panel and excellent discussion. And I hope, from here in Lisbon, Portugal, to see you all in the UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon in the 27th of June. Until then, stay safe and let's make, a strong and sustainable recovery, blue recovery. And thanks again for the organization of this excellent event. See you soon.
Στην Ελλάδα, η εμπειρία αιώνων και το ιδανικό φυσικό περιβάλλον συναντούν τις πιο προηγμένες μεθόδους ιχθυοκαλλιέργειας για να παράγουν κάτι μοναδικό. Ψάρια απαράμιλης ποιότητας με εγγυημένη φρεσκάδα, υψηλή διατροφική αξία και εκπληκτική γεύση. Η ελληνική θάλασσα σας κάνει το τραπέζι όπου κι αν βρίσκεστε. Ελληνικό ψάρι. Απολαύστε το. Ελληνικό ψάρι.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλή σας μέρα και από μένα. Να συγχαρώ τους διοργανωτές για αυτήν την πραγματικά εξαιρετική προσπάθεια. Σε μια δύσκολη μέρα με πολύ βαριά ιδιοσιογραφία. Θέλω να περάσω ευθύς αμέσως, let me switch in English, to our next panel, που το θέμα του είναι Food from the Ocean, Fisheries and Aquaculture. Today with us we have very distinguished guests, very distinguished speakers. Today with us, let me welcome Mrs. Lara Barazi-Gerulano, CEO of Kefalonia Fisheries, Mr. Arab let me pronounce it well, Arab Obala, I'm not fluent in Arabic, Director of SEED, Mr. Philippos Papageorgiou, Director of Agriculture, National Fisheries Development Program, Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture of Saudi Arabia, and Mrs. Ismini Bogdanou, she is the Director of Communication and Public Relations of HAPO. Since we have only 40 minutes at our disposal, we will start with a short introduction by each, let's say 3-4 minutes, in order to have time to open a discussion, Q&As. Without further delay, let me give the floor to Mrs. Lara Barazi-Gerulano. She is the CEO of Kefalonia Fisheries. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you. And thank you very much for having me. Thank you for the organizers for putting together this very timely and important conference. So I am CEO of a fish farming. I'm a fish farmer. I've been doing this for many, many years. So as such, I guess I strongly would agree and feel that the potential of the blue economy for providing food and nutritious, high quality food is great. I'm also here as president of the FEAP. The FEAP is the European Federation of Aquaculture Producers. So that means represents 23 countries and all sorts of aquaculture production. So marine-based, freshwater-based, onshore, offshore. And obviously in terms of with wearing both of these hats, we spend a lot of time discussing what we produce, how we can produce it better, what are the challenges we have. And although we are European producers, and that is what we are mainly concerned with, the same issues we struggle with and we are concerned with are pretty much the same globally. So although we have different kinds of food production systems from aquaculture, whether in the EU or in the Southern Mediterranean or Eastern Mediterranean, I think we all face the same challenges going forward on how to grow this supply in a manner that's sustainable with correct co-usage of the coastal zone, which is, I think, the biggest challenge going forward.
Is that your introduction? Great. You kept the time framework in a perfect way. So let me carry on with Arab, Mr. Hobala. I think your focus will be on food from the ocean, pollution and health challenges. The floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. And allow me to to specify why I want to talk about this subject. In fact, all my career I have been working on sustainable consumption and production, and many of the decisions that are in United Nations related to our unsustainable consumption production patterns, I have been working on that, and I'm definitely fighting and advocating for this. So seafood, an extremely important element for our life, for biodiversity, for the whole system. But seafood will be facing many, many challenges, and we should be well aware about that. Many challenges actually mainly related today to marine litter and plastic that is posing a major challenge and risk for human health through the seafood. In closed seas, such as the Mediterranean or the Black Sea, may harbor some of the highest densities of marine litter on the seafloor. And recent studies have demonstrated that pollution of microplastic poses high health risks since their particles are increasingly found in human bodies. Fish is one of the most traded food communities, and global consumption of fish and seafood has more than doubled since 1973. Over the same period, overfishing increased from 7% to 33% of all fish stocks. And with the current unsustainable consumption and production patterns, and I insist on the word unsustainable, and the projected increased demand for food in general and seafood in particular, mainly from the additional 3 billion middle-class consumers, pollution, depletion of resources, and health impact will exponentially exacerbate. So plastic is the largest part of this pollution, 85%, and it's really getting in each and every element of our life. The United Nations Environment Programme will be discussing the topic next week at UNEA Assembly in Nairobi, and hopefully government, industry, and consumers will come with a responsible decision that could be implemented. Just 2 words to conclude. The significant increase in volumes of plastics waste arising from the disposal of personal protective equipment and other plastic items used during the COVID pandemic are creating an additional hazard to local community, which further delays and complicates the solution in the near future, and it will impact strongly the seafood. Last but not least, it is essential and critical to give due consideration to the situation and needs of small and medium enterprises. Without small and medium enterprises that are resilient and efficient, we will not find a solution to the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Arab. And let me give the floor to Mr. Papageorgiou, and also he brings us the experience from Saudi Arabia. The floor is yours, Philippos.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by looking at the big picture. And we have a growing global population. In 2050, COVID allowing or any other pandemic allowing, we are expected to be 10 billion people on this earth, and we need to find ways to feed these people and also to provide good living conditions. But we all know we're facing a number of global challenges. There is poverty, there is hunger or malnutrition, there is gender and social inequalities. People lack sustainable and stable employment, especially the youth. These are serious social challenges in many parts of the world. And of course, we have the environmental challenges too. We have climate change, loss of biodiversity, depletion of natural resources. As Arab said, we have a huge problem of microplastics, which is often found in tissues of marine animals and has transferred to through the food web, even to humans. And we have overfishing. Supply from capture fishing is slowing down, is diminishing. 1/3 of the fish stocks at the moment are below the biological sustainable level. So no matter how well we manage capture fisheries, which we don't, it's not going to be a sustainable way to feed the world. At the same time, land animal production is not sustainable either. The environmental footprint from land animal production is huge in terms of freshwater requirements, in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, either direct or indirect throughout the process, or in terms of the food conversion ratio, the amount of food we give and flesh we get back. But if we move back to capture fisheries, still, there is an important social role that capture fisheries can play, and that is to maintain social cohesion in rural areas, to preserve the cultural habits and the heritage. So capture fisheries has to be preserved more on social grounding rather than a measurable food supplier. But we do have aquaculture, which is by far the most sustainable way of food production in a mass scale, at least known to date. It provides nutritious animal protein. It relieves pressure on wild fish stocks, reduces dependence on livestock production. It does provide thousands of indirect jobs in areas with little or no alternative for stable employment, and it promotes scientific knowledge and technological innovation. So overall, aquaculture, when it is responsibly practiced, it gives out valuable social dividends. But for the future of aquaculture, we cannot just rely on these positive intrinsic aspects that we discussed. It's not enough. It's a time to redefine the role of aquaculture, not solely as a contributor to food security, but as an active driver for positive impact to society, not through side activities or ad hoc CSR initiatives and actions. I think the drive for change and progress in the society should be as a core part of an aquaculture investment, as is the part for actual financial returns for its shareholders. And this is something we need to understand and work on it if we want aquaculture to contribute to its full potential to the blue economy.
Thank you very much, Philippos. And let me carry on with Mrs. Ismini Bogdanou. What does HAPO have to say?
Hello, on my part, I'm very proud to be representing the Hellenic Aquaculture Producers Organization a second time in a row. Our team, the team of communication and public relations, is responsible for the branding and strategy of the Hellenic Aquaculture Producers Organization and its products, the development of and implementation of HAPO's extended communications campaign in Greece and Italy, its integrated plan, PR plan, and a dynamic and very evolving CSR program. For everyone to understand the complexity and the importance of the communication and PR plan in our industry, allow me to briefly introduce our organization. The Hellenic Aquaculture Producers Organization, aka HAPO, is the main developer of Greek aquaculture. Its primary aims are to foster the growth and development of our members and safeguard Greek aquaculture leadership position in local and international markets. Today, HAPO's 22 members represent almost 80% of the Greek aquaculture industry, exporting to more than 40 countries. HAPO is represented in the Federation of European Aquaculture Producers, FEAP, in which Lara Barazzi is the president, and the Aquaculture Advisory Council, AAC, demonstrating our organization extrovert profile and international orientation. We honor collectivity, respect among our members and our consumers, and are very proud for the industry and its products. HAPO operates in accordance to Sustainable Development Practices and Blue Economy principles. Its long-standing commitment to food hygiene, fish welfare, and the preservation of the environment has led to the development of research programs, fish welfare guides, in collaboration with the scientific and academic communities in Greece, and we're in the process of developing new guides and new directives. Our task in our team of advertising, communication, PR, is to let consumers know what we do, and as such, modify their perceptions towards the industry and farmed fish. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me start with Mrs. Barazzi, since she's also the president of the European Federation. And let's try to elaborate the EU efforts of development of the sector and what is the potential in there.
Thank you. Well, I think it's interesting that we had three different perspectives, let's say, with three different concerns. And I find that there's very many elements in common when we talk about the characteristics of the industry and when we talk about the challenges in the industry. Mr. Haballa mentioned the importance of the fact that much of aquaculture and fisheries as well is small to medium sized enterprises. They're the same in the EU, small to medium and family owned enterprises. Mr. Papageorgiou mentioned also the importance of the role that aquaculture plays in local communities, because very often the kind of activity does not happen in cities, it happens in remote rural areas. So what does this mean? On the one hand, you have a preponderance of small to medium-sized enterprises. That means a limited access to funding, a limited access to R&D, which is extremely important, and very often limited access to markets. On the other hand, we don't necessarily want an industrial approach to the development of aquaculture. We want to retain this significant contribution it makes and this tie with its local community. So we have a lag in the European Union in terms of aquaculture development. The last 10 years, I would say, we've seen the sector stagnate. That is in part due to the structural issues that I mentioned previously, the size and the structure of most enterprises. It has to do with a regulatory burden that is extremely important, but it is onerous for small companies. And it brings us to what is then the role of development of aquaculture from third countries. In other words, this imports, which 60% of seafood consumption in the EU is imported, and whether we allow this development to be anarchic outside the EU. Do we want to encourage a generally more sustainable, better standard of production all around globally? I would argue yes, and not only to protect EU farmers, not from a protectionist perspective, but from a holistic ecosystem management perspective. And again, I think Mr. Haballa mentioned this, that the problem of plastic pollution is global, it's everywhere. And it affects all of us, whether we produce in the EU or outside of the EU.
Exactly. And so let's carry on with Arab, and let's focus on measures and actions would be needed to reduce related risks with pollution and health challenges.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Lara, for what you said. And I will build on what you have just said. Caring about the small and medium enterprises is essential. Unfortunately, we are not giving it enough attention for the simple fact that there are too many to be considered, and that's why it's basically the big companies that are in the front line with very much what we call greenwashing when it comes to sustainability, because they don't involve properly the small and medium enterprises in the value chain. So what is needed first and what is missing a lot is mainstream entrepreneurship and small and medium enterprises priorities in the related policies. And it's not yet there. I know about the EU policies around that, but when it comes to implementation, you always have other priorities that come in there. Improve the knowledge, have knowledge accessible for the consumers, where the fish are coming from, how they have been produced, and making sure that they got the right information for the selection and the quality. The issue of governance. When we talk about policies, big companies, government, you need also to see how you can involve local communities and small and medium enterprises, since effectively, and as Lara said it, small and medium enterprises and local communities, that's where the fish is being caught as a majority for it. And that's where we need resilience to make sure that we get this industry going on a sustainable way. Resilience and making sure that the communities can live out of it, not just looking at what goes to the supermarket. Circularity, which is now an extremely important issue in the EU Green Deal that the EU is now exporting and trying to replicate elsewhere in the world. Circularity is something that needs to be well implemented in the fish sector, looking for more sustainable consumption and production across the value chain, including the plastic that could be really reduced to a maximum or reduced so that there is a limited amount that goes to the rivers and to the seas. And this brings us to a properly integrated waste management strategy in order to make sure that the fish that we will be catching is not living around microplastics and having all this macro and nanoplastics in the body that come at the end in our dish. So governance, legacy, monitoring system, and applying the polluter pays principles is essential in this sector. So let us get the right action done.
Exactly. Let us get the right action done. Let me carry on with Philippos and let's talk about sustainability. Of course, aquaculture is indeed a sustainable method of food production, but is it sustainable enough? Is it being practiced in the most sustainable manner? What do you think?
Yeah, that's interesting. We need to keep in mind that aquaculture, in its modern form, its intensive, more industrialized form, is a very, very recent activity. It only has a history of a few decades, nothing compared to the process for land animals. And throughout these years, there have been great improvements, absolutely, in husbandry know-how, in how we rear the animals, in pathology issues, and also in the understanding of the interaction with the environment. We definitely operate now with less water use in hatcheries or land-based on-ground uses, whether we use semi-recirculated systems or fully recirculated systems. We have improved energy management. We often use renewable sources of energy. There is low greenhouse gas emissions. We have developed feed formulas, much more efficient, much more improved, based on the nutritional requirements of the fish that we have. We have reduced wastage. More feed is assimilated and metabolized for growth. And we have certainly reduced the amount of fish meal and fish oil required. It's not about having lowered the food conversion ratio, but we have lowered the fish in, fish out ratio, which is below 1. So yes, aquaculture is by far the most sustainable method of production when it comes to animal protein. There's no comparison to the land animals. But of course, there have been mistakes in the past. There have been practices along the years, mainly in the early stages of the industry, because it was a developing industry. It was due to ignorance, negligence, and certainly due to absence of strict guidelines. But the regulatory framework that we now have, and which was gradually developed as we developed better knowledge and understanding, is a very, very strict one, and allow us to produce, to improve practices all along the supply chain. We need to remember that in the early 90s, we had the first guidelines for responsible aquaculture practices, which were developed by producer associations and international organizations. We then moved to what we call the well-known third-party certification schemes as a response to concerns which were coming from consumers, customers, and the civil society. What we have now, what we observe now, is that the drive and the push for sustainability comes again from the industry within. It's from socially responsible producers and impact investors who incorporate ESG criteria in the investment decision and the production process. So are we sustainable enough? Well, we need to clarify that the bad press that we often have is not scientifically backed. It's more than often it uses the power of the social media to spread unsubstantiated claims. The framework that we have does not allow bad practices, not in Europe, not in other parts of the developed world or elsewhere if good practices are followed. But we are not yet done. We have the social responsibility to make continuous improvements based on the ongoing technological advancements and the practices. We need to use, to work on a number of areas. We need to continue working on alternative, on novel aquafeed ingredients based on insects or single proteins. All these technologies that we need to develop, they are there, and we need to use them and also to create knowledge. These are serious challenges ahead of us, and we need to be really very, not dogmatic, but we need to be open-minded and transparent in the decisions that we're going to make.
Yeah, that's very important. Let me carry on with Ismini. Ismini, what are the tools used by HAPO to promote Greek aquaculture and Greek farmed fish?
Some of them were mentioned by Philippos. Thank you, Philippe, for promoting all the communication we do also in Greece. So to promote Greek aquaculture and Greek farm fish, we consistently produce eye-catching and cutting-edge audiovisual content and deploy a vast network of communication and marketing tools. Our target, as Philippos mentioned before us, is to inform with transparency on what the industry does, how it progresses, and promote and create trust and confidence for the products it produces. So what we do is we have created a vast plan, collaborating with acclaimed journalists. We are present in all social media platforms, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. We use all digital and conventional media. We have created synergies with popular chefs in order to develop unexpected fish recipes and get away from the traditional grilled fried fish. We create an interesting mix of ambassadors. We produce seminars in cooking schools, make trips to the farms with students and journalists, and we are present in Greek and international exhibitions. In addition, we're always there when there are blue economy conventions like today. We sponsor athletic events. And for the last 3 years, we develop a very active CSR activity plan with actions concerning the environment, social responsible actions with the local communities, what we call the Κοινωνικά Παντοπολία, which is the supermarkets for people in need. And we do so much more. Everything in and the objective, of course, it's always there, and it is to inform of what aquaculture does in Greece and create the trust and confidence for its products.
Yes, thank you very much. Of course, the product is there because there is a Greek expression. Τι έχει η Ελλάδα, ο ήλιος, η θάλασσα και τα αγόρι μου. Η θάλασσα είναι εκεί, ο ήλιος είναι εκεί. Let's have a great table με το αγόρι μου και ένα ωραίο ψάρι. Δεν υπάρχει τίποτα καλύτερο.
And the fish.
And the fish. Λοιπόν, since we have, let's see now, only 7 minutes left, we won't really have the time for another round of questions, Q&As. So let me give you the floor for 1 or 1.5 minutes in order to, to conclude, to sum up, to come up with something. Let me start with Lara, Mrs. Barazzi-Geroulano, for 1 minute, please.
So not easy to sum up really, because a lot of very important points were made.
Yeah.
I think I want to maybe just emphasize two things. The first is the importance of R&D. R&D both in approaching the challenges that aquaculture may have in terms of sustainability going forward. So research development and its corollary, which is training. So that's training of farmers to help them also develop and understand the part they have to play in the circular economy. So I think those are two very important points really to maybe remember, keep with us, and to understand that this is the basis for developing the sector further, and EU and internationally as well.
Mr. Hobala, thank you, Lara. Thank you very much.
Thank you. First, one point that will be even in terms of question, but we need to keep in mind, and Mr. Philippos referred to it. We are having more and more, let us say, more responsible systems in Europe. I will not call them sustainable because I don't believe in that. So more responsible. But the problem is that we are importing more and more fish and seafood from outside. And outside they are produced, for some of them, by European companies who do not apply the same rules as they do it in EU. I just come from Thailand, where I have been there for 4 years covering whole Asia, and I have seen the shrimp farms in Bangkok, around Bangkok and so on. And believe me, what you have in your plate in terms of shrimps here, you can put a big question mark. So responsibility should cross borders, and we have to be very careful about that. The second point that I want to highlight, this was part of my second question, is there is an element for alternative seafood, which is algae. Asia and North Europe are more and more focusing on that. In Asia, it has been a tradition. North Europe is getting to that. They are using it for fuel alternative source, but it can be a fantastic food alternative source. In the Mediterranean, I have never heard about it. When are we going to consider this as a possible alternative, even though it will have a major impact on the Mediterranean diet? And then you will have a lot of communication to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And since you like shrimps, try shrimps, big shrimps from Ambrakikos. Even James Bond has mentioned them. Gambares from Ambrakikos, a great product. Thank you very much. Philippos, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to build on what Lara said, but also on what Arab said, because yes, there is a circular economy, there is a knowledge economy. Algae is, in my part of the world now, is definitely very, very high in the agenda. And we're trying to produce algae as a new source of feed for animals. So this economy, this knowledge that is developed is not confined only the production part of our industry. It doesn't end at the farm gate. It extends all along the supply chain, from processing to the value adding of the products, to the packaging, to the storage and transport, and all the way to the final consumers in the way that the product is presented, or the information that is passed to the consumer directly or indirectly. And this is where lies a big opportunity. That is to actively engage with as many people as possible in this production and supply chain, and use this engagement to improve knowledge and awareness on critical global issues, and to show how these issues can be tackled by local actions and through changes in our own behavior as responsible employers, as responsible employees of this industry, but also as responsible consumers and users of the planet's natural resources. Hello, I think I've lost you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Is that okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Carry on, please.
I'm finished.
You're finished. Okay, so we have 2 minutes left. For 1 minute, ο λόγος στην Ismini. Ismini, the floor is yours.
To continue again what Philippos was saying, it's very important for Greek aquaculture to understand how Greek culture and consumer habits influence what we do as a marketing and communication team, our campaign, because it's all about trust. And I close my statement by saying that the Hellenic Aquaculture Producer Organization is the best influencer for Greek aquaculture and influences consumers and their seafood habits in a multitude of ways. And as Lara said before, since people listen to science, HAPO is working very closely with the academic and research community in Greece, producing more papers, more documentations, because people listen to science, they believe in scientists more than they do to advertisers. So together, we work together, we advance the aquaculture industry forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me thank Lara, Philippos, Ismini, and Arab. I don't speak very good Arabic, but I don't know what to say in Arabic. Thank you all for the very, really interesting discussion. I will also thank the organizers. And let me give the floor to the next panel for another very, very, very interesting discussion. If I'm wrong, correct me. I think the next moderation is Mrs. Cosmopoulou. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
The issues facing our oceans can sometimes seem insurmountable. Illegal fishing, overfishing, human trafficking, food insecurity. These pressures impact everyone, and they need to be addressed now. In this era of rapidly evolving, automated, and self-sufficient technology, affordable solutions are now readily available. They simply require people with the skills and expertise to implement them at a global scale. Pelagic Data Systems' ultralight vessel tracking system is a rugged industrial solution that we've custom built to withstand the harsh environment at sea, serving fishing vessels and fleets of any size. Our tracking system provides key functionality, such as fleet tracking, activity monitoring, and data analysis without requiring any specialized knowledge on the part of the crew. After a simple installation, our hardware operates completely autonomously. Using solar power, our devices enable fishermen to remain focused on their work while the data they need for their supply chain is automatically collected, encrypted, and securely transferred to the cloud, where they can access it whenever their hands are free. Currently, we're working in more than 20 countries in partnerships with governments, nonprofits, and industry. We're helping to bring more money to fishermen, reduce waste in the supply chain, cut down overfishing, and stop trafficking and illegal fishing from happening. The problems facing our seas will not easily be solved, but by bringing more transparency and accountability to the fishing industry, we believe seismic change is possible.
The ocean is threatened by a growing list of stressors, including climate change, overfishing, and pollution. Together, these stressors demonstrate an urgent and global need for improved understanding of the ocean and for sustainable management of the marine environment. Addressing major environmental challenges requires collective action at the local, national, regional, and global level. But before we act, we need to know. We need to understand why oceans are important to us. And also, we need to feel how we are connected to them, because I'm afraid that knowledge alone cannot drive change. This is where ocean literacy comes in, to enhance our understanding of the ocean, highlight our connection to it, and spur pro-environmental attitudes and behaviors. These days, plastic pollution is one of the major areas of focus when it comes to ocean degradation. But unfortunately, this is not the only one. It is not the only problem. Yet using plastics pollution as a start, we can decode ocean literacy and discuss how we can become better at protecting marine resources. This is the topic of this panel. And without further ado, I would like to introduce our speakers. Professor Luis Pinheiro, President of the Portuguese Committee of the IOC at UNESCO, Mr. Dimitris Karavellas, CEO at WWF Greece, Ms. Antti Kontoudakis, Policy Officer at DG for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, and Ms. Susanna Laskaridis, Founder and Director of Blue Cycle. Professor Pinheiro, I would like to start with you. Knowledge obviously lies at the heart of ocean literacy, and knowledge obviously starts with science. We are now 2 years into the ocean decade, according to the UN's declaration. And I would like to ask you, what have you learned and what you can share with us from studying the oceans during this period?
Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me to be at this meeting. It's a great pleasure and an honor. And I would like to say that really ocean literacy is extremely important, particularly even when we are talking about ocean economy, because ocean economy depends on a healthy ocean. And we need to get, as Dr. Angeliki was just mentioning, we need a global engagement of everyone from different sectors so that we can protect the ocean and we can use its resources in a sustainable manner. And this requires, of course, the development of new solutions. We need innovative technologies. We need people to be aware, and even the industry, that in order to sustainably use the resources that we have in the ocean, we need to have it supported by the best science and technology so that we minimize impacts. Of course, anytime we have an action, we will have impacts. And this is why the IOC created the UN Ocean Decade for Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. So it's not only ocean science, but it is ocean science for sustainable development. And the idea is exactly, and this is what we have been doing already in these 2 years, is involving the different communities, the different heads of state, the different key players, including the ONGs and the private sector, in finding out these solutions. And This we have made already a huge progress. There are different kind of documents that are already being set up by the IOC, some of them directed to the educators, others to media, and also to decision makers. And there are also different courses that IOC has been promoting. And we have now also an action plan for the decade concerning ocean literacy. So it is really important that we get all these efforts together. And we will also have a great opportunity to discuss these issues during the Ocean Conference in Lisbon that will take place in next June, where I hope many of you will be present. And it is essential, really, and this is something that I believe we have already started doing, which is involve the media, and the plastics is a very good example, how in a short time we are able to get the involvement of the whole society looking into a problem and trying to find the solutions. And we have been evolving very fast. So I think using the social networks, using the different media, but also having initiatives like the ocean literacy initiatives that we have developed all over the world, these can really reach these people and tell them what needs to be done. And this is what we are aiming to do during the decade. And I believe we have already trailed a long path.
Thank you very much, Professor Pinheiro. I would now like to turn to Ms. Kondoudakis on the policymaking side. The goal of ocean literacy initiatives are to enable a widespread change in behavior. And this, as Professor Pinheiro already hinted at, involves all of us. Sometimes we have the tendency to over-focus on like the younger population and on students, but in essence, it's something that is important to all of us. How shall we go about it? And I would like to ask you to describe to us the spectrum of activities on ocean literacy and whom they should be addressed, in your opinion.
Thank you very much, Agilki. Ladies and gentlemen, dear organizers, very pleased to be among you, first of all, with you today, and debating this panel that do not immediately spring to mind when we discuss blue economy, but very much condition and ultimately support many aspects of sustainable economic activity within it. And I'm particularly referring to ocean literacy, any educative awareness raising, action-oriented approach with the aim of preserving the marine environment and lead to a better understanding of the ocean, and how, by strengthening this connection between people and the one ocean, we can ensure a sustainable stewardship of the sea, of our coasts, of our islands. Earlier this morning, you heard my commissioner stating that on our side, the European Commission, we have undertaken a massive exercise last year to align the blue economy with the objectives of the European Green Deal, and thereby also align it with Sustainable Development Goals, chief among them SDG 14, Life Below Water. We have a new approach to the sustainable blue economy, therefore, through which we will promote ocean conservation and generate wealth and jobs through solutions that use the marine resources sustainably. This way, we will aim to reduce the cumulative effect of human activities on the sea, such as plastics, which incidentally we debate here on, but also because of the whole decade of ocean science for sustainable development that Professor Pinheiro referred to, and that has started already a year now. We will promote, among others, on the European side, actions on ocean literacy, which is the enabling factor for ocean sustainability for us. And as the EU, we will enlist our activities in this area under the Ocean Decade. But what activities are we talking about? What is ocean literacy, in fact? Beyond what you, Angeliki, described in the opening, I would like to just state that ocean literacy is a key driver of change for the sustainable management of the oceans. It targets, correct what you said, it targets the whole of society, and particularly the young generation, because this is the most vibrant part of the society, but also other actors in our societies, and tries to educate and connect them to the ocean to instill in them the urgency, the appetite to act for the conservation of the ocean, for the restoration, for the biodiversity of our seas and the sustainable use of our marine resources, and drive change, generate growth, generate wealth, generate jobs. In short, is about making people see clearly what is at stake and therefore care, condition their approach towards it, and ultimately protect it. And this is why, at the European level, we have been pursuing actions in this field for quite some time. And I want to refer and bring your attention to the EU for Ocean Coalition on Ocean Literacy, which my commissioner has launched at the World Oceans Day in 2020, and through which platform we use the coalition as a platform for engagement on issues of ocean literacy and bringing forward tangible results. We have 3 communities under it, and through the activities of these communities, we try and aggregate citizens' engagement efforts for the ocean across Europe, and most importantly, across the board. For example, we have the platform of members that gathers citizens, scientists, activist organizations, stakeholders on ocean literacy, and promote ocean literacy by bringing together different partners and different actors that can share knowledge and work together towards fundamental goals. Under it, we have been pursuing thematic work. We have been taking and keeping the members together and having them delving into areas such as food from the ocean, or climate and the ocean, or a clean and healthy ocean, to scientifically look into the matter, to plan activities, to tackle, for example, plastic pollution, to plan initiatives, joint projects, and dialogue on this issue. This would lead to concrete action on the ground, action that we have seen already, action on the seas and on our coasts, in our case, and in different sea basins for that matter. We have the youth segment, occupied and engaged through a Youth for Ocean forum, where we drive and condition youth activities, but we also provide for them possibilities for networking and acting together, but also having capacity building through the forum. And especially this year, which is proclaimed as the European Year of Youth, we plan to support even further this Youth for Ocean Forum. And finally, the coalition brings together the network of European schools, schools that bring the discussion and bring the issue of ocean literacy through projects to our schools, to our pupils. Education is key, and teaching ocean literacy principles in the classroom already provides us with an informed public later on. One public that can act responsibly in matters of ocean protection and ultimately sustainably use the ocean. And ocean literacy goes beyond communities and activities on the ground, goes into campaigns like the advocacy campaign that we have launched, the Make EU Blue campaign, a pledging campaign where citizens of all walks of life put forward pledges towards real, meaningful change. There, we exercise ocean literacy at citizen scale. We call on citizens, we call on businesses, organizations, authorities, celebrities, non-celebrities, educators to make a pledge, an everyday commitment, a change of habit, of everyday habit, to contribute to sustainable, clean, unpolluted ocean. And I invite you, therefore, all of you, all the participants of the forum, the panelists, to join their campaign and pledge for themselves, because even the smallest action for the benefit of the ocean can bring about tremendous change. And as Professor Pinheiro already stated, for the Ocean Decade, we have a new collaboration with IOC UNESCO on ocean literacy. We have partnered up with a pioneer in this field, actually, IOC UNESCO, so that the European Ocean Literacy Coalition can enhance its work, can promote it further, and contribute. The European Commission can contribute like that materially to the UN Ocean Decade. Finally, an announcement to all of you. You know it already, you anticipate it. As we do every year, we have the annual maritime gathering, the European Maritime Days, this year in Italy, Ravenna, where we plan to have a dedicated Ocean Literacy Day, a summit where we will celebrate ocean literacy and we will provide opportunities to showcase ocean education and youth activities and celebrate ocean literacy with the participants there. Let me therefore invite you, all of you, to this celebration, and I will be happy to see you contribute and debate on such issues with us. I will stop here. Thank you very much. I'm eager to our discussion later on.
Thank you very much, Andy. I loved how you placed so many things on this map, starting out from knowledge and literacy, the way most of us think of it, and taking it all the way down to tangible results, because we really need the results if we want to feed this chain. Let me now turn to Dimitris Karavellas and ask Dimitris to comment on tourism and fisheries, two areas that are of particular importance for Greece. Tourism and fisheries are potential drivers of blue economy, and sometimes such activity can stand either on the polluting edge or on the solutions end. And I would like to listen to you, to hear your comments about that and how we can use tourism and fisheries in order to support a sustainable approach to blue economy for the country.
Well, thank you, Angeliki, for your question, and thank you to the organizers for the invitation. Tough question to cover in a short amount of time, but I think the first more fundamental point we need to address is around the type of blue economy we actually wish to pursue as a country or a region. For many, blue economy simply refers to any economic activity that takes place in the maritime sector. But that won't work, because if we go into a business as usual scenario, the current exploitation of maritime space and resources is simply not sustainable. So if we really want the blue economy to be truly sustainable, we need a model quite different from our dominant economic model. And I think therein actually lies the challenge in going beyond the buzzwords of blue economy and defining a vision, clear targets, criteria, and rules that actually take us onto a more sustainable path. It's about making tough strategic choices and recognizing we cannot have it all here in the same space at the same time. For example, do we want to maintain our beautiful seas in the Aegean and the Ionian, or do we want to turn them into the Gulf of Mexico, drilling for oil and gas? A blue economy recognizes marine ecosystems as its natural capital and protects and maintains them. A sustainable blue economy is inclusive. It's marked by stakeholder participation. It's well-informed, it's precautionary, it's adaptive, it's accountable and transparent. It's cross-sectoral, it's long-term, and it's innovative and proactive. And I think we should ask ourselves the question, are these the features and characteristics we actually have in Greece's blue economy today, and what needs to change? Now, I want to address your question on fisheries and tourism and whether or not they can be drivers of a sustainable blue economy. I would say for that to happen, Angeliki, a great deal needs to change. Fisheries resources today are heavily overexploited in Greece and in the entire Mediterranean. We need recovery plans for particular species. We need management plans for fisheries throughout the country. We need to modernize our fisheries legislation and then actually ensure it's being enforced, which is a big challenge for us in itself. We need to protect seabed habitats to prevent bycatch and to effectively address this problem of ghost fishing gear. And of course, we need to make use of best available science and involve fishers in co-management schemes. Now, that sounds like a very demanding agenda, but it's important to note that we're not starting from scratch. I've been in this field of work for quite a few years, and if I compare the present situation to a few years ago, I would say that there are a number of initiatives out there, promising coalitions between fishers, scientists, NGOs, startups, foundations, probably born out of the urgency of the issue, that are actually trying to make changes on the ground or on the water. Now, if we combine this with a recent commitment of the Greek government to expand the network of marine protected areas and also to create no-take zones, and combine that with the directions of the EU, there might be an interesting dynamic and an opportunity there for a substantial change. And I certainly hope so. Finally, just touching on tourism, we all acknowledge the massive importance of this sector in the Greek economy. But I think what we often fail to recognize and address is its environmental footprint. Our metrics, or I would say our indicators of success, seem to focus on the numbers of tourists arriving every season. This is the news that we hear in every summer season. But have we stopped to wonder what these increasing numbers actually mean in terms of demand on space, particularly in the sensitive coastal zone, demand for water, for energy, production of plastic, etc. So I would say that if we want to consider tourism potentially being a driver of a sustainable blue economy, we need to do all we can to address and reduce the footprint of the sector and actually ensure that the growth of the sector is not at the expense of a natural environment. I'll stop there.
Food for thought. Thank you, Dimitri, for your most interesting and thoughtful intervention. And I'm gonna stop at you talked about collaborations and the need for collaborations, and this is my question to Susanna Laskaridis. Susanna, we all know that in order to protect the health and resilience of the oceans, and we have to reverse the damage caused so far, and we have to ensure the sustainable use of marine resources from now on. A huge task. No one can do it alone. We need collaborations. And I would like to ask you, how important are collaborations in your view? And what should we do in order to improve the ecosystem we all work in?
First of all, thank you very much for having me today. Thank you, Angeliki, for moderating this panel. I think it has been made quite clear from what we have heard today that in one way or the other, we have highlighted in the importance of collaboration in all aspects. It is actually our belief that for a blue and circular economy to progress, it is very important that this allows us to reach to a more sustainable future and assist with the solutions that these environmental issues are posing. And of course can help us redefine growth, which is something that we need to change the way that we've been thinking. I think like all environmental issues, the problem of waste management is actually multifaceted because various stakeholders have various opinions, various motives, but of course as well as solutions and ideas. So even in the case of arising conflicts, we see that fruitful dialogues have developed, very important collaborations have taken place, especially the past years, as previous speakers mentioned, quite possibly due to the urgency of the situation. Furthermore, we have seen, and it has been proven time and time again, that innovation rarely comes from isolation. It usually does spring from collaboration. And in order for a different solution to present itself, because this is actually what we've been looking for, we need to think of a different way. We need to think differently, as economy and collaboration are usually not used in the same sentence very often, but this is exactly the type of thinking that we should be trying to change. The protection of marine ecosystems can only be achieved by approaching the whole issue as a circle and looking at where do we belong within this circle and this chain. Are we in the awareness raising sector? Are we in the prevention sector? Are we in the R&D phase? Or are we in the technology providers phase, or are we interlinked with various of these links in the chain? And the main issue still seems to be that we kind of consider that this is a problem that is for somebody else to solve. And this is a man-made problem. We are all part of this, whether we are in the fisheries sector, whether we're in the waste management sector, whether we're in the shipping sector or tourism sector. We need to understand that we are all part of the problem. Hence, we should all be collectively looking for a solution. For example, at Blue Cycle, we have developed a chain of stakeholders, which we're very happy to collaborate with many of the organizations taking part today, which stems from industry leaders to policymakers, active citizens, and technology providers. in a way to allow us to have an overview of the situation and how these links can support each other. One very important thing that needs to change as well is a change in, it needs a more, let's say, courageous strategy management, more courageous funding decisions, more courageous policy making, which we are slowly starting to see. And hopefully this will also be very beneficial in correcting previous mistakes and helping us to reverse damage that has already been done. So in order for me to sum up very quickly, yes, collaborations are extremely important. I think we have seen very successful collaborations taking place in the past years, and these are only growing stronger as the matter appears to be all the more urgent, and everybody becomes a lot more involved. So this is our position, and hopefully I covered the question for collaborations.
Thank you very much, Susanna. I'm afraid that we're running out of time, and we will not have time for the conversation I had hoped for. But if I may summarize just a few of the things we heard today, we need to learn more about the oceans. We need to feel more, because we need to feel in order to act. We need to act. We're acting against time, so we have to act fast. And we have to act collectively, because we need to work together if we want to bring about results. Thank you very much for being part of this panel. I think it was a very interesting discussion. I learned a lot from all of you. And let's hope that we will have the opportunity to talk again and do things in the field together. Thank you.
The ocean is in imminent danger. Threats from multiple impacts, including global warming and human activities, have left the delicate harmony of our planet hanging in the balance. More than a part of the problem, our shared ocean is key to reversing our planetary crisis. Improved knowledge can help us find the relevant, sustainable solutions we need so that the ocean can fully support human health and well-being. It is high time for a revolution, to rethink the way we generate and use ocean science, enabling people across the globe access to the skills, data, and technology they need. The good news? We have a plan, a collective global initiative, the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, will inspire critical change in the design, delivery, and use of ocean knowledge. Focusing on 10 priority challenges, the Ocean Decade seeks to empower stakeholders to deliver lasting change to our shared ocean. A once-in-a-lifetime chance to work with partners from around the world to develop the science we need for the ocean we want. Let's join forces to meet the Ocean Decade challenges.
Greece, a blessed land of crystal blue, clear, uniquely beautiful sea. The ideal natural environment are combined with the most advanced aquaculture method to offer you something unique. Fish brimming with sparkling freshness, exceptional quality, high nutritional value, and delicious taste. Fresh fish from the Greek Sea straight to your table. Fish from Greece. Fish from Greece.
Dear participants, dear guests, I would like to welcome you from my side. My name is Thanos Smanis, Blue Economy expert, and today I will moderate the session on blue technologies. First of all, I would like to thank the Blue Economy Forum and its organizers for providing me the opportunity to be part of such an interesting initiative, both for our country but also for the wider Blue Economy community. As discussed and well addressed so far during the forum, Blue economy is predicted to be, and actually has already become, an important driver for economic growth in all sea basins, with a shift towards innovative and sustainable solutions. At the same time, we know that ocean and seas play a major role in climate regulation. A growing number of technologies and tech-enabled processes, known collectively as blue technology or blue tech, as we mentioned, are becoming important in several contexts, which can help mitigate the effects of climate change or restore health to marine ecosystems. Blue technologies are also creating and managing information and insight into maritime commercial activities. Better, of course, and more complete data on the ocean and maritime industrial activities can help accelerate blue innovation and over time actually break down silos between conservation and decarbonization efforts to address climate change on land and at sea. Actually, blue tech is the maritime industry's advanced technology sector and includes a wide spectrum of technologies and industries that are focused on encouraging and prioritizing sustainable ocean activities. Therefore, entrepreneurs, inventors, innovators, and investors can drive a sustainable blue economy, and sustainable growth stands to benefit businesses as much as the health of the ocean itself. New technology and clusters built around blue tech and will play an important role in driving this change. Today with us, we have 4 distinguished guests, all relevant to blue tech. And before opening the discussion, I would like very shortly to present them. So today we have with us Ms. Ina Braverman, founder of EcoWave Power, that under her leadership, the company installed its first grid-connected wave energy array and became the first Israeli company to ever list on Nasdaq in Stockholm, as far as we know. Ina has also been recognized as one of the females changing the world, also was the winner of the United Nations Global Climate Action Award. So I will come back to that, Ina. Let me present the other members. We have with us Dr. Ido Sela, CEO and Chief Scientist at eConcrete Tech Limited, specializing in reducing the ecological footprint of concrete-based infrastructure in urban coastal settings, while integrating principles of ecological engineering in the planning and construction of coastal infrastructure. Ido is a marine biologist and ecologist with patents under his name ranging from aqua farming and biological materials to construction and technology applications. Then we have with us Dr. Thanos Papadimitriou, co-founder and partner at Charge Venture, a New York-based early-stage venture capital fund with more than 50 investments under its portfolio. Charge is an early investor of bedrock ocean exploration, a blue economy pioneer, actually, that is revolutionizing ocean mapping and seafloor data management with the use of ocean drones. Thanos has a bachelor from MIT in computer science and PhD in operations and technology management. Finally, our panel is completed by Dr. Petros Varelidis, Secretary General, Natural Environment and Waters in the Ministry of Environment and Energy. He's a chemical engineer and with a PhD on composite materials and recycling. So, I would like firstly to come to Ina, and I would like to start with you, Ina. Beyond the traditional renewable energy sources, such as offshore wind, that is more and more discussed nowadays, other types of renewable energy are quickly emerging. If you can give us your idea, what is it to be expected? What are the opportunities and limitations on this sector? Of course, you can also present us and give us a few words on your activities. Ina.
So, of course, I think that right now the whole world is inspiring to reach net zero emissions. The Biden administration wants to reach net zero emission by the year 2050. And in order to do it, the renewable energy sources that the world currently uses are not enough. Right now, only 18% of the world's energy is produced through renewable energy, and all the rest of the world electricity is produced with polluting sources such as coal, oil, and gas. In order to change the situation, we definitely need to open up to new renewable energy sources, such as wave energy. Wave energy is a very, very important renewable energy source. According to the World Energy Council, it can produce twice the amount of electricity that the world produces now. In Europe alone, it's expected to produce around 10% of all Europe's electricity needs by the year 2050. And in the US, it is forecasted to produce at least 66% of all the United States energy needs. So it's an immense source. It's an incredible source. The density of water is 832 times greater than density of air, which enables us to produce much larger electricity amounts with much smaller devices and thus cheaper devices. And we're also proud to present that we just received a first approval of funding from NSOI in Greece, which are EU funds that are dedicated to the development of islands. And we will be commencing in the next few months a feasibility study in Halki Island in order to bring clean electricity from the wave to that island as well. So I definitely think that a big part of the world's innovation in terms of renewable will be wave energy. And really, wave energy has been discussed for years, and now it is the time to implement.
Okay, thank you very much, and very nice to hear that Halki Island will have this opportunity actually, and with your devices and the feasibility study to move forward. Thank you, Ina. I would like now to pass the floor to Ido, so he can quickly present us, of course, concrete, but also I would like to discuss with you that blue economy is mostly known for more traditional sectors, such as shipping, aquaculture, tourism, and so on. However, innovation in new technologies is expected to create new business opportunities. And if you can give us an idea of what kind of innovation will emerge and how Concrete is going to address that in the near future?
Definitely. So first of all, thank you for inviting me to this forum. I think that what we're going to see in the coming years is basically a shift on focus, similar to the way that we saw on the focus on carbon emission, carbon sequestrations, which led entire industries towards a similar direction. I think that there's going to be a change, a gradual change that will open the market for new technologies. If it will be focusing on biodiversity, if it will be focusing on other targets that are going to be in line with in different sectors and will need to be addressed at different sectors. And this will bring on and will open the market for new technologies that are already in the process of developing. Specifically in eConcrete, we're focusing on biodiversity and increase the ecosystem services provided from waterfronts. And we're focusing on concrete structures, which are 70% of coastal and marine infrastructure worldwide are concrete-based. And standard concrete is usually associated with a negative impact on the marine environment. Our technology is basically a way to harness concrete and to harness infrastructure to support nature without compromising structural performance and to be in line with all requirements of coastal and marine construction. I think the same market that is now we see open for eConcrete, where according to the SDGs, we see that new topics need to be addressed in different projects and in different sectors. It will gradually also change to other sectors that will be or other focus point that will need to be addressed, and this is what will shift the market forward. So it's what will be the next carbon sequestration or carbon emission focus. We are going into we believe the next one going to be biodiversity, but again there are a few topics. I must say a lot of them are addressed at the SDGs. That can open the market for other technologies to join in.
Okay, really important to hear how important and crucial could be the role of biodiversity. And I'm happy that you opened also the discussion on carbon sequestration, and maybe there is a lot of discussion also on carbon credits for the near future, but this could be tackled maybe in another discussion. Let me now go back to Mr. Papadimitriou, but I may come back to you later on and ask him ask him how clusters can play a role in the development of blue technologies, clusters that could become incubators or accelerators for new technologies in the blue economy.
All right, thank you very much. I think spurring growth is not only a matter of investing money. Money is a precursor of growth, but growth can happen only if you have the rest of the materials that are needed, including know-how that is oftentimes not explicit but tacit, meaning that you can find it in a book. And a great example of a network of tacit knowledge that fosters growth is the famed Silicon Valley that many have tried to imitate and very few have succeeded. However, there is hope if you're trying to develop something from scratch, and this is by creating a network of accelerators and incubators that will help you foster experience effects and network effects between the network participants. Great examples from the world of technology are the Y Combinator and Techstars. Both of these companies have invested in thousands of companies that have yielded hundreds and hundreds of exits. They have amazing networks of mentors and investors talking to each other, but also entrepreneurs that have gone before the current cohort. And it's also a way to create networks of innovation, meaning that once a company has been successful, then a spin-off or two will create an ecosystem around that successful company, and that will help further new companies grow faster and with less risk, which is exactly what the investors want.
Okay. Actually, I would like to stress a bit further the discussion on the startups with you. And if you can give us a better idea, of course, depends on your insight on that, how our startups in Greece are tackling blue economy in general. How are they proceed on that?
Yeah, look, I mean, the Greek market is not the biggest market in the world, meaning that we're just starting to grow in this dimension, let alone in the blue dimension in particular. So what I can say is that the progress has been made in the startup universe in Greece during the last 10 years is just outstanding, okay? But we still have a lot of way to cover. We have a lot of business to cover.
We need to establish a good ecosystem. I mean,
yes, and this is what I meant. And this is what I meant. Like, this is a tacit knowledge that is needed. So how do you make that happen? You make this happen by creating networks of mentors that have domain expertise. So if people, let's say on this panel, decided to mentor blue economy companies in Greece, that would make these companies a lot likely to succeed than not. So the mechanism to do that, the mechanism to enable that transfer of knowledge is clusters, whether these are incubators or accelerators. I think there's something in the works, but I'm not entirely familiar with
maybe
present
the
offering right now.
Maybe the experience of the companies of FINA and TIDO could play such a role. I mean, I don't know if they are doing behind their businesses the mentoring role for new startups. Ina or Ido, is this something that you are trying to do?
Maybe I'll jump in. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think we're getting this was a tool, a very efficient tool we used as our company grow, and to basically get expertise that we didn't have when we, for example, stepped out of the academy, focusing on marine biology. So a lot of the support we got through as we developed the company came from either more mature companies or from our ecosystem that provided us a very quick solution for gaining knowledge fast, because you don't have the time to develop. You need exactly what you need at a certain point, and I think the ecosystem is that we worked in was very helpful in providing us that at the right time. We do the same and working with new companies. It's just a matter of nature that you will approach more mature companies to gain some insights to discuss, and this is actually happening on almost a day-to-day base.
Excellent. Ina, I don't know if you want to add something here.
If I can add, yeah, of course. So, like Ido said, of course, that when you're a growing company, and when we just opened the company, we relied a lot on support, and thankfully, the government of Israel is one that provides a lot of support to new ideas. So, we received co-funding and recognition as pioneering technology from the Israeli Energy Ministry. We also partnered and created a joint venture with EDF Renewable IL, a subsidiary of Électricité de France, then the French national electrical company, which of course such a strong strategic partner also significantly helps the development of the company. And from our point of view, like I always made it, no matter how small we were, or now that we're publicly traded on Nasdaq Stockholm, and now recently also in Nasdaq US, we got uplisted on Nasdaq US. Still, like I always try to help different entrepreneurs. Even now we're opening a new power station here in Israel, and I'm planning to give kind of a testing spot within our premises to other companies. Like there's a company that is creating water out of air, so we're planning to provide them some electricity from the waves for them to have like water brewed by the power of the waves. And we have another company that has like a very unique automation and camera systems that can detect in real time different malfunctions and be attached to our technology or to any other technology in the future. So we really give them the stage, and we even do a lot of, I personally do a lot of mentorships, a lot for female entrepreneurs, because we don't have enough women in the STEM sector, unfortunately, but also to male entrepreneurs. And I really think that it's something circular, and we should get help, we should give help, and that's the way the industries, especially impact industries,
Excellent.
need to develop.
Excellent, excellent. Actually, we heard the importance and the role of government, for example, in Israel, but from Ido, we heard also the importance of biodiversity. And Ina, you just mentioned also that you have identified some pilot spaces for the new technologies, which is something that sometimes is addressed under the Marine Spatial Planning. And mention that, I would like to come to our representative from the Ministry of Environment, Mr. Varelidis, and I would like to ask, how do we need to approach the development of new technologies in the field of blue economy in terms of environmental protection? How Ministry is focusing on that?
Well, first of all, let me thank you for your invitation, and also let me say that I'm glad I see colleagues from Israel, because I started my PhD in Israel in Weizmann Institute in Rehovot once upon a time. On the question, on the specific question that you asked, let me say first, make no mistake, if something flies, we will regulate it. You know, that's what the state does. And if it makes profit, we will tax it. So it is clear that there are conflicting demands for uses around the sea. You know that Greece is a very touristic country, so number one demand is for the sea is tourism. It's a shipping country. 58% of the EU total merchant fleet is of Greek ownership, so shipping is also very big. Aquaculture is quite strong, so there are quite a few already established uses in the sea or around the sea that have vested interests, and sometimes these interests get in the way of developing new uses and innovative solutions. On the other hand, Greece is a country with 18,000 kilometers of shoreline. So there's plenty of space for different uses. And we need to make sure that there is space for other uses as well. The monoculture of tourism is not something safe from the side of sustainable development, also from an economic point of view, because there are ups and downs. You see now with the coronavirus, tourism is down inevitably. So we need not to depend only to one or two economic activities. Of course, at the same time, We have 18,000 kilometers of coastline, as I said, but there is a lot of parts that are deep sea, so it's not a good place for relatively low cost development of new energy sources, for example, renewable sources. And a large part of our coastline was recently, the last 3-4 years, was declared as a Natura 2000 protected area because mainly of Posidonia. So again, this brings some limitations to where these installations can be located. It is our duty to ensure environmental protection. At the same time, it is our duty to ensure growth. And without growth, there's no environmental protection because you bring people against nature. And this doesn't work. So we need to find the right balance. The state has the tools. The EU legislation and the Greek legislation offers the tool of strategic environmental assessment, offers the tool of environmental impact assessment. So there are the tools to accommodate the different needs and the different pressures and make the best, the optimum choices. Of course, in all these more or less innovative technologies, there is the issue of public acceptance. This is a crucial issue. In many cases, there are unreasonable resistance to new ideas by local populations. We need to work with the local population and explain to them the benefits, explain to them with honesty the downsides of different technologies and the advantages of these technologies as well, and have them on board in order to ensure the necessary acceptability by the local communities. And I'm sure if we intervene at early stages, we can have a positive outcome. On the other hand, if we expect that everybody will be on board, this will never happen. Always some people are going to react. We see that with the coronavirus, the pandemic. Now that some people react to vaccination. Okay, no matter what you do, there's always some opposition. So we need not to expect that everybody will agree, but we need to make our best effort to explain pros and cons and ensure environmental protection, respect the other needs for uses around and in the sea, and make the right decisions.
Oh, that was really important to hear actually the integrated approach that is needed with an ecosystem focus, of course, and but also you brought in the discussion the importance of the locals and the local communities, which could play a crucial role in this sustainable blue economy. Based on what we heard, our seas and oceans seem as fertile grounds for innovation and offer opportunities for new technologies. Achieving environmental goals actually is a continuous source of inspiration and innovation and progress, and this is phenomenal. Blue technologies hold a great promise for established organizations as well as startups that are developing solutions that have a positive impact on our oceans. From a technological point of view, combining technology and smart sea solutions is key for this success. But at the same time, from a policy perspective, we need to say that management tools such as marine spatial planning are instrumental to explicitly provide space for these blue innovation projects. It seems that the future-oriented way forward is more towards a clustered approach, where all actors from, if I can say, quintuple helix, companies, scientific institutes, policymakers, society, and nature always work together towards integrated solutions. So I think everybody, through his everyday mission, let's say, with the companies, the scientific part, and the policy perspective, have their own future too. So through the blue economy, we can develop projects, policies, and frameworks, initiatives, and collaborations, of course, as we discussed before, and rethink how to best sustain and preserve our oceans. And I think blue innovation and blue technology can play such a big role. So I would like to hear from you a last word. Each one can say a few before we close. So, Ina, what do you expect for in the next couple of years coming in for blue technologies?
So I think blue technologies is definitely a hot topic. The EU made very thorough policies only regarding blue technology. Also in Israel, there's a separate legislation and regulatory framework for blue technology. So it's becoming like very known that our oceans and seas around us should be used not only for wave energy like we do, but also for agriculture and from other types of technology implementation. I think Greece, being a country with many, many islands, definitely energy needs, and 18,000 kilometers of coastline, as said by the minister, it can be an ideal place for pioneering blue economy, can pioneer wave energy. The minister said that if something flies, he will regulate it. I would suggest maybe a bit of a different approach. Maybe first regulate it and then we will fly, because it makes it a bit difficult to build anything without having like a regulations or policies or a feed-in tariff to actually put our technology in place. So I think we have the right technology, we're in the right place, we're in the right time, and Greece is definitely the right location for us, and we would love to do something there like we're doing again in Halki Island. And important to say that I do agree also a lot with the minister about the involvement of the community. And when you're doing blue economy projects, the community is very much involved. It's new job places, it's a new industry, it's clean energy that is improving their lifestyle. It's not like in our case, we're not taking any of their beaches, we're only connecting to existing breakwaters and piers and marine structures. So it's basically the perfect solution for Greece, which wants to promote blue economy, clean energy, and blue jobs. So.
Thank you, Ina. Very fruitful. Ido, I don't know if you want from your side to give us a last say.
Yeah, sure. I just want to echo what Ina said, and of basically open the platform for different technologies to work together. You can see it on private initiatives, like Ina described, of bringing new technologies and working them on pilot sites or in available sites. And the second one is, if we look at how the EU is funding projects, they're looking for consortium, they're looking for different players that will work together in the blue economy sector. I want to emphasize that I think we are really, really soon into the phase that we're not just talking about marine spatial planning, but also on adaptive management in an era of shifting baseline, where our environmental baseline are changing all the time, and we need to comply with different standards, or let's say meet new standards that will allow us to face sea level rise and increased storminess. As technologies are working together at the same site, we're seeing more and more tools of adaptive management going in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ido. Step by step, I think we should manage that. Thank you for that. Thano, maybe a last word from your side?
For me, I think the message is, yes.
Fine.
Yes. So for me, the last word is that innovation is not a top-down activity, but it's rather a bottom-up activity. And I think that if we are to be successful in this new and exciting field, we have to allow decentralized and dynamic systems that include incubators and accelerators to do their part and work in conjunction to what the central administration can do and is actually doing right now.
Thank you very much. And finally, let's close with a last word from the ministry side.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I'm not the minister, I'm the Secretary General, so I'm one step below the minister. I'm close to the minister.
But you are very close. You are very close.
Not the minister. I don't want him to sack me before I even start being a Secretary General.
Look at you. You sound really impressive and promoted you.
But okay, clearly from our side, we want to regulate at early stages in order to facilitate new innovative solutions, because sometimes one of the stumbling blocks is the lack of a regulatory framework. So it is our duty to ensure that there is a simple and workable regulatory framework for these new solutions in order to facilitate their implementation in practice, maybe set up a support scheme wherever this is needed, especially for new innovative demonstration projects, and of course ensure at the same time environmental protection. In this context, we have already worked. We're at the final stage of presenting the new legal framework for floating offshore wind mills and floating solar panels, for example. So as soon as something seems to be able to be implemented in practice, we try to regulate it so that we ensure a smooth implementation.
Okay, thank you very much. As Ido said, adapting step by step, we'll find the best solution. Because growing the blue economy, the sustainable blue economy, only one thing is sure, that it will require innovation. So blue innovation and blue technology can lead the way. Thank you all very much, and enjoy the next sessions of the forum. And thank you also the organizers. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
The issues facing our oceans can sometimes seem insurmountable. Illegal fishing, overfishing, human trafficking, food insecurity. These pressures impact everyone, and they need to be addressed now. In this era of rapidly evolving, automated, and self-sufficient technology, affordable solutions are now readily available. They simply require people with the skills and expertise to implement them at a global scale. Pelagic Data Systems' ultralight vessel tracking system is a rugged industrial solution that we've custom built to withstand the harsh environment at sea, serving fishing vessels and fleets of any size. Our tracking system provides key functionality, such as fleet tracking, activity monitoring, and data analysis, without requiring any specialized knowledge on the part of the crew. After a simple installation, our hardware operates completely autonomously. Using solar power, our devices enable fishermen to remain focused on their work, while the data they need for their supply chain is automatically collected, encrypted, and securely transferred to the cloud, where they can access it whenever their hands are free. Currently, we're working in more than 20 countries in partnerships with governments, nonprofits, and industry. We're helping to bring more money to fishermen, reduce waste in the supply chain, cut down overfishing, and stop trafficking and illegal fishing from happening. The problems facing our seas will not easily be solved, but by bringing more transparency and accountability to the fishing industry, we believe seismic change is possible.
Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to be joining remotely today to talk about advancing the blue economy through marine technology. My name is Jen Cole. I'm the Director of Climate and Oceans at Good Machine Studios. We're a San Francisco-based venture studio firm, and we have many different companies and projects under our portfolio, and one of them is Pelagic Data Systems, a vessel tracking device that I'll be talking about more today. So why do we need vessel tracking systems? Vessel tracking is needed to understand what's happening for fishing activities at sea, and this need for understanding vessel activities and accountability at sea really reached kind of global awareness between 2015 and 2017. And that's because a series of reporters from many organizations such as The Guardian, the Associated Press, and the New York Times raised awareness. So one reporter, Ian Urbina from the New York Times, documented this in various articles. One about humans who were subjected to modern day slavery in their work catching pet food. One about the people who are subjected to human trafficking and labor abuse, human rights and labor abuse in their work also on seafood or on fishing vessels. And then finally, in addition to these really egregious human rights abuses, you have other social responsibility issues such as resource use. So another article from Ian was about the nation of Palau and how within their exclusive economic zone that they're really heavily reliant on poachers from other places or fishing in their waters. And so these really highlight the need to understand, okay, what vessel activities are occurring at sea so that we can prevent some of these instances of abuses, illegal activity, as well as protect resources for the people that need them. So one of the first things that we usually think about when it comes to tracking vessel activity at sea is vessel monitoring. And traditionally, historically, vessel monitoring could look really low tech. And so that's, say, someone on board a vessel, an onboard observer who's documenting, you know, what fish is being caught, what species, how much, to things as basic as self-reporting and monitoring in that way. Now there are quite a few electronic technologies used for vessel monitoring, So vessel monitoring systems and automatic identification systems that help you get a sense of a vessel's activity. So what port are they leaving from? Where are they in the ocean? And what are kind of the patterns that we're seeing from these vessels? And through these technologies, AIS, VMS, and satellites, you actually start to see a pretty good picture of fishing vessel activity. So on the screen, you're seeing data that Global Fishing Watch, a vessel tracking and monitoring company, captured for 25,000 vessels over 2 years. And these are the patterns of behavior that they're seeing. And there are a range of different organizations who do similar work, and you are also seeing their logos on the screen. The only problem with this is actually some of this monitoring that's happening that we're seeing through AIS, VMS, and satellite. That's only really happening for about 5% of the vessels at sea. And actually 95% of the 5 million plus fishing vessel boats globally, they're completely unmonitored. And so at Pelagic Data Systems, the challenge that we're working to address is how to put all vessels on the map to improve fisheries management, livelihoods, and sustainability. And that was one of the main goals of our founders at Pelagic Data Systems, is how do we make monitoring and data collection something that's actually available for all communities and all fishers? And one of the first things we did was think about the size barrier. So a lot of traditional vessel monitoring systems are exclusionary to smaller vessels. Our Pelagic Data Systems device is appropriate for vessels of any size, and that includes something as small as a dugout canoe. You see many small vessels on the screen and the pelagic devices that are installed on them. And the reason why Pelagic does a great job of vessel monitoring and tracking is because we're recording a lot of data points through our Pelagic devices. So we record 600 data points per hour. And that gives you a pretty good view of what's actually happening for the vessels that we have a unit installed on. And that is significantly better than a traditional vessel monitoring system. So what you're seeing on the screen is a traditional vessel monitoring system, which is only recording about one location every hour or so, compared to our 600 every hour, which is giving you a much higher resolution view of vessel behaviors. And because we have this higher resolution view of vessel behaviors, we can do a better job of distinguishing different fishing activities. So catching fish via hand line is going to look really different than, say, catching crab or lobster from traps. And because of the resolution of the data that we receive, combined with the machine learning that we have, we're able to see that through our dashboard. And through our dashboard, not only do we get this much better picture of the actual vessel activity that's happening, we can create custom alerts for specific fishing behaviors. So we wouldn't say create an alert for legal fishing. What you're seeing right now is a vessel transiting through a marine protected area. That is that box you're seeing. The transit track is in white, and fishing, that's the pink lines. Fishing outside an MPA, fishing legally outside an MPA, and then coming back into shore. We are able to create an alert for, say, an illegal fishing activity based on the MPA region and the vessel's activities. And so you see the transit going into an MPA, remaining within that MPA, and fishing through this second image on the screen. And these alerts allow us both to document illegal fishing activity, but then also to help to confirm when fishing is occurring legally. Our work is also helpful for supporting rights-based management. So on the screen, you're seeing 3 communities fishing. The first 2 communities have access to this exclusive economic zone in the white box. Community 1 in green and Community 2 in red are fishing in their exclusive economic zones. Community 3 is in purple, and actually you're seeing many vessels from Community 3 fishing in an exclusive economic zone that isn't theirs. So through tracking data from Pelagic Data Systems devices, we can actually create alerts for when this fishing is happening outside that community's exclusive economic zone, which is then useful for communities 1, 2, and 3 to better manage the fishery and the rights of the fishers. Our data, our Pelagic Data Systems data tracking, isn't just used to detect illegal activities. It's also used to support small-scale fisheries. So I just have 2 examples on the screen today of work that we've done for blue swimming crab in Indonesia, as well as shrimp in Mexico. And these are communities that really wanted to be able to track vessels and their activities because, like I mentioned earlier, many particularly small-scale vessels are totally unmonitored when they're at sea. So by tracking vessel activity, they could measure the impact of new regulations, so compliance as well as impact on fisher livelihood. Traceability is a major factor for access to premium markets such as the United States and Europe. Pelagic Data Systems enables that traceability through its vessel tracking. And then it helps to support mitigation strategies for illegal activity. And so these are communities that really wanted our devices to do this work and show the way that they're fishing sustainably. And these projects are often in partnership with a range of different NGOs, certifications, and companies. And so that might be someone like Sustainable Fisheries Partnership, Fair Trade, and then the company itself, Del Pacifico Seafood, for our Mexico project. The beauty of Pelagic Data Systems is through Pelagic Data Systems, we've really optimized how to use technological systems or build technological systems and solutions that local communities can use to manage their own goals and achieve their own goals. And that's a model of working that we find really relevant beyond vessel tracking. And that's a model that we use throughout all of the companies and projects within the Good Machine Venture Studio. So we are working at that intersection of community-driven technology, social impact, and capital. And all of the projects that we're working on really prioritize problems that can be solved by for-profits and by leveraging technology. And the impact that we're trying to make is often for market access for smallholders. We want to engage in projects that have measurable impact and benefits for livelihoods and the environment. And those tend to be challenges that you can apply maybe in one region, but are globally relevant. And through our studio model, we're able to actually share resources across these communities and projects, and not just resources, but also learning. And so that really allows us to kind of strengthen all of the projects and communities under projects and companies under our portfolio in a way that benefits all of them. And we really are taking that portfolio approach to strengthening the blue economy and all of the sustainable development ocean goals. So I've shared a lot about Pelagic Data Systems, which helps to reveal at-sea activities to better manage them. We also recognize that that is one helpful tool when it comes to advancing the blue economy. Access to market, enabling and addressing food security, loss, and waste requires solutions beyond just vessel tracking. So we're also building cold chain solutions to help for that, in particular for small scale fishing communities. In order to improve the types of take that are happening at sea, we have a project focused on improving gear types to enable sustainable fishing for, again, smaller fishing communities in the US. And then to improve the ecosystem, particularly coral ecosystems and seagrass ecosystems, we use robotics to better scale restoration through our company ReefGen. So throughout the Good Machine portfolio, we're doing a lot of work to improve the blue economy and provide tools that communities themselves can use to advance their own efforts and sustainability in the ways that they know will work best for them. If you have ideas or projects that you want to share, we're really happy to hear more about them. Don't hesitate to reach out to us at info@goodmachine.studio. And thank you again for letting me join remotely today and have a really good session, everyone.
The ocean is in imminent danger. Threats from multiple impacts, including global warming and human activities, have left the delicate harmony of our planet hanging in the balance. More than a part of the problem, our shared ocean is key to reversing our planetary crisis. Improved knowledge can help us find the relevant, sustainable solutions we need so that the ocean can fully support human health and well-being. It is high time for a revolution to rethink the way we generate and use ocean science, enabling people across the globe access to the skills, data, and technology they need. The good news? We have a plan, a collective global initiative, the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development will inspire critical change in the design, delivery, and use of ocean knowledge. Focusing on 10 priority challenges, the Ocean Decade seeks to empower stakeholders to deliver lasting change to our shared ocean. A once-in-a-lifetime chance to work with partners from around the world to develop the science we need for the ocean we want. Let's join forces to meet the Ocean Decade challenges.
Ocean Decade Challenge number 10. Change humanity's relationship with the ocean. How do we go from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? Let's start with a bit of imagination. Imagine an ocean that we no longer take for granted. An ocean that we respect for regulating our climate and inspiring hundreds of cultures around the world. Imagine the power of a whole generation of all ages and walks of life, committed to saving our planet's largest ecosystem. Ocean knowledge gives us a clear picture of the worsening human impacts on the ocean. Education and ocean literacy give us the keys to changing our behavior so that we can protect the ocean. Time for change is running out, but the next 10 years of ocean action will be critical for a step change in our relation with the ocean. The Ocean Decade is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for humanity to reconnect with the ocean, understand its importance to our survival, and use that knowledge to transform our relationship. In the ocean we want, we live respectfully with our shared ocean, carefully and sustainably managing its precious resources. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade challenge? Join us today.
The next 10 years will be crucial for life on the planet as we know it. Climate change, food shortages, epidemics and disasters, economic crises and unemployment. The good news? We can rely on a powerful source of common solutions to overcome these challenges. Our one shared ocean. Set to become the world's 7th largest economy by 2030, our ocean regulates climate and provides food and livelihoods for over 3 billion people. But do we know all our ocean has to offer? Can we harness ocean solutions to achieve our global goals by 2030? The United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development brings together scientists, governments, business, philanthropists and NGOs to unlock the science we need for the future we want. Are you ready to join the movement? Find out more www.oceandecade.org. Ocean Decade Challenge Number 2. Protect and restore ecosystems and biodiversity. How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? Until recently, marine ecosystems were largely untouched and teeming with rich biodiversity. Yet something has changed over the last 50 years. Coral reefs, top ocean predators, and some of our last pristine marine ecosystems are vanishing. How much more damage must occur before we take action? Healthy marine ecosystems protect our coastlines from storms and erosion, providing safe habitats for millions of species key to nature's equilibrium, offering food security to billions of people, and shielding against climate change. The Ocean Decade fosters an understanding of the challenges facing our ocean so we can live in harmony with nature. Networks of marine protected areas combined with nature-based solutions can sustain our needs and livelihoods while rebuilding a mindful, sustainable and equitable relationship with our shared ocean. Acting as one global community, we can harness knowledge to build tools that protect, restore and manage marine and coastal ecosystems. In the ocean we want, marine ecosystems are cherished and understood, keeping our ocean healthy and resilient. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade Challenge? Join us today.
Ocean Decade Challenge number 7. Expand the global ocean observing system. How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? We're all connected through one shared ocean, from the coast to the high seas, from the ocean's surface to its depths. Sharing information and technology keeps us safe, our economies productive, and our ocean healthy. Through ocean observing systems, scientists, experts, and governments share observations for climate, operational services, and marine ecosystem health. But the current system has gaps and lacks institutional and financial support. Let's seize the Ocean Decade as a chance to amplify this system's impact, making it sustainable and capable of delivering critical information to those who need it. Together we can expand the knowledge of our past, current, and future ocean, leaving no country behind. A truly inclusive and integrated observing system can predict climate, forecast weather, monitor and manage ocean health, and offer real-time services for sustainable development. In the ocean we want, our global ocean observing system tells us about the state of our ocean, so we can respond to changing conditions wherever we are. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade Challenge? Join us today.
Ocean Decade Challenge. 9. Deliver skills, knowledge, and technology to all. How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? The answer is we don't. Unless we have the necessary skills, knowledge, and technology readily available to every expert and citizen alike. If we are to reverse our planetary crisis together, everyone needs access to ocean information and the skills to turn that knowledge into sustainable solutions and action. Whether you work in science, government, business, civil society, or are a citizen committed to protecting the ocean, you can play a part in this open ocean knowledge revolution. The Ocean Decade encourages the exchange and sharing of skills, knowledge, and technology to cultivate health responses that can collectively promote a clean, safe, and accessible ocean for present and future generations. Let's use the Ocean Decade to build bridges between disciplines and across geographical and generational divides, to radically open access to data, technology, and skills, and achieve together the ocean we want by 2030. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade Challenge? Join us today.
Ocean Decade Challenge number 5. Unlock ocean-based solutions to climate change. How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? The ocean is our greatest ally against climate change. It absorbs heat and carbon in the atmosphere. Mangroves and coral reefs protect communities against climate change effects. Ocean-based energy reduces harmful greenhouse gas emissions. But our ocean is unhealthy, with rising temperatures and sea levels, acidic waters, shrinking glaciers, disappearing ecosystems and species, intense weather events, and fish populations shifting toward cooler waters. This leaves our planet and humanity at great risk. Time is ticking. Life and livelihoods in many small island states are already suffering. Ocean science helps us understand ocean-climate interactions with data and knowledge to predict and respond to changes. Together, let's harness the Ocean Decade for ocean-based solutions to help mitigate, adapt, and build resilience to climate change, like making smarter investments in technologies that lower greenhouse gas emissions. From mountain to seashore, from small island communities to the largest cities. In the ocean we want, our ocean protects us and makes us resilient to climate change. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade Challenge? Join us today.
Greece, a blessed land of crystal blue, clear, uniquely beautiful sea. The ideal natural environment are combined with the most advanced aquaculture method to offer you something unique. Fish brimming with sparkling freshness, exceptional quality, high nutritional value, and delicious taste. Fresh fish from the Greek Sea straight to your table. Fish from Greece. Fish from Greece.
Ocean Decade Challenge number 7. Expand the global ocean observing system. How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? We're all connected through one shared ocean, from the coast to the high seas, from the ocean surface to its depths. Sharing information and technology keeps us safe, our economies productive, and our ocean healthy. Through ocean observing systems, scientists, experts, and governments share observations for climate, operational services, and marine ecosystem health. But the current system has gaps and lacks institutional and financial support. Let's seize the Ocean Decade as a chance to amplify this system's impact, making it sustainable and capable of delivering critical information to those who need it. Together we can expand the knowledge of our past, current, and future ocean, leaving no country behind. A truly inclusive and integrated observing system can predict climate, forecast weather, monitor and manage ocean health, and offer real-time services for sustainable development. In the ocean we want, our global ocean observing system tells us about the state of our ocean, so we can respond to changing conditions wherever we are. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade Challenge? Join us today.
Ocean Decade Challenge number 5. Unlock ocean-based solutions to climate change. How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? The ocean is our greatest ally against climate change. It absorbs heat and carbon in the atmosphere. Mangroves and coral reefs protect communities against climate change effects. Ocean-based energy reduces harmful greenhouse gas emissions. But our ocean is unhealthy, with rising temperatures and sea levels, acidic waters, shrinking glaciers, disappearing ecosystems and species, intense weather events, and fish populations shifting toward cooler waters. This leaves our planet and humanity at great risk. Time is ticking. Life and livelihoods in many small island states are already suffering. Ocean science helps us understand ocean-climate interactions with data and knowledge to predict and respond to changes. Together, let's harness the Ocean Decade for ocean-based solutions to help mitigate, adapt, and build resilience to climate change, like making smarter investments in technologies that lower greenhouse gas emissions. From mountain to seashore, from small island communities to the largest cities. In the ocean we want, our ocean protects us and makes us resilient to climate change. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade Challenge? Join us today.
Greece, a blessed land of crystal blue, clear, uniquely beautiful sea. The ideal natural environment are combined with the most advanced aquaculture method to offer you something unique. Fish brimming with sparkling freshness, exceptional quality, high nutritional value, and delicious taste. Fresh fish from the Greek Sea straight to your table. Fish from Greece. Fish from Greece.
Ocean Decade Challenge number 10. Change humanity's relationship with the ocean. How do we go from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? Let's start with a bit of imagination. Imagine an ocean that we no longer take for granted. An ocean that we respect for regulating our climate and inspiring hundreds of cultures around the world. Imagine the power of a whole generation of all ages and walks of life, committed to saving our planet's largest ecosystem. Ocean knowledge gives us a clear picture of the worsening human impacts on the ocean. Education and ocean literacy give us the keys to changing our behavior so that we can protect the ocean. Time for change is running out, but the next 10 years of ocean action will be critical for a step change in our relation with the ocean. The Ocean Decade is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for humanity to reconnect with the ocean, understand its importance to our survival, and use that knowledge to transform our relationship. In the ocean we want, we live respectfully with our shared ocean, carefully and sustainably managing its precious resources. Are you up to meeting this Ocean Decade challenge? Join us today.
Στην Ελλάδα, η εμπειρία αιώνων και το ιδανικό φυσικό περιβάλλον συναντούν τις πιο προηγμένες μεθόδους ιχθυοκαλλιέργειας για να παράγουν κάτι μοναδικό. Ψάρια απαράμιλης ποιότητας με εγγυημένη φρεσκάδα, υψηλή διατροφική αξία και εκπληκτική γεύση. Η ελληνική θάλασσα σας κάνει το τραπέζι όπου και αν βρίσκεστε. Ελληνικό ψάρι. Απολαύστε το. Ελληνικό ψάρι.
The next 10 years will be crucial for life on the planet as we know it. Climate change, food shortages, epidemics and disasters, economic crises and unemployment. The good news? We can rely on a powerful source of common solutions to overcome these challenges. Our one shared ocean. Set to become the world's 7th largest economy by 2030, our ocean regulates climate and provides food and livelihoods for over 3 billion people. But do we know all our ocean has to offer? Can we harness ocean solutions to achieve our global goals by 2030? The United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development brings together scientists, governments, business, philanthropists and NGOs to unlock the science we need for the future we want. Are you ready to join the movement? Find out more www.oceandecade.org.
Στην Ελλάδα, η εμπειρία αιώνων και το ιδανικό φυσικό περιβάλλον συναντούν τις πιο προηγμένες μεθόδους ιχθυοκαλλιέργειας για να παράγουν κάτι μοναδικό. Ψάρια απαράμιλης ποιότητας με εγγυημένη φρεσκάδα, υψηλή διατροφική αξία και εκπληκτική γεύση. Η ελληνική θάλασσα σας κάνει το τραπέζι όπου κι αν βρίσκεστε. Ελληνικό ψάρι. Απολαύστε το. Ελληνικό ψάρι.
Greece, a blessed land of crystal blue, clear, uniquely beautiful sea. The ideal natural environment are combined with the most advanced aquaculture method to offer you something unique. Fish, brimming with sparkling freshness, exceptional quality, high nutritional value, and delicious taste. Fresh fish from the Greek Sea straight to your table. Fish from Greece. Fish from Greece.
Hello everybody, thank you for being with us in the following panel talking about sustainable blue investments. I'm Nektarios Notis, co-founding of ES Greece, the weekly newsletter on ESG and the esggreece.com website, and I'd like to present our speakers, our panelists. Let's start from the ladies of the panel. I welcome Ms. Andrea Stratsinescu, Head of Unit at DG Marine European Commission. Thank you for being with us. Mrs. Dorothy Hare, Manager for Ocean and Climate Change in the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Thank you for being with us, Ms. Hare. The Deputy Minister of Development and Investments of the Greek government, Mr. John Tsakiris. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Tsakiris. Mr. Chris Gorel Barnes, no, he's not with us now, still now. Mr. Guy Auger, partner of Andera Partners. Thank you, Mr. Auger. Mr. Mohab Ali Al-Hidai, co-founder of Sustainable Investments. Thank you for being with us as well. And Mr. Olivier Reibo, Managing Director of Swen Capital Partners. So, hi. The panel consists of people that represent institutions from Greece and European Commission as well, and fund managers in order to have a 360 perspective of sustainable blue investments. Mr. John Tsakiris, you are the Deputy Minister of Investments and Development here in Greece. What's the guidance of your ministry regarding this kind of investments?
First of all, thank you for inviting me in such an important and I would say very up-to-the-time event. Because blue economy has finally, the concept of blue economy has finally matured. It took some time, but I think it started almost a year ago when the ministers of the European ministers for the seas, let's say, co-signed the declaration, and then the European Commission has announced to the European Parliament and the Council about the strategy for the blue economy. So I think things have accelerated the last year, and we are now here trying to see what we can do, how we can finance this blue economy, how we can create tools that can also accelerate the investments in this, how can I say, it's not an area, it's an idea, because you cannot define an area. However, Greece, which is one of the few European countries with hundreds of kilometers of coastlines, hundreds of islands,
has a particular interest in the development on this sector of the economy. And as I said before, we have, as a European Union, we have been late. And now it's the time not only to put the strategy, but also to put the tools for this strategy to be implemented and produce economic growth. When it comes to the Ministry of Development and Investments, in particular the part of the European funds, the European structural funds that I'm supervising, we have a clear plan on how to support blue economy through grants, but also financial instruments. And as you know, we are entering in the new programming period of the structural funds, the 21-27 period. Greece has secured 26 billion of euros for the next 7 years. And particularly with the operational program of infrastructure and the operational program of competitiveness, we are planning to fully support the strategy for the development of the blue economy in our country. So by combining the policies of several ministries that they are involved, which from one hand that's a disadvantage, but on the other hand is also an advantage because you can hear several voices and several perspectives, meaning that it's the Ministry of Development and Investments, is the Ministry of Navy, it's the Ministry of Tourism. So there are many stakeholders in this area, which each one has a specific perspective and has a clear view on what it can contribute towards the achievement of accomplishing this strategy for the development of the blue economy that we have. Now, coming into the financing of this whole idea, structural funds through those two operational programs that I mentioned before are allocating a big portion of funds to support investments, particularly from SMEs that they are active in blue economy. There are programs that we are also discussing with several ministries when it comes to financial instruments for those small and medium enterprises. And there's also projects that can be financed from structural funds, infrastructure projects that, let's say, they can significantly improve the environment in all those coastlines and islands. Don't forget that the structural funds program has a very strong periphery focus, meaning that one of the main purposes of the structural funds is the cohesion of all the regions in all the countries in the European Union. So that's the big idea of what we are trying to do. So there's significant funding available from the structural funds. Of course, there's also funding available from the Recovery Fund and also from the investment law of the Ministry of Development and Investments. Already we're working on financial instruments, specific and focused financial instruments for blue economy. We're also working in more, let's say, emblematic subsidy actions when it comes to subsidize investments in those regions, with the aiming for the result really to develop an ecosystem in this area that it's fully sustainable, blue, but also at the same time green and digital. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tsakiris, for your presentation of the initiatives of your ministry regarding blue sustainable investments. Now, let me welcome as well Mr. Chris Goren-Barnes, founding partner of Ocean 14 Capital. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Barnes. And Mr. Satinescu, last May 2021, you joined forces with European Investment Bank and the European Investment Fund in order to implement the new blue economy strategy. What's the results of this initiative so far?
As you mentioned, the strategy for a sustainable blue economy was launched last year, and we have to look at the blue economy, considering what are not only the sectors in which we are going to work, but what are all the elements that are needed to support. And of course, the investments are one important part of it. What we are doing, it's already supporting with the transformation of the current Blue Invest instrument and developing a sustainable approach for the next 7 years. So under the InvestEU, we are going to have a dedicated product that is going to support the blue economy. Already this started in the previous European Maritime and Fisheries Fund, and already 100 million with the support of the EIB group, EIF. They were already invested in 5 intermediaries, and this is going to continue with a more substantial amount for the next 7 years. We have a lot of opportunities in front of us, and blue economy, it's part of the solution to achieve a healthy and sustainable water, I would say, ecosystem in Europe. Because we look from the perspective, and we have always to consider the interaction between. Excuse me? Okay, sorry. We have to look at the water ecosystem. We have to consider the interactions between ocean and rivers. We have in Europe 22 countries, in European Union 22 countries that have a coastline. But we know very well that the interaction between water and sea is extremely important to address the big challenges what we have in front of us. So blue economy has to look at from the perspective of all the challenges that we have from the decarbonization perspective, but also from the perspective of restoration and also addressing the pollution. What we did as well, and probably you are aware, we have a mission Ocean that is going to address the research and innovation challenges that we have in front of us and that are important in order to be able to build a healthy ocean. So from the level of European Union, for the next years, we are going to support research and innovation through a dedicated mission Ocean within Horizon Europe, but also we are supporting that all this innovation arrives into the market and it's further replicated through all the support that it's given within InvestEU. But for this, of course, we cannot do alone. We know that there are instruments, there are funds available. As the Deputy Minister previously mentioned, at the level of the Member States, we need to align forces and to work well together all in a, I would say, in a concerted way in order to be able to have an impact. So we put a strategy, but we cannot do everything alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Statinescu. And now, Mrs. Hare, the thing is that from your position, you are also you have also developed with financial experts the Blue Natural Capital Financing Facility and the Subnational Climate Fund. How easy is it to attract funding for this kind of initiatives, taking into account that there is always the thought in investors that there is a risk. How easy is to take the risk out of blue investments?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the question and for having me today. And yeah, let me first say, as IUCN, we are a conservation organization. So of course, we are very excited to see the blue economy that we talk about, the sustainable or often also regenerative blue economy efforts going on. So what we are looking for indeed is how we integrate nature-based solutions. So what are nature-based solutions? It's about conservation, restoration, sustainable management of, in this case, coastal and marine ecosystem for broader societal challenges, for addressing those, whether it's climate change, whether it's food security. And I think in that context, we are indeed very excited to engage with various stakeholders on this prospect of sustainable blue economy. I think from our side, of course, what we are interested in is basically twofold. One is trying to reduce the risk of any sort of development that might come with negative impacts on biodiversity. So we've been working a lot specifically looking at the climate horizon. What does a good wind offshore development look like to really reduce the impacts on biodiversity? But indeed, the flip side is not just to reduce the negative side, but how can we spin this into a positive alignment? And that is where nature-based solutions come in. So whether it is looking at the sort of economic opportunity really in an integrated fashion of including conservation and restoration of ecosystems, whether that is sort of around some aquaculture, sustainable aquaculture efforts, whether it's about restoration practices for restoring and protecting coastline from storms and other sort of climate-induced impacts, etc. And I think that's indeed what we're trying to do with some of the efforts we have that are primarily focused on the developing country world. But nevertheless, I think it's interesting to take parallels and lessons learned, because I think we do want to go into climate resilient infrastructure world, like we heard also from the Deputy Minister. And I think here we need to look for these synergies between technology advancement, climate needs, but as well the sort of biodiversity opportunities and impacts. And I think you asked the question, how easy is it to attract capital? And I think what we, again, with the conservation hat on and talking about nature-based solutions, I've been doing this now for 3 years in this space, and the top line is still there's enough money, but there are not enough projects. And I think that is where we are trying to really help project developers move forward and integrate this notion and really tangible efforts on nature-based solutions into infrastructure project or some other type of blue economy efforts. And I think here also maybe a note, and I'm looking forward to hearing from other speakers on the panel, because I think the blue economy and the blue finance world has exploded in the last few months. And there's really a lot of funds, to a lesser degree, sort of technical assistance efforts emerging. But I think it's extremely important to ensure that it's not just investment into technology, because we do see that, of course, efforts like having a better harvesting, processing technology for seaweed farming, that in itself is investable and an achievement. But from our point of view, we don't know how do any of those benefits or investment feed back into the actual management and conservation of the underlying services of the ecosystem that make sure that we have healthy, productive system. And I think that is the same with sort of plastic example. I think it's absolutely needed, and we need investment into some wastewater and plastic recycling, etc. technology. But I think from a nature conservation point of view, we also need to think more holistically how some of these, specifically thinking about private sector investment, how can we leverage those alongside increased government spending for conservation and restoration of coastal and marine ecosystems? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Herr. Mr. Vieribo, you are the Managing Director of Sweden Capital Partners, that you have launched the Blue Ocean Fund, where you invest in innovative startups that contribute to regenerating ocean health. And the question is, I have two questions for you. How feasible is to invest in such this kind of startups, and how easy do they comply to the needs of and the norms of a fund? And secondly, if you agree with Mrs. Herr that there is enough funding but not enough ideas or companies to invest.
Thank you for your questions. And to But first of all, it's difficult for me to come just after Dorothée, because Dorothée just said that we shouldn't just invest in technology, but we should also invest in nature-based solutions and some sort of infrastructure. And I mean, the position we have with Swen Blue Ocean is to invest in technology. So sorry, Dorothée. But we're just one player in the ecosystem, and we also totally agree with Dorothée that other players are needed to invest in the projects, and the technologies that we will help develop will help in support those projects to become more sustainable. So now coming back on your question, so is it easy to find startups that comply with our investment strategy? I would say that that's where we started from. I mean, really, when we launched the strategy, we worked on that strategy. When it started from the fact that, well, we saw that the ocean is under threat and that we needed to do something. Also we started to see that some innovative startups were bringing solutions that could help restore the ocean at scale. And then before we launched the fund, we really worked on what is the pipeline, and to make sure that we do have a sufficient pipeline to fuel the funds. And so that's why we're very confident. What we saw is that, I mean, maybe starting 4 or 5 years ago, there has been a new ecosystem around SDG 14 and ocean health innovation. And this ecosystem has been fueled by public money, has been fueled by some philanthropy or some accelerators or incubators, specifically targeting at ocean health. And the results of this emerging ecosystem is really great number of young startups that come with some very interesting solutions to the three main threats to the ocean, which are overfishing, marine pollution, and climate change. And they came to a point where they developed a technology, and they're starting to see that the market is starting. That's where we thought that the best way to help this ecosystem develop would be to invest right at that stage, where we will invest in startups that have a proven technology and demonstrated market traction, to help them become scalable so that they can scale their solutions, their innovation that will have a positive impact on the ocean. So that's how we built it. And really we see a lot of examples. So I don't know how much time I have, but we just recently, for example, invested in a shrimp farming company that developed a technology to farm shrimp on land, and their system, in their system, water is fully reused. Okay, so it's a closed loop system, and it's based on bacterial regeneration of the water. And thanks to this, there's no effluents that is wasted, released in the environment. So that's very positive compared to the way we harvest shrimp or the way we farm shrimp in traditional methods. And this is an example of a solution, an innovation that is positive for the environment.
Thank you very much for your comments. Mr. Guillaume, you are part of Andera Partners, and you are founder and CEO of Greensolver, a technical services company specializing on renewable energies. And as I'm reading now your short bio, you personally have supported infrastructure funds in more than a dozen countries. So my question is for you. Are the world's investors aware of ocean-related risks to their portfolios?
Yeah, okay, well, thanks, Nectarios. Maybe just before addressing that for Dorothée, because it's also interesting to see how, and it links to your question, Nectarios, as well, is that with an Andera, our fund is called Andera Smart Infra, and contrary to what Olivier does at Sven, we don't invest in technology, we invest in the infrastructure. But in a way, we're a bit at the other end of the spectrum, and so we invest in developers of infrastructure. So the people that will develop projects that will turn out to be infrastructure in the end. And what we see around the ocean, basically we see a lot of opportunities, but there's still very much around harbors, around offshore, these type of things. So it's not the same. I guess we don't take technology risk, so we're keen to see the investments from people like Olivier pay out, because in the end, we want to make sure that the technology works when we actually structure the infrastructure. Today, we've made investments in, let's say, in a company. One example is Life, who's a hydrogen developer, but Life develops hydrogen, green hydrogen on land, but also we're working now to develop the first hydrogen production using on floating offshore wind. And what's interesting with them as well is that obviously when you make hydrogen, obviously you have a byproduct which is oxygen, which is left, and the idea is to then re-inject the oxygen into the ocean as well, which is obviously is a very positive positive outcome. But so I mean, to go back to your question, Nectarios, I think today there are few funds that I know of which are fully dedicated to the blue economy. I think there's why? Because the blue economy in itself needs a bit more structure. I think what's happening in Greece, what the EU has started pushing is great. I think what we need is a bit more regulation, a bit like we've seen with the fuels, obligation of SAF and these things. Regulation doesn't mean tariffs. It just means putting people in a corridor in a way so that they're forced to change, and that's what we need to affect the transition. But the interest is clearly there. I mean, for us, we are, as I said, we do energy transition, so therefore we see a lot of opportunities coming on close, anything related to water, but really more on the harbor, and we're very keen to make that step further into the blue economy itself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jose. Let's go now. Let's move to Middle East. Mr. Al Hinai, you are covering via sustainable investments. You are covering Middle East, North Africa, all this area. What's how ready is this area, and companies there and investors there for blue sustainable investments?
Okay, thank you very much for having me. Maybe just to quickly introduce Oman and the region. Obviously, Oman is in the GCC. When people think of Oman, they think of us as a small country. While that's true, the population is small. Oman is not a small country in terms of landmass. We are bigger than the United Kingdom, bigger than Italy, with 2,000 kilometers of coastline, and we are open to the Indian Ocean. So obviously. As Oman transitions from oil and gas to diversify, the ocean economy or blue economy is one of the pillars for diversifying away from oil and gas. So we have, for example, obviously, if you look at the world, obviously the population by 2050 is booming, right? 10 billion people. They're going to need food, water, energy, waste disposal, and housing. And so, where are you going to provide all this? Now, if the oceans, obviously, oceans cover 70% of our planet. If they are used or invested in sustainably, they can provide 6 times more food than they do right now, and almost 2/3 of the proteins needed to feed the human or the exploding human population. Obviously, we have to do so sustainably in a very sustainable fashion. And I think, as the previous speakers mentioned, The pollution is a big issue. 14 million tons of plastics go into the oceans every year. That is not a small amount, and that is going to obviously create a lot of havoc to the food chain that a lot of people depend on. Now, in terms of also the energy, oceans can provide a lot of energy, like the wave energies. I know this is in this part of the world is still not very well utilized, is still underdeveloped, but there are a lot of interest here, in at least in Oman. So, for example, the government established a state-owned company called Fisheries Development Oman that really is trying to take, the blue economy and ocean economy to the next level here in Oman. So there is a lot of interest. They are obviously still a lot of challenges that need to be overcome. However, with Oman's location, and I know a lot of the other GCC countries are looking at this, with Oman being open to the Indian Ocean. So there is no lack of opportunities here. It's just a matter of finding the right project with the right partners to move this forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali Al-Hinai. And last but not least, Mr. Chris Gorel-Barnes from Ocean 14 Capital. Mr. Barnes, you have raised 150 million euros for blue investments, as far as I'm reading. And the question is, in what extent the world's investors are acting on the opportunities provided by this emerging investment topic. You are muted.
First time I've done that this year. Could you just repeat the second half of the question?
In what extent the global investors are acting on the opportunities provided by this emerging investment topic?
Well, I think that as was said earlier, there's a huge demand and explosion of interest in the blue economy, and specifically in the sustainable blue economy. So there's interest from the investors. We're seeing obviously a very, very strong group of LPs that have invested in Ocean 14 Capital, from the European Investment Fund, who've anchored Ocean 14 Capital with 35 million euros, and then we've been very fortunate enough to bring in some very large strategic LPs that have come in and joined the fund. And there is a real increased demand for investing in the blue economy. What's unique about Ocean 14 Capital is that we are a growth equity fund. So we believe that the biggest opportunity to drive what we call this convergence of drivers, which is to improve ocean health and generate significant returns for our investors, is to invest in and help existing businesses. I think, as most of people know on this call, there's a massive economy of $3 trillion within the ocean, and a lot of it is overlooked, and a lot of it is quite inefficient. It's not utilizing new technologies, it's not innovating with data, and there's a lot of stalled growth and businesses that need support from funds like ours that actually can help these businesses become more sustainable and help these businesses grow, become more profitable, looking at mergers and acquisitions. And our whole strategy at Ocean 14 Capital is to create what we refer to as data-led, technology-enabled, circular and regenerative by design industrial scale platforms for the blue economy. So everything that we'll be investing in, we'll be looking at the data angle, looking at how technology can improve these businesses, whether that's fisheries, aquaculture, seaweed, plastics, and then looking at how do we design these platforms with a regenerative system or a circular system. We heard that Olivia talk about circular for his great investment that he's just done in shrimps, but we will look at that across all the platforms that we will invest in across our 5 categories, which is aquaculture, fisheries, alternatives to fish protein, which is a huge opportunity, and then pollution, trying to stop plastics get into the ocean, and then seaweed and natural capital. So, answering the question, there's a lot of appetite for investors. There's a lot of exciting businesses that are looking for support, and they really are looking for funds like ours, which are offering this sort of unique knowledge and access of understanding impact, understanding sustainability. We have a huge team of scientists and experts that really understand the problems in the ocean. And these businesses are looking for support to help make them more impactful, which we believe will make these businesses more valuable and therefore give a great return to our LPs.
Thank you very much for your comments. I have a question for all the fund managers that we are here on the panel. Is Greece attractive in this kind of investments? I don't know who would like to answer first. Nobody.
Okay.
So I didn't hear the question.
The question was, is Greece attractive? And I would say from
this kind of investments.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I'll start because I've been obviously
Yes.
I've been in Greece investing and otherwise working for a number of years. I think Greece now has become a lot more attractive than it was. Clearly, I think the programs that have been put in place also around the blue economy also make it quite interesting. And in the end, it's a matter of risk return. I think the obviously the level of risk, perceived risk will remains higher in Greece, and it will probably be for a few years. But for us, especially us who are Andera, we're investing into infra supported assets. Obviously, we'll secure the cash flows as much as possible. So for us, yeah, Greece remains interesting, probably less risky than it would for other investors.
Any other comment?
On my part, what I see is that Greece is very strong for shipping, which is clearly where there's a lot of investment to be done to decarbonize shipping companies. In aquaculture also, Greece is quite strong. So those are typically two topics which are important. And we also know that unfortunately one of the most polluted part of the ocean is the eastern part of the Mediterranean Sea. So that's also some places where we could find some solutions and help clean that ocean.
Mr. Tsakidis would like to share. Yes, and we conclude with Mr. Tsakidis. Please.
I was just going to build on that. I think that there is definitely a growing interest in sustainable aquaculture systems in Greece. We're certainly looking at some innovations in that space, and also there seems to be a very good strong tailwinds in looking at conservation perspectives. From a foundation perspective, of the Blue Marine Foundation, we currently have a very significant plan on creating marine protected areas in Greece at the moment. There seems to be interest from government, interest from philanthropy, and interest from business there. And I think also another opportunity is very much the demand and interest in sustainable tourism, right? And actually making sure that the oceans around Greece are healthy and full of life, so therefore that they can actually continue to attract the huge tourism economy that is very, very important to the country.
Thank you. We have run out of time. Mr. Tsakidis, please, in 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you very much. Just for the dear fund managers that are around this panel, we have a very important co-financing tools in Greece through the Hellenic Development Bank for Investments. Currently in the market, there are 2 billion euros procured for almost 2 billion for fund managers that they will start a private equity or a venture capital fund to invest in Greece. Also, there possibly an international private equity or venture capital fund that would like to allocate a part of its fund for investments in Greece. We also have a possibility to co-invest, and we are purely passive investor as we trust fully the fund manager. So For the fund managers, happy to discuss further at a later stage if you wish to establish an investment operation in Greece. We are very pragmatic. We have significant funds, and we are less bureaucratic than EIF.
So with this message and this invitation to all of you, we conclude. So we are running out of time. Thank you so much for this fruitful discussion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for an interesting presentation by Ms. Marilyn Mekshi on the future of work in the blue and green economy. Bye.
The next 10 years will be crucial for life on the planet as we know it. Climate change, food shortages, epidemics and disasters, economic crises and unemployment. The good news? We can rely on a powerful source of common solutions to overcome these challenges. Our one shared ocean. Set to become the world's 7th largest economy by 2030, our ocean regulates climate and provides food and livelihoods for over 3 billion people. But do we know all our ocean has to offer? Can we harness ocean solutions to achieve our global goals by 2030? The United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development brings together scientists, governments, business, philanthropists and NGOs to unlock the science we need for the future we want. Are you ready to join the movement? Find out more www.oceandecade.org. The next 10 years will be crucial for life on
Good afternoon. Thank you to the organizers for including me in this important conversation today and addressing the future of work aspect. In the global discourse nowadays, a key feature of the future of work is decent work. In the framework of the SDGs, promoting decent work for all is not only an objective in itself in Goal 8, but also present throughout the whole set of goals and indicators as a major driver of sustainable development in Agenda 2030. In that sense, every green ambition enshrined in the SDGs matters to actors in building an inclusive future with decent work. Now, as it has been emphasized during this conference today, green and blue economies can be real engines of growth. But we will need a fundamental transformation, fundamental change of the global economy to go truly green. It's estimated that getting to net zero by 2050 will cost an extra $3.5 trillion a year. The cost is high, but we all acknowledge that the cost of inaction far exceeds the cost of action. So that's why countries around the globe have been keen to state their commitment to net zero emissions, from Chile's pledge for at least 30% of its COVID recovery investments to go towards sustainable development, to Nigeria's plan to scrap subsidies for its oil industry. The UK too has opted to earmark 134 million British pounds in investment for businesses to develop clean technologies and create green jobs. So governments have a key role to play and create the framework that underpins economic growth and decent work in the green-blue economy. But the private sector is also important and can be a key driver in this change. The green economy is critical to all companies' ESG ambitions. As businesses transition towards more sustainable business models in order to reduce overfishing or deforestation, this will have a big impact on labor markets and potentially on the skills required globally. Now, green jobs has been on the increase for a while, but it's important to stress that there's no such thing as a single green industry anymore. green jobs span across multiple industries. And while green talent development is growing faster in sectors like energy and mining, green jobs actually have a higher overall presence in healthcare, agriculture, transportation, construction, and manufacturing. So over the next decade, we expect to see millions of new jobs to be created globally. The ILO estimates that 24 million jobs worldwide could be created by the green economy by 2030 alone. At the regional level, there will be net job creation in the Americas, Asia and the Pacific, and Europe, representing some 3 million, 14 million, and 2 million jobs respectively, resulting from measures taken in the production and use of energy. But you cannot go green without blue. Blue economy activities provide a livelihood for over 820 million people worldwide. In Europe, blue economy traditional sectors contribute to about 1.5% of the EU 27 GDP and provide about 4.5 million direct jobs, that is 2.3% of EU 27 total employment. 4 member states, Spain, Germany, Italy, and France, are the largest contributors to the EU blue economy for both employment, with a combined contribution of 53%, and GVA, with a combined contribution of 61%. In this landscape, only Greece manages to come among these 4 countries by positioning second in the contribution to the EU blue economy. So blue economy matters, and it matters especially in the context of the ongoing digital transformation in the coming decades. Innovation in advanced materials, subsea engineering, big data analytics, biotechnology, and nanotechnology. Every sector of the ocean economy stands to be affected by these technological advances. So looking to 2030, pre-COVID analysis estimated that ocean industries are anticipated to employ approximately 40 million full-time equivalent jobs in the business as usual scenario. The fastest growth in jobs is expected to occur in offshore wind energy, marine aquaculture, fish processing, and port activities. So blue economy matters in the future of work, but it's important to be realistic about the circumstances in which we find ourselves today. This pandemic and its consequences have badly hit the ocean economy, be it in tourism, be it in commercial shipping, be it in fishing. So we have to work for a process of restoring blue growth potential. And that requires that the financing to support the type of productive transformation that we need in a very short space of time is provided globally, and that countries are given all of the circumstances that they need to move in the direction that they must. So in looking ahead, I would like to propose an agenda of the future of work in the green-blue economy that's based on 4 levels of investments. The first set of investments is in the capacities of people. We need to invest in the skills of working people to offer them the chance of lifelong learning opportunities that are crucial for a digital green-blue economy. Second, we need to invest in social protection. Social protection is not a break from change, it's a way of facilitating people's capacity to change. And yes, we need to invest in the jobs of the future. We have to invest in the development of infrastructure. That's where the jobs of the future will come from. And we need to have the right policies. It's important to build new policy toolkits for attracting green-blue investments and strengthening the synergies between employment and social policies on one hand and environmental and blue growth strategies on the other. Finally, partnerships between governments, workers, and business can help jumpstart the green-blue economy by investing in new knowledge and tackling changes in income distribution, potentially aggravating inequalities and labor market exclusion. These partnerships are critical for success and for ensuring a sustainable green-blue future of work in which no one is left behind. And with these thoughts, I would like to close my intervention and thank you all for your attention.
Στην Ελλάδα, η εμπειρία αιώνων και το ιδανικό φυσικό περιβάλλον συναντούν τις πιο προηγμένες μεθόδους ιχθυοκαλλιέργειας για να παράγουν κάτι μοναδικό. Ψάρια απαράμιλης ποιότητας με εγγυημένη φρεσκάδα, υψηλή διατροφική αξία και εκπληκτική γεύση. Η ελληνική θάλασσα σας κάνει το τραπέζι όπου κι αν βρίσκεστε. Ελληνικό ψάρι. Απολαύστε το. Ελληνικό ψάρι.
Ocean Decade Challenge 9. Deliver skills, knowledge and technology to all. How do we move from the ocean we have to the ocean we want? The answer is we don't. Unless we have the necessary skills, knowledge and technology readily available to every expert and citizen alike. If we are to reverse our planetary crisis together, everyone needs access to ocean information and the skills to turn that knowledge into sustainable solutions and action. Whether you work in science, government, business, civil society, or are a citizen committed to protecting the ocean, you can play a part in this open ocean knowledge revolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you in this second part, the afternoon session of the Blue Economy Forum 2022. And as you notice, this session, this part of the event is more focused this afternoon on the business side, on investment, on how things can be mobilized in the blue economy from the economy sense. We've had the pleasure to hear from a number of fund managers, of policymakers, and so on. And before that, we were normally scheduled to have with us the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Mr. Riccardo Mourinho Felix, who played the trick, solved the trick. And so I'm very happy to tell you that we will be able to hear from Riccardo Mourinho Felix. Mr. Vice President, it's such a great pleasure to have you again with us this year. Thank you for being from us from the very first year and being with us again. And we really hope to be able to host you by physical presence next year in the Blue Economy Forum 2023. I will not start with questions. I want only to ask you to your perspective, how you see things in terms of development of the blue economy and the role of the EIB in this. And then if we have time, we'll go on with a couple of questions and a bit of discussion. But for now, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Spiros, and thanks for the organization for solving this with us, this technical hiccup from the IB side. Ladies and gentlemen, it's of course a great pleasure to be here for the second year, and unfortunately not presentially, but still virtually. I would like to start by thanking, of course, Delphi Economic Forum and the Institute for Sustainable Development of EPLO for bringing us together again this year, and for the invitation to participate in this discussion. Well, we still live in exceptional times, and the impact of COVID is still unfolding, and we have to plan a recovery that builds back better and that builds a more sustainable low. And ensuring a green and sustainable recovery is of paramount importance. This is especially true for the oceans and for the blue economy ecosystem. The European Green Deal, as posted by the European Commission, is a game changer, and it has the potential to deliver, in fact, a paradigm shift for the benefit of the current, but also of the future generation. So it tackles the crisis head-on. It is ambitious, it is comprehensive, and it has a strong focus on growth and jobs. A strong focus in making the difference. And that's what makes us different this time. And I cannot stress enough the role of oceans and seas and the role they can play to achieve the high ambitions set by the Green Deal. I might well be preaching to the converted, but let me emphasize that healthy oceans are just as important for global economy as they are for our health and for the climate. Everything is aligned. All incentives are aligned. Oceans absorb 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions, produce more than half of the oxygen we breathe. So, strange as it may sound, oceans are the lungs of the planet. And oceans provide billions of people with income and with foodstuff and with their livelihoods. So blue economy has enormous potential to participate in driving a sustainable growth and at the same time reducing poverty. According to OECD, by 2030, the blue economy could more than double its value compared to 2016 to over 3 trillion of US dollars. And this represents huge opportunities for all of us to support economic prosperity with the blue economy. And this is particularly true for the Mediterranean region. Therefore, developing an innovative blue economy ecosystem is key, and it requires investment. It requires, in fact, scaling up investments and provides significant support that is available from the European Union, from the EU budget, but also from the funding that is provided by the European Investment Bank. And engagement is the name of the game, a strong engagement by local and by national authorities. And we are ready to work with our partner multilateral development banks, with the member states, and in particular with our partner countries for the Mediterranean to step up and develop blue economy initiatives. A strong engagement not only by the public, but also by the private sector. The size and the complexity of the blue economy challenges and the size of the opportunities that we can reap requires very large amounts of funding, very large amount of resources. And the public resources will not be enough. They can be very powerful to mobilize private investment, but by itself, the public resources will not be enough. We are aware that there are constraints on blue economy projects in assessing private funding. But supporting disruptive technologies, supporting research and development always involves high levels of risk and returns that may come further in time. And the IB and the Commission, as patient financiers, are ready to support it. We develop financial instruments to bridge financing gaps and to support the climate innovation. With our instruments, with our expertise, we can share risk for those projects and attract private investors, giving them the fair share of risk and the fair share of the remuneration. That's what we bring to the table, in fact, the two key productive factors for innovation, patience and risk-bearing capacity. And we are already doing quite a lot, but there is room, there is space, there is demand for doing much more. We launched the Blue Investment Fund of funds under the leadership of the European Investment Fund, and this is backed by a guarantee from the Commission. Without this guarantee, this would not have been possible. This is a powerful European Union tool to support firms that innovate in terms of products and services, and this is how the blue economy can deliver to the EU Green Deal. We also developed Innofin, a joint initiative again by the bank and by the European Commission to finance innovators that work in blue economy, but not only in the blue economy, in other innovative sectors too, to accelerate the access to finance, to accelerate innovation, to accelerate businesses. And we'll continue joining forces with the Commission and with other partners to protect the health of the Mediterranean Sea and increase the investment in the blue economy, supporting projects that reduce the ocean pollution, developing joint solutions and financial instruments. And let me address the member states of the European Union. Let me address our partners, countries for the Mediterranean. We can do more together, the EU member states and the partner countries for the Mediterranean. We can do more in the deployment of public funds and in the mobilization of private sector resources. We can do more for the oceans. We can do more to benefit our citizens and the environment for all of those that live in the Mediterranean basin. On top of the financing solutions, we also offer technical expertise, technical assistance in specific areas. Take the example, for instance, of offshore wind energy. EIB was among the first to finance offshore wind in Europe. We have been at the heart of financing offshore wind power now for close to 20 years, and it matured in the renewable energy supply in Europe. We started from a very limited number of demonstration plants. Then we progressed to 25 gigawatts capacity, and it was our deliberate choice in early 2000s to engage with emerging renewable technologies. As of today, the IB co-financed close to 1/3 of all offshore wind production in Europe. So we started with pilot projects, we scaled it up, and we delivered. And now we are following this path for floating offshore wind. We financed the first of a kind, the wind float project in the Portuguese coast, and it is a success. And we are now supporting the French floating wind energy programs for 4 pilot projects. And this is critical for investor confidence in a promoter's ability to deliver for affirming performance of a technology and its marketability. Furthermore, we have implemented dedicated strategies and initiatives to promote the blue economy. In 2019, we launched the Blue Sustainable Ocean Strategy, what we call the Blue SOS, to step up our efforts in supporting the sustainable blue economy. We are investing 2.5 billion euros till 2023. That's our target in sustainable ocean projects, and we expect with this 2.5 billion to mobilize more than 5 billion in public and private investment for the ocean economy. But we did more. We launched in October 2018, together with AFD and KfW, the Clean Ocean Initiative. It was a joint European initiative to finance 2 billion in reducing pollution that goes into our seas. The target was 2 billion in 2023. And in 2020, CDP and DICO, the Spanish and Italian national promotional banks, joined us. And 2 weeks ago, in the Ocean Summit in Brest, we welcomed EBRD as a new member. This initiative is a success. By the end of 2021, we delivered 1.8 billion out of the 2.5, and we have a pipeline to exhaust the 2 billion that we have available. So we doubled, and the target now moved from 2 to 4, and we extended the implementation period until 2025 with 3 new partners that add up to the initial founders of the initiative. So our project is to reduce plastic pollution before it enters into the oceans. That's the way we can reduce pollution, before it enters into the ocean. Once it enters, it's much more difficult. So to protect this precious and valuable part of our world, what we are doing under this initiative is financing projects in various countries and regions. From projects in Egypt to depollute the Kitchener drain and the River Nile, to stormwater management projects in Benin, from wastewater treatment projects in Buenos Aires in Argentina, to the improvement of the sanitation network in Ecuador. So the Clean Oceans Initiative is playing a role in the global fight against ocean pollution, and we are prepared to continue to deliver and to do more. Finally, a good oceans governance is essential to increase the awareness and the participation of both private and private sector and the policymakers. Investors need to have a clear guidance and legal certainty towards sustainable investment. They need to know what sustainable blue investments look like. There can be no room for a kind of blue. We need to have certainty on how blue is blue in order to crowd in the private funds. The IB, together with the World Wildlife Fund, the European Commission, and the World Resources Institute, founded the Sustainable Blue Economy Finance Principles and Initiative. The United Nations Environment Programme now hosts this initiative to provide a clear guidance framework for financing a sustainable ocean economy. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying that it's hard to overstate how important it is to step up actions to preserve oceans and to combat climate change. If we do not act by now, by the end of this century, the sea level rise can potentially submerge the homeland of 280 million people. And this can simply not happen. It's an existential threat these days, a true existential threat. Extreme weather events are multiplying right before our eyes. Look at Brazil, look at Europe, last summer, this winter, the cost of flood damage will increase by 100 to 1,000 times. It's a huge risk. As simple as that. And at the same time, it is as urgent as that. This is a challenge that we need to tackle together. The blue economy is a key part of the green transition. And without blue, the green transition is just yellow. And we cannot...
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Thank you very much. I think that's very interesting. Let me just ask one clarification. You mentioned the very big number of funds and the work that the EIB has already done on the renewable energy and also reducing plastic. But I think that within the Green Deal, we have also very important dimensions like food from the ocean, biopharma and pharma, and also the decarbonization of shipping. In just 1 minute, because we have to close, do you think we should be expecting to see more action from the EIB in that direction as well, in those new, more innovative, if you like, ways?
For sure, you should expect more action from us. We are precisely targeted at this. So the Clean Oceans Initiative, it's more about cleaning the oceans and water treatment. But then on the Blue Sustainable Oceans Initiative, it's about using the sea as a productive, sustainable factor. Looking at sustainable tourism, look at pharma, looking at using the sea more and more as a sustainable resources and as a sustainable resource of production. And that's important for Europe, but also for all the countries in the Mediterranean area. I think this can be a very important source of jobs and wealth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you so much for being with us, and we're looking forward to being together next year again. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. I'm very more than happy. Thank you.
Greece, a blessed land of crystal blue, clear, uniquely beautiful sea. The ideal natural environment are combined with the most advanced aquaculture method to offer you something unique. Fish brimming with sparkling freshness, exceptional quality, high nutritional value, and delicious taste. Fresh fish from the Greek Sea straight to your table. Fish from Greece. Fish from Greece.
Dear Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis, dear Minister Vasilis Kikilias, dear Director Spiridon Flogaitis, distinguished colleagues, dear friends, it is an honor to greet you today. Greece is a valued UNWTO member state, and you have been an ally for tourism through the good times, and you stepped up your support and collaboration in a time of crisis. Thank you. Greece is one of the world's great destinations. Across Greece, coastal and maritime tourism support jobs and provide opportunities. Tourism also helps fund marine conservation efforts, no more vital than ever. However, we must aim higher. Sustainable Development Goal number 14, life below water, must inform our work as we restart tourism in Greece and everywhere else. Shifting to greater sustainability should be seen as an opportunity, not a challenge. The blue economy has the potential to create wealth, promote trade, generate economic growth, and transform lives. And its realization will not happen without tourism being on board. Tourism can spur the economic development of coastal areas. It offers an important source of income, and more than this, it's a source of pride of local communities, as we see in Greece itself. It can also be a powerful tool for the protection of the environment and the celebration of cultural heritage. To realize this potential, we also need a face up to our responsibilities. The unsustainable development of tourism can damage or even destroy unique natural habitats. In turn, this will damage all related economic activities. Tourism development must be a part of integrated coastal zone management. We need the public and private sectors to work together to preserve fragile marine ecosystem and serve as a vehicle to promote the blue economy. I am pleased to be working with the Ministry of Tourism of Greece through the Research and Monitoring Center for Coastal and Maritime Tourism in the Eastern Mediterranean region. This center will help us guide the development of tourism for destinations and their communities. It will ensure we put local communities, the environment, and sustainability first. I am confident that the benefits will be felt across the whole of the Mediterranean. Ahead of the UN Ocean Conference in Portugal in June 2022, it will also show how tourism is leading the way in facing up to its responsibilities and taking action. I wish you all a productive and inspiring forum. Thank you. Ευχαριστώ.
The General Secretary set the ground for a very interesting discussion that our Minister, Mr. Vasilis Kikilias, and myself will have now. It is an issue that has been raised to a higher level over the last probably few months. I wouldn't say the last years, because this is going to be self-explanatory. Sustainability is not something that just came up to our minds, but the last few months it's been raised to a higher level, not because we are all in the exit of a pandemic, and we are all hoping that we are at the exit of the pandemic, but also because the responsibility that comes to handling the situation that has been shaped for us is now even greater. The issues were here before, and after sleeping for a couple of years, they're back in our backyard. So we have jobs, we have an environment that is being changing and shifting throughout the world. Only a couple of days ago, we had a hurricane in England and the northern of Europe. And at the same time, we are seeing some of the biggest challenges that have been in the headlines of the European press, like the use of less plastic or the conservation of the beauties of every country by trying to control phenomena like over-tourism, being in the headline of today's discussion once again. After I welcome our Minister, Mr. Vasilis Kikilias, I would like to ask him very plainly, how ready are we for the new era? How ready are we to exit the pandemic and enter into a normal life of tourism? And also, how ready are we to assume the position of the leader of the tourism of the new era, which I believe Greece is aspiring to be?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm Mr. Angelopoulos. I'm happy to be able to discuss with you, but primarily I want to thank the Secretary General for the kind words. Of course, we're a part of this global organization, and we're doing all we can to the best of our abilities to cope with all the challenges. And of course, the pandemic was a huge challenge this last 2.5 years, and still is. And in that sense, being able to travel safely, security, health protocols, and the way that we were able to deliver the last 2.5 years was essential for tourism, this huge global economic industry, and of course 25% of Greece's GDP. And we did deliver. We were there even back in 2020, where we didn't have vaccines, huge ally in our effort to overcome the pandemic. We did open up to the world. Actually, we're the only one of the Mediterranean countries to do it. We did it successfully. So we have proved, I think, as Greeks to the world and the country, starting from the Prime Minister to the last public servant, that yes, when we set goals and we have a strategy and we aim at it, all together we can have very successful results. Now, green economy and blue economy and sustainable touristic strategies and renewable energy and what that means to our islands and to our country. It was clearly stated out some months ago in Marseille from the Prime Minister of Greece, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, that we have set goals until 2030 and after that to be able to produce strategies and implement them in our branded destinations, in our islands, in our mainland, North Greece and South Greece, concerning a sustainable touristic model, a viable model, a low carbon emission model, and the possibility to do that and put it out in the open for everybody globally to see and attract travelers, be compatible with airline companies, with cruise companies, with hoteliers here in Greece and abroad, and actually do that in a manner that is compatible and suitable to the unique touristic experience that we have to offer. We're here, we're planning, we're organizing, of course, with our global partners. and well, the possibility that we have in the months and years to come to be able to strengthen our fight to support our environment and our planet, and to inherit to our children a better world, thus a more improved touristic sustainable model is key and essential in our strategy. The Prime Minister and I, together with the people living in Astipalea, where he did it, gradually we're planning it for Rhodes Island and one after the other for all our branded destinations and islands. We think it's essential. We think it's crucial. I do recognize that in 2023 it will be the key essence of choice for almost every traveler globally. So we work towards that, and we're feeling optimistic. Of course, there are many obstacles, as always, but this is when you have a responsibility to be able to tackle them. We feel optimistic that we'll be able to produce something that's going to be compatible to the thoughts and the desires and the will of the global traveler.
It has been a very difficult period for all of us. Now, at the exit of the pandemic, we are faced with an energy cost that changes the entire profile of the hospitality enterprises. We are challenged both as citizens and as enterprises. But at the same time, Greece has come up with some specialty tools, I will call them, because they are subsidized by the European Union. But at the same time, we also have given a lot of focus in introducing motives for every enterprise to incorporate in their strategy the use of renewable sources of energy, and at the same time preserve all the natural supplies, including water, forestation, and everything that makes this country beautiful. How close is your relationship with the relative ministry, and how close are we to providing with the world with a concept, possibly a unique concept of sustainable tourism?
Well, we have supported the private sector and hoteliers and put a framework of growth and economic tools in order to be able to help them. The Ministry of Energy, of course, has a main say on that, and I think that the private sector will take advantage of these growth tools in order to be able to upgrade establishments, upgrade hotels all over the country. And I think that they're already working towards that direction. Of course, taking into account that it has happened together with this huge pandemic. Let's try to explain to the world that we have 16,000 miles of coastline and maritime borders. We got a unique possibility for yachting in Greece. The scenery is monumental. So yes, it's compatible to us to be able to diverse and to be able to evolve like private sector, but also like public sector, into having sustainable tourism products and to be able to invest on that. So the RRF, the funds from the European Union, together with the ESPA, the classical funds that we have, and the national budget that we have, it's in the disposal of the public sector and the private sector. And I think there's going to be a lot of PPPs, public-private partnerships, that aim in sustainable touristic models. And of course, this is emphasized by the crisis that we faced, the energy crisis and the Ukraine crisis. It's even more important than ever to be able to calculate and to be able to organize what the investments are going to be, key investments in infrastructures that are going to help promote this kind of sustainable model.
And one last question. It's something that is more of an emotional nature. We are in the era of diversity and inclusion. And since sustainability also takes into account how local communities work together and how we as Greeks manage to embrace and incorporate foreigners either immigrants or people that have been looking for a different lifestyle here in Greece into our workforce, into our community. Do you believe that tourism is the big hug, let's say, to those foreigners to start being included and participating into this country? How close are we to understanding that we can operate as one, even though we are people from different origins?
Well, first of all, we are not a place, we're a country. So we're talking, I guess, about legal foreigners in our country, in my country, because illegal foreigners is out of the question. So we're talking about an opportunity, first of all, to rescale and upscale education in Greece concerning, and upskilling education in Greece concerning our touristic project. And that can involve everybody, I think, and it's essential to say that, since Europe and Greece face a target and a goal and a problem together with that, to find the proper and the necessary workers in our industry, in order to be able to keep on growing and keep on evolving in the touristic sector. So it has to do with visas, it has to do with countries of origin, it has to do with implementation of legislation in the labor ministry, but there has to be, because our country is very, very delicate. It's, the southern eastern part of Europe. It's under huge pressure again and again from migration waves, and of course we're very hospitable people, the Greeks. We respect everybody, and especially concerned with refugees, we want to help and support. At the same time, our country, our coastline, our way of life, and our borders should be respected, and this is how we want to evolve and to move forward. Of course, the industry faces a challenge, and we want to help the industry, mainly and primarily enabling and giving the opportunity for Greeks to be able to be part of this big family, the industry of tourism family. I think that, and I'm urging hoteliers and people of the industry to give better wages and better opportunities for Greeks to be able to involve in the sector. It's not going to be an only summer sector. We have proved that's going to be a 12-month sector, and this is one thing. And the other thing, of course, has to do with what we were saying, but in a proper order and in a way that it was going to be in respect with Greek legislation. And I think this is the only way that it can happen.
Minister Ikila, thank you very much for this meaningful discussion. It was a pleasure having you again discussing with me. And I hope this is a very good season for all of us, and a season where change is only to the better.
I think we will all fight for that. We do it day by day with a key strategy and a team effort that has to do with the public sector and the private sector joining forces. This is our heavy industry. This is the main part of the income for the Greeks, 25% of our GDP, and I am very optimistic that travelers from all over the world, early on this year, starting from March and ending late November, December, are going to choose Greece. Greece is going to be in the #1 pole position, and everybody should do what we have to do to be able to accommodate all these travelers and give them a unique touristic experience.
Thank you very, very much.
The issues facing our oceans can sometimes seem insurmountable. Illegal fishing, overfishing, human trafficking, food insecurity. These pressures impact everyone, and they need to be addressed now. In this era of rapidly evolving, automated, and self-sufficient technology, affordable solutions are now readily available. They simply require people with the skills and expertise to implement them at a global scale. Pelagic Data Systems' ultralight vessel tracking system is a rugged industrial solution that we've custom built to withstand the harsh environment at sea, serving fishing vessels and fleets of any size. Our tracking system provides key functionality such as fleet tracking, activity monitoring, and data analysis, without requiring any specialized knowledge on the part of the crew. After a simple installation, our hardware operates completely autonomously. Using solar power, our devices enable fishermen to remain focused on their work, while the data they need for their supply chain is automatically collected, encrypted, and securely transferred to the cloud, where they can access it whenever their hands are free. Currently, we're working in more than 20 countries in partnerships with governments, nonprofits, and industry. We're helping to bring more money to fishermen, reduce waste in the supply chain, cut down overfishing, and stop trafficking and illegal fishing from happening. The problems facing our seas will not easily be solved, but by bringing more transparency and accountability to the fishing industry, we believe seismic change is possible.
Good afternoon. I'm Konstantinos Dergiotis, and I would like to thank all participants, both the attendees and the speakers, for significantly contributing to our knowledge on a topic which is not just trendy, but actually really important. Although environmental protection, that is the future of our children, should be the first priority for all of us, there is no doubt that the pandemic has led to raise the awareness on the topic. Within this context, European Green Deal is fully supplemented by blue economy. And of course, Greece, this diamond of international tourism, where we are so lucky to live, is a key factor due to its numerous islands and its geographical diversity. There are 6,000 islands and a coastline ranked within the 10 longest coastlines internationally, both of which mean a lot. Maritime tourism and the marinas are a key element for the life on the islands and the Greek archipelagos. So let's start. I want to ask you, the opening speech for each speaker should be 3 minutes long to have time for a second round. So, 2 islands in the South Aegean region are at the forefront of environmental initiative, proving that there is something interesting going on in the region of the South Aegean, with the governor, Mr. George Hadjimarkos, in action. The mayor of Chalki, Mr. Evangelos Fragakis, is going to talk to us about the environmental initiatives and the progress of the island via international synergies. Mr. Fragakis, welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for inviting the island of Chalki and myself to this very interesting event. The municipality of Chalki in October of 2020 officially submitted the Clean Energy Transition Agenda of Chalki Island and officially started its transition to clean energy with the support of the Secretariat of the European Commission Clean Energy for the EU islands. Our energy transition will not be possible without adapting our infrastructure to the needs of the future energy system. As we all know, energy, transport, and telecommunications infrastructure are increasingly interconnected. The fair transition of our energy system to clean, renewable energy sources and general the transition to climate neutrality are the big bet of our municipality. The plan of our energy transition is the main pillar of our energy policy for the coming years and will serve as a roadmap of the long-term decarbonization strategy of the island of Chalki. The transition of island to renewable energy sources is a social issue. It requires the active participation of the inhabitants of the islands and the assistance of the local self-government organization, mainly in administrative and organizational context. The island of Chalki has the right conditions to tend to the production of green energy for renewable energy sources to meet the needs of the island electricity, at the same time the decarbonization of maritime transport and road movements through scientifically reducing of its environmental footprint. Reducing the climate footprint of human activity in a factor of tackling climate change is the line with the objective set out in the 2015 Paris Agreement on Climate Change, the European Green Agreement and Objective of 13 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In the modern social and economic environment, the promotion of green energy and smart solutions are factors in improving entrepreneurship and strengthening the tourism product, contributing to the achievement of energy efficiency and the fight against energy poverty. All of the above can be implemented in the framework of environmental, social, and corporate governance initiatives, promoting economic development through the digitalization and energy transition of the islands. The aim is to highlight all clean energy applications and combine them with a new cutting-edge technology. The use of smart solutions for faster and more balanced operation of the electricity network offers quality and balancing of network needs in real time. Electrification, along with the creation of change in stations and the elimination of heat engines from these spaces, effectively contributes to reducing the climate footprint of the transport sector. The next generation of telecommunications spearheading the development of the 5G network, high speeds, zero response delays, and the Internet of Things. Is about to revolutionize the combination of smart energy, autonomous devices, and modernization of services receiving citizens of the island of Halki, proving in practice that progress is decentralized and comprehensive across the country. All of the above, independently and in combination, cultivate the framework of energy democracy by making citizens active participants in energy production and consumption. Projects of this type are vital for the promotion of Greek economy, both at the level of local communities and more broadly at the national and union framework by developing and improving their respective technologies. Our goal is the energy autonomy of the island of Halki through the production of green energy and the parallel saving in the cost of electricity for households by also the municipality through the mobilization of residents.
So thank you, Mayor Fangakis. And now we speak about seaplanes. Mr. Nicholas Haralambous is going to tell us what is going on with the seaplanes, which we have long been expecting to fly, but each September we plan for the next summer. I hope to hear from him good news now. I want to remind you that before 100 years, there were Air France and Imperial Airways seaplanes at Castellorizo with very interesting photos. Mr. Haralambous.
I thank you for the invitation, first of all. I would like to express my regards and the congratulations for the organization of this event. First of all, everyone knows about our effort that we are doing the last 9 years. Hellenic Seaplanes was created in 2013, and today we have 2022, and we're still in the effort of developing a network, a viable network of water airport. This is the infrastructure that the seaplanes need to provide transportation from one island to another island. In particular, Hellenic Seaplanes has set a goal for this year to start during the summer season for the first water airports as Patmos, Tinos, Sifnos, Skopelos, Alonissos, and Skiros. Those are the water airports that we develop by our own funds, and we do trying to bring them in the final step of operation so we can have seaplanes this year flying above the Greek islands and the Greek seas. Flying from port to port is something that is going to come again through the history, as you very well said. 100 years ago, we had seaplanes transfer people from Italy to Turkey to Africa to other destinations. During the Second World War, we had Germans having their let's say strategic water airport for all around Europe here in Greece. So Greece is a country that knows about seaplanes. We used to develop our own Greek seaplanes in 1912, and I think that is a time that we bring again this mean of transport, seaplane again, to Greece. It's important to say a few words about what is the level of developing today, and it's important to refer also how we're planning to develop seaplane network and what are the green practices. Of course, our goal is that innovation, green energy, is included already in our operation and combined with innovative venture that seaplanes will add to our country. We make sure that our environmental imprint and for all of our operation are going to be at least the better as possible by making all structure friendly towards to all transportation and all means of transferring people. We are using materials that are made carefully for not having any print into the environment, like isoboxes, pontoons, and and as less as we can the amount of cement. Environmental effects also that seaplanes can compare are minimal to a boat. Definitely seaplanes is a friendly mean, and we can provide as less as we can ensure about the engines and the water surface, and we are based on avoiding any water accidents. It's important, of course, that all the operations are going to become by electrical vehicles for the water airports, and we are expecting the production of the electrical seaplanes. They are already testing some seaplanes, some amphibians plane with the electric engine, and we're expecting by the next 5 to 10 years to have also some electrical seaplanes. That's it for us.
In the next round, and now the mayor of Astypalea, Nikolaos Komineas, is going to share his experience with us for the process of transforming Astypalea into a green island. Mr. Komineas.
Thank you very much for the invitation to this very important session we have today. I'm going to talk about the ASI, Astypalea Smart and Sustainable Island, which is a joint action which tries to show that the green transition, what it means in the fields of transportation and energy production by eliminating the CO2. Astypalea, as you may know, is an island of a unique beauty, with traditional villages and an unspoiled and virgin nature. Of course, that means that we want to preserve this nature and the character of the villages. Therefore, we think that this green transition and all the synergies we have according to this program not only will protect the environment, but also the new technologies that they can be put on the island, they can improve people's life. So the program we run, it has 4 pillars. First pillar is the e-vehicles. The goal here is to switch the existing fleet of combustion vehicles to electric cars. A special law has been passed by the Greek Parliament, which gives great subsidies to the locals to buy new cars and also plus subsidies to replace their own cars, their old cars with the combustion engines. By the group of Volkswagen, which is a participant together with the Greek state and Astypalia, municipality of Astypalia to that program, sells their own cars to factory costs so that the people will finally will pay much more less money to replace their cars or to buy new cars. The second pillar is on-demand mobility. That means we're going to have a fleet of electric small buses, and using an application on our mobile phones, we are going to call for transportation, and we are going to be picked up from a certain place and to transport to another place. This is going to be done by every customer, let's say, every passenger. A central system will organize the routes that those small buses are going to follow, so that everyone is going to be transferred to the place that we want. That means it's very flexible, with no steady bus stations, but they're going to be picked up and transferred where do they want without having bus stops, just virtual ones. Of course, all those buses are going to be electric buses. And this is a new way of transportation, which is going to be settled for the first time in Greece. The third pillar is charging and energy. A hybrid energy system is going to be replaced the existing diesel generators to feed the charging infrastructure also. That means by 2023, this is what is planned. We are going to have a photovoltaic park together with a battery system, and it's going to cover almost 50% of the needs of the island. And in the second stage, we are going to have also a wind generator, wind turbine, which is going to add another 30 to 35%. That means more than 80% is going to, of the needs of the island of electricity power is going to be covered by that hybrid system. No wires and no big wind generator plants are not going to be on this island. We're going to be completely autonomous. And the fourth pillar, which is a very ambitious goal, by 2026, we plan to establish and put in action for the first time autonomous driving. That means roads must be done in a very good way, and so to serve this service. And also it's going to be for the first time in a place, and of course this is going to be Astypalia. This is the main goal and the ambitious goal. So, but also I want to add that all those actions, they go together with other improvement of the infrastructures that they are on this island, so that all those actions together are going to be replicable to other places. We have an holistic idea of how should the adverse effects caused by the human presence on the islands should be taken care of. That means we want to have infrastructures that will provide drinkable water to every habitant of the island or tourist. Also, we have to reuse the wastewater which comes out from that system and reuse it for irrigation purposes. Also, we must recycle all the solid waste. And of course, we can recycle also by waste by having food for the sheep and goats of the island, and also for fertilizers for the farms. And of course, as we said, the energy production. And mainly, we have to have a certain plan and idea which can be shown to the world, that the bad effects of human life in Earth, we can solve them. We can show that this planet can be livable, and we can do it, and the new technologies are here to be put in the service of people. That's the main idea.
Thank you, Mayor. Very ambitious and very impressive agenda. We will see. Really very interesting. And now, Mrs. Martina Rossi, Head of Maritime Technology Cluster, is going to talk to us about international experience and the collaboration of the public with the private sector in this very interesting area. Mrs. Rossi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank the organizers for the invitation today. Our goal needs to be explained together also with a first indication of what the Maritime Technology Cluster is, since we are a technology cluster in Italy at the top of the Adriatic Sea, and basically we are a consortium. I have to say that the yachting sector and marinas are only one of the sectors that we target, together with transport offshore and shipbuilding. This sector means for us about the 20% of companies working in the boat building, and then another 15% more or less working in nautical services. That, to give you some numbers, means about 450 companies in our region. This is to say that for us that we represent both the public and the private, since we are a public-private consortium with no profit status. It is very interesting also to consider such a niche in the maritime. By 2027, the strategy of our cluster, that is aligned with the strategy of our regional government, foresees to be innovation leaders in circular economy for the maritime sector in this area, to be an attractive territory for all the innovators that wants to implement sustainable solutions side by side with policymakers. This is pretty much interesting because it's not only collaboration between companies and research or universities, but this strongly includes the willingness also of policymakers operating in this area. Another point to be reached by 2027 is about education and education and training for young people, but also for all the citizens that can be involved in technological issues. Finally, and this is probably the most difficult point to be achieved, but also the one on which we believe most, to have the 100% of the companies in our territory with a carbon footprint limitation strategy already defined and under implementation. Which are the three main areas and activities that we would like to perform to reach such goal by 2027. The first point is about innovation. As I mentioned, we have to consider local needs because we work really on local areas, but we have to keep our minds linked to the global targets. So this is pretty much linked to collaboration projects, which are connected to the collaboration and an effective and targeted innovation. Details are very much important, and we know how many projects and measures are already in place in our territories. But the point is to consider such projects and measures in a broader way. I mean, considering, for example, the sea basin dimension or a sea dimension in general. Details are important, but the sea has no borders, as we know very well. So keeping an eye on the overall goals and working with our neighbors will help to reach that goals. Finally, the last area of implementation to reach a more sustainable and to simplify and then to reach the targets of the green transition is about education. We are investing a lot on ocean literacy, vocational education and training, and also in involving citizens that in our sector, specifically speaking about the maritime in general, are not so easy to be involved. We run 6 laboratories for young students from 7 to 18 years old, so from primary school up to the high schools. This helps us a lot in let them understanding that the maritime sector and in general the blue economy sector is a way of thinking their future. And this helps also a lot their families to be involved with the technological topics and also with innovation transition. So involving citizens in the definition of innovations and involving them since the beginning helps us in reducing the effect of not accepting new technologies when they found them implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have exactly 11 minutes, so let's go quickly. And now I start from the mayor of Astypalea. Mr. Komineas, what is the reaction and the participation of the local community in such initiatives?
Well, 2.5 months ago, I was participating in Glasgow for the COP26. I thought that I would present very modern and revolutionary ideas about how we should handle the green transition and the participation of the local communities. I found there that all my thoughts were a common era, not only for the European Union, but also for the United Nations and the OECD. But from the other hand, I have the impression that Greek state is facing with a phobic syndrome the participation of the citizens in the green transition. The location of areas in which renewable energy sources will be placed, the number, let's say for the wind generators, the number, the size, etc., should be talked and agreed to with the local communities and people there. They want to participate. They have to participate. If we are going to act without their consensus and without their feelings and ideas, they will oppose, and the whole program will not succeed. I can understand also that this phobic syndrome also leaves, free space for suspicious ideas, for people that they just want to live the way our grandfathers used to live, not in the modern way, and they don't understand quite the needs for this transition. But also, people, they have the idea that this all this big thing, it's only about earning money. We have to deal with them. We have to talk with them. Of course, many of their ideas and many of their fears, they are true. That's why we have to find a solution and an agreement between the local communities and the states that they are going to establish those infrastructures. Let me say one more phrase. We have spent a lot of time without doing anything, and now we have to run very, very fast because the planet cannot wait. As a Latin palindrome says, ingerum imus nocte et consumimur igni. That means we spin around the night consumed by the fire. We don't have any other time. We have to act immediately. Otherwise, the generations to come are going to spit on our graves, as Boris Vian has said. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Rossi, you have some very interesting best cases. Do you want to say a few words about this? You choose. You can choose.
Yes, I can mention just one of the last initiatives that we have in terms of innovation and in terms of trying to transferring the transition, the green transition in the Adriatic. We are running up now a measure and a project together with some Croatian partners, but then we are expanding also to other countries up to Greece. And we are trying to present and also organize the innovation ecosystem in the Adriatic Sea in order to let grow this sea and attract also investments from outside, and using this sea for testing some marine robotics and sensors innovations in order to improve and then monitor the sustainability of the sea. This is the idea. As I said before, collaboration is extremely important when we talk and when we operate on the sea, because otherwise, unless we cooperate, our efforts be completely useless, since it makes no sense to work on a specific solution without considering what our neighbors are doing. And this is particularly true when the sea basins are somehow closed and not so open as oceans. Just one last point. We suggested to our regional government the innovation paths for the next years up to 2027. And one of the most interesting point that is related to yachting and marinas is the transition to an e-leisure boating. This means e-yachting. Try to proceed with the translation of sustainable energy solutions to transform all the regional marinas like they were energy hubs, to be connected with the land energy networks, but then operate on a complete idea of sustainability, not only on the sea, but on land and sea. And this is somehow probably linked to the concepts of and the needs of islands.
Thank you, Ms. Rossi. We have 4 minutes exactly. So, Mr. Haralambous, are the seaplanes going to flying this year? What are challenges faced?
Yes, seaplanes are planned for this year. Hopefully, nothing is going to happen, any sudden event or any other pandemic. We are planning, as I said at the beginning, to start with a few water airports. And first of all, we want to be sure that all Greece is going to be a huge network, actually the biggest network of water airports that will go to connect islands, coastlines, and lakes of Greece. And potentially we are going to connect also the neighboring countries and create probably one of the biggest and prettiest connection environment of all around the world. Is going to be transportation and touristic product. Also, is going to give a new way of transport, a new touristic product, and of course, a social product for people that living into limited connection islands or places, and through our through seaplanes, they are going to have a normal into a peripheral network so they can connect to all around Greece.
Thank you, Mr. Haralambous. For some few seconds, I can't hear you. I don't know if you hear me, but anyway, let's close with the mayor of Chalki, Mr. Fagakis. Which initiatives are in progress for the promotion of Chalki as a green island abroad?
One of the main pillars of our energy transition plan is the technology based on the sea. Our seas and oceans have the potential to become important sources of clean energy, marine renewable energy, which includes both offshore and onshore ocean energy. blue energy technology, and to be more specific, in our case, the island of Halki, wave energy, presents the island with an opportunity to generate economic growth and jobs, enhance the security of its energy supply, and boost comprehensive through technological innovation. If we have more time, I will explain you, but now we finish our time. Next time, maybe we're going to say more than for that project. I will finish with say something. On the one hand, sustainability is reflected as a set of policy initiatives with different consequences. On the other hand, sustainability is more like the visionary perspective for managing the renewable energy sources that every place offers without, of course, wasting them or bordering them. Sustainability, therefore, concerns natural resources, management policies, energy as a key component of sustainable development, environmental impact, planning practices, economy, etc. It's clear that the island of Halki is charting a sustainable path with respect for the inhabitants and visitors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you very much to everyone who watched us, as well as the distinguished speakers, for a subject that, I repeat, it's not only a trend, but a matter of survival for the planet. Have a nice rest of the day and stay here in the Blue Economy Forum in the Blue Growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Helena Thusaki, and I'm the head of ESG Sustainability and Climate Change at Motor Oil Group. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all. Thank you for the organizers to invite me. It is my privilege to be the moderator for this interesting panel with three distinguished speakers to talk about the importance of marine renewable energy and marine spatial planning in the growth of a sustainable blue economy. I'm delighted to have in our panel Mrs. Alexandra Sdougou, the Secretary General for Energy in Greece. I'm also very pleased to welcome Mrs. Kathleen A. Theocharidis, the Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs from the state of Massachusetts. Last but not least, the only man in the panel, it's a great pleasure to welcome Mr. Panagiotis Papastamatiu, the CEO of Hellenic Wind Energy Association. Marine renewable energy, which includes both offshore wind and ocean energy, presents Greece with an opportunity to generate economic growth and jobs, enhance the security of its energy supply, and boost competitiveness through technological innovation. Therefore, a well-designed regulatory framework should be put in place. On this note, and without further ado, may I invite Secretary Alexandra Zdoukou to open the discussion and address the issue. Mrs. Zdoukou.
Thank you, Ms. Athousaki. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me thank the organizers for the invitation to participate in this event. Let me say hello to Massachusetts and Kathleen. I'm actually glad that we are talking about two colors, right? The blue and the green, that create such an important synergy, I think, in the new climate change era. So let me start with saying that we all know this, that Greece is an archipelagic state. Okay, and our seas, they have historically, been very crucial for our economic, for our social and cultural progress across the centuries. The island communities of the Aegean, they have given birth, I think, to unique historical civilizations from the Cycladic and Minoan civilizations until today. There is an uninterrupted history of more than 5 millennia documents. So there is a close relationship between, Greeks and the sea. And allow me to say that this history is full of success stories. First of all, in Greece, we have a world-class track record in shipping, but we also have tourism. And these sectors are, due to our close relationship with the sea. On the other hand, it's also full of challenges. There are geographical, there are economic, and even cultural, I would say, particularity of the islands. And these, of course, necessitates a special approach to a number of issues. And coming to my sector, the energy sector, I would say that energy is one such issue. And that's because, as you know, Greece has more than 200 inhabited islands, from the northern Aegean to Crete, from the Ionian Sea to Castellorizo. Some of the smallest ones have just a single inhabitant. The biggest one has more than 600,000. Greece has also 29 autonomous electricity systems on islands. The largest one is on Crete. And all those islands, excluding Crete, as you know, mainly rely on thermal units for electrification. We have a total installed capacity for those islands approximately 1,500 megawatt. And as you know, the thermal units of these islands, they burn mainly heavy oil or diesel, some smaller units, perhaps gasoline. There is few renewables installed on those islands. And another figure that is also important is that the electricity production for these islands, it emits around 2.9 million tons of CO2 per year. So cutting down those emissions and making the energy mix of the islands greener and more environmentally friendly is for sure a huge challenge. That is why here in Greece and in the ministry, we remain focused in our first target, which is to interconnect almost all of the islands with the mainland. As you know, we have a very ambitious program with a total cost that is up to 5 billion euro. That started with the northern Cyclades. It has recently covered Crete and will soon extend to southern Cyclades, northern Aegean, and the Dodecanese. So this is a big challenge for Greece to interconnect the Greek islands, but being an optimistic person, I would say that apart from a challenge, there is also a big opportunity here. And I'm saying this because we all know that the Greek seas have ample resources that can produce what we all wish, which is abundant, clean and cheap energy from the sun and the wind. And so be in a position to cover the energy needs, not only of the insular communities, but also provide the mainland actually with the energy required. And this is really required for growth and prosperity. This is particularly important to energy security by being dependent on clean, domestic and cheap energy sources. And can you imagine the energy crisis today if we had tapped into the huge renewable resources much earlier, which is, I think, the main topic that is of a concern in today's discussion. I would also like to stress here another dimension, and this is how we Greeks have historically viewed the sea. You know, many different peoples have viewed the sea sometimes as a limit, as a boundary. Again, this is still accurate today, but it can be a road that will bring us, you know, closer to other people, to other cultures, and to other points of view. And I'm saying this because we sponsor today and drive energy interconnection projects, as you know, of tremendous ambition and enormous technical complexity. If we want to achieve the interconnection of our energy system, if we want to achieve the diversification of our access to resources, and eventually come closer to our neighbors. See, for example, the plan between Greece, Cyprus, and Israel to build the Euro-Asia Interconnector, which is the world's longest and deepest underwater power cable crossing the Mediterranean at a cost of almost $1 billion. See another example, which is the recent agreement between Greece and Egypt that actually sets the stage for an undersea cable that is going to transmit power produced by renewables from North Africa to Europe, the first actually such infrastructure in the Mediterranean that will also improve the security of energy supply in the region. So these are proof, let's say, that the sea is not a barrier. On the contrary, it is what has historically connected us with the people of the Mediterranean, and what will continue to help us build closer ties and relationships. So apart from the international perspective, we also pay very close attention to our island communities, that islands that can be models of green transition. And here I would like once again to remind you the governmental initiative that is called the GRECO, the Greco Islands project, that exemplifies this approach with a combination actually of coordinated interventions in energy and energy efficiency. We want to transform the Greek islands into pioneers of green and sustainable development. As you know, we've done this in the island of Chalki. We have planned and implemented there a comprehensive plan that is going to reduce the energy footprint of the island close to zero, increase the energy autonomy, and of course guarantee this long-term sustainability for the residents. But also the Greco Islands project is something that will roll out to many other islands in the coming months, and this is going to be a global paradigm. This is what we wish to be for implementing the green transition in island communities. So the sea at the end will continue to bring us together. And the final note, I spoke of the 5 millennia of our close interaction with our seas in order to, let's say, to grow and prosper as a people and as a state. But of course, at the same time, I will use the hat now of the Ministry of Environment and say that we need to be extremely careful. Careful because marine ecosystems are very fragile, and in the last centuries, the potential of anthropogenic impact has multiplied enormously. So we must be extra careful and very respectful of our interventions. And this is why, as a Ministry of Environment, we are reviewing again the spatial planning of a number of activities. That is why we are formulating a comprehensive strategy for marine development. And that is why we are committed to meet the EU target of 30% protection of the marine protected areas of the Hellenic Seas. And that's why at the end we are going to apply the strictest procedures and safeguards to all aspects of marine development. So I think we acknowledge, and I finish with that our history is very closely connected to the sea. And I say again that our prosperity actually is dependent on the sea. But I think that our future also will remain blue. And there are a lot of opportunities here.
Thank you, Secretary General. Thank you for this very optimistic view. I think it's really nice to hear about this energy future-proof plan and this energy interconnection. Of course, such an ambitious plan requires an integrated planning and management approach. Are there any concerns that, apart from the environmental ones that you mentioned, that you take into consideration when the deployment of this marine renewable energy is going to be addressed under your ministry?
Okay, yeah, sure. Listen, I think we are very much aware of the importance of the environmental and special rules when speaking about offshore project, when selecting, appropriate sea areas for offshore energy development. And we are also aware that there is a conflict for access to resources. We understand that the blue economy has, of course, diverse components, including the traditional and established ocean industries, like, for example, fisheries or tourism or maritime transport. But there are also more modern ones, like aquaculture or marine biotechnology. But that is why at the offshore wind framework we have prepared, we chose a more centralized process in selecting and approving suitable sites in order to ensure an exhaustive and multi-level, I would say, scrutiny of each offshore site from all possible perspectives. So there is, of course, a careful selection and a process to approve each offshore wind site, which, of course, is going to include strategic environmental assessment studies and, of course, the environmental impact assessment study. I think that these processes will definitely give the necessary trust that all necessary safeguards are in place. Moreover,
thank you very much. I'm really sorry, Secretary General. Yes.
Just 30 seconds, because I think it's something of interest. Here at the ministry, it's very important to say that we have also completed an exhaustive mapping of the offshore wind potential in our seas So we will ensure that this potential will finally, be tapped in order to bring to Greece the competitive prices that we need and the minimum trade-offs from an environmental perspective.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. I think this conversation can be endless. I will just move to Secretary Theocharidis for if she can actually just give us her perspective. US is also well positioned to harness the full potential of marine energy. We all know that in 2016, the governor of Massachusetts signed the act to promote energy diversity. I think that was the nation's first offshore wind procurement bill, and that signifies basically that offshore wind can be the key of Massachusetts' decarbonization strategy. Mrs. Theocharidis, Secretary Theocharidis, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, and thanks to the group for the invitation to be here with such esteemed colleagues. As an American with Greek roots, it's also a real pleasure. Massachusetts is a state that, like Greece, has a rich maritime industry and culture, and we're in the process of reshaping that now around our renewable energy goals. We have a net zero target in Massachusetts, which means we have to eliminate our carbon emissions by 2050. And to do that, we are looking at our coastal resources, particularly offshore wind. We were the first state in the nation to move on offshore wind with a procurement authorization in 2016. And that first mover status has enabled us to continue to move forward. We have 3,200 megawatts of offshore wind now procured. And just last week, we're able to sign an agreement with Prysmian, an Italian company who is going to manufacture submarine cables at one of our sites in Massachusetts at a port that used to be a coal plant. And so to see the renewable energy industry growing up along the coast in places that were once some of our dirtiest sites for fossil fuel production is a real eye-opening moment of excitement for this industry. We have a skilled workforce in the Commonwealth, and we are trying to establish programs to retrain that workforce, whether it's in manufacturing or in the installation of electrical systems or in the oil and gas industry, trying to retrain them for the opportunities that exist in offshore wind. And I should say, one of the pieces that I think is very important as we move towards this new future is balancing the environmental resources with the clean energy resources. And so my secretariat oversees 6 energy and environmental agencies. And because of that tie between the energy and environmental side of government, we have a keen focus on balancing fisheries. We have the #1 port in the country in New Bedford in terms of the economic value it brings in from fisheries, in this case, scallops. And so sea scallops are a resource that we have to plan for when we're thinking about siting these offshore wind areas and then attracting development. And it's not just in our waters, it's all up and down the coast that our fishermen fish. So the balance between these resources, between endangered species, between bird flight patterns and coastal navigation is something that's of primary importance and something we're working very closely on with other states and with our federal partners. We're looking at expanding from the 3,200 megawatts of offshore wind we have now to 25 gigawatts by 2050. And so there's lots more work to do ahead, but something we're very excited about. And we see it as an opportunity for the climate, an opportunity for our maritime heritage, and certainly an opportunity for jobs and economic development.
Very interesting, very insightful speech. Thank you very much, Secretary Theocharidis. I will very quickly move, and then if we have time, we can have some questions to Mr. Panagiotis Papastamatiu. Market forces, technological advances, and price development will continue to drive offshore renewable energy growth over the coming years. Member states need a long-term framework for business and investors to ensure and promote the competitiveness and resilience of the offshore wind energy in Greece. Mr. Panagiotis Papastamatiu, the CEO of Hellenic Wind Energy Association, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy that I participate in this panel, and I'm the only boy in this panel. I will make two comments. First, which is also related with the recent developments in Europe with the Ukrainian crisis. I think offshore wind is one of the perfect pillars which can equally serve the main policy targets of an energy strategy. The first is the security of supply and energy dependence, very important, and the Ukraine crisis has indicated this importance. The second is cheap energy. Wind is one of the most cheaper energy currently worldwide, and offshore wind is following this path. So, by developing our huge wind potential in the Aegean Sea, we can achieve these two main targets: energy dependence with cheap energy. Of course, the third pillar of this energy policy is the climate, the battle against climate change, which again, wind offshore is one of the main parts of the solution. I have a second comment also to add here, that especially if we speak about our region, the region of Aegean Sea and Northeast Mediterranean, we should consider that wind offshore can support the security and the peace in our region. And this should be our vision. Maybe this is not a realistic vision for tomorrow, but maybe it's a vision for next week. Next week, I mean metaphorically, for the next decades, to have a fully development of the offshore wind potential in Aegean Sea and export this green energy towards the whole directions of the horizons, not only towards Europe, but globally, towards all directions. And I think this is a way to have again Aegean as a center of commerce, of prosperity, and of peace, and getting Aegean back in its origin, as Alexandra Zduku told, within the last 5 millennia, to have such a role and not be just a border separating peoples. And I think that people of all this region can absorb this vision, and maybe in 10 years or maybe earlier, we can celebrate together with all the people of the region the exploitation of this property we have in our seas, in Aegean Sea, and this is a wind potential. So let's see how we'll develop this chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this wonderful discussion. Unfortunately, the organizers informed me that we don't have enough time for questions. I wish you every success in the implementation of your plans and initiatives. For the audience, please stay tuned for another interesting conversation about the SDG implementation and gender in the blue economy. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Greece, a blessed land of crystal blue, clear, uniquely beautiful sea. The ideal natural environment are combined with the most advanced aquaculture method to offer you something unique. Fish brimming with sparkling freshness, exceptional quality, high nutritional value, and delicious taste. Fresh fish from the Greek Sea straight to your table. Fish from Greece. Fish from Greece.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us. I'm Christina Deligiani, the Public Policy Officer of the EPLO Institute for Sustainable Development. Welcome to the session on SDG implementation and gender in the blue economy. We're very much honored to have with us today Dr. Stefanos Fotiou, the Director of the Office of Sustainable Development Goals of FAO, as well as the head of the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub, which is hosted by FAO in Rome. Hi, Stefane. Thank you for being with us.
Hi, Christina. Good afternoon. Nice to see you.
So we will be talking about the SDG implementation today. We do know that the blue economy incorporates many SDGs, apart from the obvious one, SDG 14, life below water. We talk about SDG 5, gender equity, SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 2, zero hunger, SDG 14, climate action, and so on and so forth. We do know that the UN 2030 agenda is very much linked to an inclusive blue economy, because there's a diversity of jobs, other diverse sources of income that the blue economy offers, and that can promote gender equity. And progress in this area is entirely possible by implementing the SDGs. How is the FAO Office of the SDGs approaching this?
Christina, thank you for your question. And so I like very much when you say that when it comes to the blue economy, the starting point is SDG 14, but actually the entire 2030 agenda is a starting point for the blue economy. And I see actually the blue economy and the different concepts as I would say entry points and implementation platforms for the 2030 agenda. So we start with the indivisibility of the 2030 agendas and the interlinkages between the 17 SDGs. The idea is not to look on how we improve one SDG, but how we are improving our development system by focusing on specific targets which are given by the SDGs. So in the Office of the Sustainable Development Goals, what we'd like to do is to create the narrative and the evidence that a focus on agri-food transformations that they are based on SDGs could create multiple benefits, and could create multiple benefits not only quantified and quantitative, but a lot of qualitative benefits. One of them being, of course, the empowerment of the women. And we start actually, and I must say that the starting point when we talk about women empowerment is not a good one, because we do know that disparities and inequality, it's really a very negative aspect so far of our development system. So despite some progress that has happened, we are nowhere on talking about gender equality in all aspects of the life and the development system. So we try in the office to create this narrative to say that if you implement the SDGs, you can have these multiplier benefits. We want to create, the Office of Sustainable Development Goals is a very new office. It started as under the vision of our new Director General, Dr. Chu, and it was established just 5 months ago. So we are starting by identifying what are the entry points that they can make change at the field level, at the country level, and especially for the countries that we usually leave behind, which is the least developed countries, and try to showcase how women empowerment there could actually create economic benefits, could create nature benefits, could create social benefits. So that's the overall approach in general, Christina.
And we know that the FAO has actually estimated that about 14% of the total workforce in the capture fisheries and in aquaculture is actually women. So this is a large proportion. We don't really know that in aquaculture and fisheries there are many women, especially when the fish lands from the boats. So what are the opportunities that need to be created for gender equity? Are there appropriate policies in place? I mean, narratives are great, raising awareness is great, but what policies should be in place to promote that?
I think that an important policy is to put women at leadership positions. And when I talk about leadership positions, I'm not talking only about executive positions. A woman that is sitting at the head of a local cooperative position, even if it's not an executive position. A woman that is sitting on a kind of office that decides how the fishing rights are given, it's a leadership position, even if it's just, if you want a technical position. So by putting women in the leadership position is the first starting point. Let me share something with you here, and I don't want to become melodramatic, but I would say the following. The world is when it comes to sustainable development, the world is on a mess. So we are nowhere to achieve the sustainable development goals. Our development paradigm is not the right one. We need to consider that this development paradigm, the way that we are doing developing the last 75 years, is a system created entirely by men. So look at every big development system that started 75 years ago. It was designed by black suits in a room. And now, there's an effort, some organizations, to try to pick up a photograph from 75 or 80 years ago and spot a woman there. But this is really unacceptable. I mean, you have a room with 100 men and you have one woman and you say that I had women representation. No. So the world that we have created, which is full of problems, it's a world of men. Was it because it was men? I say no. It was because it was only men. Maybe if we had only women, another kind of disaster could have happened. But I think we really need the equity, we need the balance, and having women in leadership position is the starting point.
Mm-hmm. I know that you had the office of the SDGs that was newly minted, newly established in FAO. What are some of the new initiatives of your office towards more inclusion of women in leadership positions, in the blue economy, in other sectors of the economy?
So first, let me say that in FAO, even the establishment of the Office of SDGs, it's a kind of recognition on how important the 2030 Agenda SDGs is for the strategic framework of FAO. And the new strategic framework of FAO is based on the SDGs. So what we want to do from the SDG point of view is to create the conditions at the country level where women will have equal opportunities to shape agri-food systems. Our overall vision is that we support countries for SDG-based agri-food system transformations, and we want to create the conditions that women, they have the right place on the tables, that decisions will be taken, and the places that solutions will be designed. And I will say it's important to talk about solutions. Sometimes when you talk about women empowerment, the agenda is so big that you don't know where to start from. So we do start from, I would say, a couple of very important points that we think they have extreme big importance for women empowerment. One of them is the women's ownership and rights over agricultural land. So while women are the ones that they are mostly producing the food, they are not the ones that they are owning the land. So having, for example, policies that they will support women on having the rights on land, if you want, is a first thing. And that's something we would like to focus very much. Another extremely important thing is to make sure that we have legal frameworks in countries, including customary law, that really guarantees the equal rights of the women to the control of the land. And that's another point. So try to create the environment for giving to the women what they deserve, and try to create the legal environment on having this right staying with the women. And the third point that it's very important for us is really to see how we co-create solutions with all the stakeholders, and of course including women on the table.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fotiu. I hope you will be with us in the third edition of the Blue Economy Forum next year, in person, hopefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina, and look forward to the next edition, and hopefully in person. Have a nice continuation of your conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Στην Ελλάδα, η εμπειρία αιώνων και το ιδανικό φυσικό περιβάλλον συναντούν τις πιο προηγμένες μεθόδους ιχθυοκαλλιέργειας για να παράγουν κάτι μοναδικό. Ψάρια απαράμιλης ποιότητας με εγγυημένη φρεσκάδα, υψηλή διατροφική αξία και εκπληκτική γεύση. Η ελληνική θάλασσα σας κάνει το τραπέζι όπου και αν βρίσκεστε. Ελληνικό ψάρι. Απολαύστε το. Ελληνικό ψάρι.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the closing session for our event today. But before we have the final discussion with a very select panel of attendees and participants, it is my great pleasure to welcome my all-time friend and good colleague, the Minister of Development and Investments, Mr. Adonis Georgiadis. Minister, it's a great pleasure to have you with us. We had a chance a few months back to discuss up in Delphi about the importance of sustainable development and how this can be an important path for the development and the reconstruction of the Greek economy. But today we'll be focusing more on the blue economy specifically, which I think is a very important part of what Greece is. Greece has the sea in its DNA, and I'm sure you will you understand and you will explain to us about those points. We have just 15 minutes in our time. So in this short time that we have, I'd like to have your point of view on how you see the blue economy as a very dynamic sector in attracting investment for Greece and being in the foundation, let's say, of the development of the economy.
First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation in this great conference and this great panel. And yes, I want to say that it's a great pleasure for me addressing with Spyros Kouvelis, which I have to say was a very brave member of our parliament and of the government of that time in difficult times. And you know, my friend Spyros, in politics, you have to prove yourself in the difficult time, because in the easy times, everything is simple. But in the difficult times, you can show from what real material you are made of, and you prove yourself a hard one. So, yes, blue economy for Greece, it's a very important issue. If you just see the map, you can understand. More than the half of Greece is around sea or on the sea, I mean the islands. So we are a country that it's all blue. Our national color is blue. Our flag has the blue color and the white exactly because we are referring to the sea. Our history throughout antiquity until today is around the sea. We are a nation of the sea. And our economy couldn't be totally different of that. We are attracting and we will continue to attract, and in the new business environment we have built it in Greece in a much more constructive way, investments around blue economy. I'm sure everybody awares that the Greek ship owners have one of the biggest share, maybe the biggest share worldwide in the world fleet of the commercial vessels. Around this environment and around this society now, in the recent year, after some decades of decline, we managed some huge successes. First, we managed to reopen, after many years, the shipyards of Syros. Shipyards of Syros is one of the most historical shipyards of Greece that were established when Greece, our modern state, was established, had a big period of time of high growth, and then they declined and they almost closed. We managed 2019 at November to reopen them, to give well-paid jobs to the island of Syros, to make the workers there happy. And if now you go to Onyx shipyards in Syros, you will see that dozens of ships are waiting just for their time to enter the shipyard and make their repairs. The shipyard industry of Onyx in Syros proved that Greece can be a very competitive player in the shipping industry, in the shipyard industry, much more than anyone had predicted some years ago. After that, we had our second big success. We managed to finish the tender of the Skaramagas shipyard. Skaramagas shipyard are in Attica region. They are the biggest shipyard of Greece, and they had also been declined in the decades before during the loss of competitiveness of the Greek economy until 2010. We managed to finish the tender with a great success. The fee we took was much more than all the prediction had in front say, and the news that this shipyard is being bought by one of the most clever, efficient, and wealthy Greek ship owners, Mr. Yorgos Prokopiou, who has also another small shipyard, a small comparison to Skaramagas shipyard in Nevi Island, shows that a great family with vision and efficiency has taken over Skaramagas shipyard with a big business plan to revive this shipyard in the years to come. And then now we're ongoing in the third and most difficult bet we got, which to finish the reconstruction of the LFC shipyard, but we have already found potential investors, Onyx shipyard and Fincantieri shipyard from Italy, with a joint venture scheme that now with Ernst Young they are ready to apply to our court and apply their reconstruction plan of the shipyard. And if this is also finished, we will have achieved a small miracle to revive the whole shipyard industry of Greece just in 3 years. And I'm very proud that I'm working, me and my team, of course, and all the people in the ministry and my alter minister, Mr. Pathanasis, in this area that it's not easy at all, that it's really very, it was really very difficult, but with high expectation. Overall that, except of the shipyard industry, which is important, I have to say that we proudly finished the tender, and we're in the finishing, to be honest, hasn't been finished yet, the tender for Alexandroupolis port and Kavala port, which are two important issues in our privatization program in the blue economy, because not only for the port per se, but for all the community that's going to be built around these ports in a difficult region of Greece, in Thrace, which in economy hasn't achieved to do all the successes that we had in other sectors of our economy, in other regions, that will give a new boost in the regional economy and to the Greek economy overall. And of course, we follow the plan of the investments in the Thessaloniki port through the company that has bought Thessaloniki port since the previous government. And we have succeeded to approve the new big master plan of Piraeus port under another huge investment from COSCO, over 600 million euros. All of them together, with the new laws that now come to the Parliament from the Ministry of Maritime Affairs for the marinas and for the yachting industry, and with the new big marinas that are being built in Attica region through REDS, a company of Actor that will going to revive all the marina in Alimus. With the new marina is going to be built in the Hellinikon project in Hellinikon of high scale, with the new big marina in Rhodes Island, which is a world example of efficient, clean, green marina of high endings. And with all the other big projects we have in Greece, I can totally reassure you that blue economy has come back, and has come back in a very strong and viable way in Greece. And for the future, our expectations, Spiros, are even bigger. We think we're on the right track.
Minister, you make it very easy for a moderator because you're full of answers, you're full of information, so I hardly have to ask any question. I was meaning to ask you about some examples, but you actually gave us some very impressive track records for the work that has been done in shipyards, in ports, and so on. But let me open another dimension. You mentioned the future. A while ago, we had a discussion with the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, who said that overall the EIB will be spending around 2.5 billion on a number of issues that have to do with the blue economy. And that includes, quite importantly, areas such as innovation and other fields that we do not see this much in the traditional economy, let's say, but innovation that will lead to new ways of feeding the population, new ways of producing pharmaceuticals, new ways of dealing with energy, and of course, new ways of reducing climate change emissions and so on. We know that the Ministry of Development, in collaboration and in its coordination role with the other ministries of the government, is playing a very important role in also promoting this type of new entrepreneurship, new business, if you like. Would you like to comment a little bit on the role that we can expect the ministry and the government to play in promoting all these new, let's say, pages for development for Greece?
I couldn't agree more. The potential in front in this area is huge, and we have already found our way to them. I will give you an example. We have already approved an investment of producing food from the plants of the sea. And this will be a big project, and I think it will be, if it has success, one global size solution for feeding the population of the decades to come with a sustainable way and not hurting the environment, which is a big bet for all humanity. I can tell you that in Syros, Onyx built a research center exactly for the producing new technology for the green technology in shipping industry, which is also a big worldwide, globally, but also national bet for us to find a way of fixing our shipping industry in a much more environmental friendly way, which is what humanity really now needs, and Greece will start providing in the years to come. And of course, all the R&D centers that we managed to collect in Greece, and I'm very proud to say in these 2.5 years, more than any expectations, are combined with blue economy. Because many of the things that we find as technologies can find their way in implementing in the blue economy. So yes, this is an area that we care a lot about.
Thank you so much. I think that as we have also been speaking in this conference before with international fund managers that are managing pretty important sums, and we will have some more in the session that will follow right after our chat. The potential of Greece to attract also private financing and private investment in this sector for the blue economy is very important. And I think that this can also be expected, as this is one of our countries, one of the countries that can be a leader in this region, to also show the example and make and benefit from being a leader in this sector. So just a final comment from you on how Greece is mobilizing private investment also, and not only the investment from that comes from European funds and so on, so that those things can be blended together.
For the first time in our recent history, we followed, I think, one more professional approach. First of all, we established one committee with the most famous and efficient people of economy, with Mr. Pisaridis in front, who has the Nobel of Public Finance, who provided to the government a national plan of how we have to grow our economy in order to be sustainable in the years to come. Then we fixed a module or our tools of incentives and funding, even if it was RRF, ordinary European funding, ESPA, or the investment law, all this national plan in order to give incentives and tools to the places of economy, to the sectors of economy that we think we have some advantages and that we can have a real growth in the future. Renewable energy, for example, blue economy, agriculture, R&D. So with this philosophy, and because of the RRF fund that are come over top of the ordinary European fund, for the first time we have spiritual resources that Greece never had in the future. You know that 2021 our economy had a performance much better than anyone has predicted. Even me, that I'm always very optimistic, I hadn't seen almost 9% growth. And for 2022, the predictions are really, really great for our economy.
Minister, thank you very much. I wish I had more time to discuss with you, and I have to warn you that as director of the Institute for Sustainable Development, I will find the time, and I hope you will find the time to discuss more about how we can integrate all those sustainability dimensions and the blue economy sustainability dimension in our economy. I want to thank you very much for being with us this evening.
You are
and for
more
honoring
than
our
welcome.
event.
You are more than welcome to my office and for the organization you represent and for what you are. So I'm waiting to see.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Greece, a blessed land of crystal blue, clear, uniquely beautiful sea. The ideal natural environment are combined with the most advanced aquaculture method to offer you something unique. Fish brimming with sparkling freshness, exceptional quality, high nutritional value, and delicious taste. Fresh fish from the Greek Sea straight to your table. Fish from Greece. Fish from Greece.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we are back after this insightful discussion with the Minister of Development and Investment of Greece, Mr. Adonis Georgiadis. And now we have a very, very interesting panel. I think it is the biggest panel that we've had today, and we saved this for last. It's a panel that brings people from many different parts of the world, actually. So we have representatives from Greece, from Brussels, from Oman, and from the United States, and also from, I think, France, yes. So this is a really international panel, as the whole aspects of the blue economy are happening. And let me introduce very briefly and very quickly our speakers this evening. So we have with us Mr. Stelios Kibouropoulos, a member of the European Parliament. Mr. Kibouropoulos, thank you for being with us tonight. We have Mr. Panos Xenokostas, the CEO of Onyx Shipyards. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Xenokostas. We have Mr. Gregory Dimitriadis, the CEO of the Hellenic Corporation of Assets and Participations, Hypertamio as we know it in Greece. We have Ms. Lisa Hubert, investment manager from Mirova. Ms. Hubert, thank you for being with us. We have Dr. Haris Lambropoulos, the president of the Hellenic Development Bank of Investments, HDBI. We have Ms. Rehab Faika Lawati, a partner at Sustainable Developments LLC and a very knowledgeable fund manager in the area, in the Gulf area. Thank you very much, Ms. Alawati, for being with us. And we have Mr. Christos Economou, acting director of the Directorate A for Maritime Policy and Blue Economy of the European Commission. I think this is a dream team. That's what I have to say. And it's a great pleasure to be with you. You will allow me to start with Mr. Xenokostas, and I will address a question to each of you so that you can start this discussion, and then we'll go for seconds if you have the time and we have the time. But I will start from Mr. Xenokostas because he has a time restriction. Mr. Xenokostas, we heard the minister a while ago speaking about Onyx shipyards and how you and your company are leaders in what could be considered the future of shipbuilding and the future for technologies and how the new generation is doing this. Through your partnership with Fincantieri, you're also opened the gate for introducing new technologies and automations, the way that shipbuilding has to become compatible with the needs and challenges for the next generation and the next decades. Would you like to tell us a little bit how your vision is shaping this new era of shipbuilding in Greece?
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your kind understanding for my time restrictions. Greece, after 20 years of decline in the ship repairing and shipbuilding sector, actually faced a new reality that was the so-called miracle of Syros. In Syros was proved that the general idea, which was presented as a status quo by the previous owners for many years, the idea that Greek shipyards cannot be competitive again, was totally wrong. We proved, actually the Greek workers proved, that there was a different way to do things. Greek politicians, Greek governments proved that there is a different way to approach things and support a new generation that believes in hard work, that has the vision to become leaders and has the know-how to do so, things result-oriented and driven always by targets and goals. At this point, I would like to share my thankfulness to Minister Georgiadis, who's an excellent paradigm of how a politician can solve issues and cut red tapes and release the power to creativity and entrepreneurship. I would like also to extend my thankfulness to Prime Minister Mitsotakis and his government for their kind support and assistance all these years to restructure bankrupted assets. And finally, the leadership of Syriza and Kinal PASOK that are supporting the vision of Greek shipyards rebirth by all means. After all formation success, Neorion Shipyard became the prototype to work on and create a new role model that could turn Elefsina shipyards to a modern, competitive and leading hub in the region. That wasn't an easy task, since the real liabilities proved to exceed almost €500 million, when at the same time the commercial activities of the shipyard had been stopped since 2018, and infrastructure was in very bad, outdated status. After many months, we found the way to restructure the liabilities through a viable rehabilitation plan with two main sectors, commercial and energy and defense. When at the same time we were working alongside with the DFC for financing solutions, we were lacking in one critical point. We had a challenge to overcome. That challenge was the following. For the commercial ship repairing sector, we proved that we have the know-how in a smaller scale, which now we have to scale up. For the shipbuilding sector, and especially naval platforms, we had to find a way to modernize the shipyard really fast and catch up the other players in the region, especially the ones based in Europe. We found the solution in Fincantieri, the best possible strategic industrial partner for this endeavor. The biggest shipyard complex in Europe, fourth in the world, with shipyards in the United States and Italy that make us sharing common values, principles, and allow me the expression to say sharing the same DNA. The Onyx LFC shipyards has the best possible ingredients to succeed in one of the most demanding and difficult business turnovers in the history of the sectors because people believing in it, our people believing in it, and they are committed to make it happen. Politicians and government willing to do the extra mile to solve red tapes and implications caused by previous owners and anti-industrialism, which was a must for the last 3 decades in Greece. Onyx's know-how, support of the US government to Onyx's proven ability and vision to create a leading US shipyard and technology hub in the region. The Fincantieri JV, which offers us a unique know-how input, reducing the learning curve and ensuring companies' participation in the top international shipbuilding programs. Onyx's vision and commitment to make it happen and succeed where others fail or avoid to fight for. Having all this in mind, we believe that we are now in the most crucial phase of the sector in Greece's history. Because we create a state-of-the-art leading hub for EastMed. We offer ship owners alongside Onyx Neorion a joint facility with capacity to dry dock and MRO services, IMO services, for more than 200 ships annually. Offering Hellenic Navy, US Navy, NATO, and international customers a new trustworthy shipbuilding and technology partner. Creating more than 2,000 new jobs in Greece, plus 600 in Neorio, we end up close to 3,000 new jobs, when indirectly we will give jobs to more than 3,000 additionally. The impact up to 0.5 on Greek GDP, with billions of returns for the Greek economy within the next 20 to 25 years. Securing the logistics chain for commercial shipping and defense naval platforms, and making Greek-based critical infrastructure strategic and valuable again for Greece alongside the United States and its partners.
Very much. I really appreciate your explaining also the background, and we all know that it's a very political matter on what you have had the courage to be involved in, but we all expect that there will be a very successful endeavor that you have engaged on, and with the support of the political world of Greece, as you said. As you said, and the minister said before, we also expect that this will become a hub of innovation as well, because this is what the new generation of shipbuilding will need. Let me now turn to just follow the protocol to the elected one. So I will turn to MEP, member of the European Parliament, Stelios Kibouropoulos. Mr. Kibouropoulos, the blue economy is becoming one of the central policies in the European Union in terms of economic development, but not only economic development. We also have, in terms of, let's say, community support and social matters, very important role for the blue economy in terms of providing food security, providing employment, supporting remote and island areas. How do you see the blue economy fitting within the overall visions of the European Union for the Green Deal and for the new page, let's say, for the history of Europe?
Thank you, Mr. Kouvelis, and I would like to say that I'm very, very glad that I'm here with you, with honorable speakers, and I would like to congratulate the organizers for this exceptional event and the choice of this topic, the very vivid topic, especially for our member state, for Greece. I just want to mention an example and some facts in order to say how important blue growth is. So, imagine if the global blue economy was compared to a national economy. It would be the 7th largest in the world, and the ocean as an economic entity would be a member of the G7. It operates in the planet's vastest ecosystem. Oceans hold 97% of all our water and 80% of our life forms. The ocean surrounds and sustain us, providing enough oxygen for every second breath we take, food for almost half of humanity, and critical resources for human health. Not to mention a web of economic interaction. So we can all understand the importance that the sea has in our human life. Europe's blue economy provides 4.5 million direct jobs, many regions where, as you mentioned, there are no other alternatives, such as insular and remote areas. It encompasses all industries and sectors related to oceans, seas, and coasts, whether they are based in the marine environment, like seaweed and fisheries, or on land, like ports, shipyards, and coastal tourism. It is a broad, fast-moving segment of our economy, which over the past decade has taken significant steps to modernize and diversity. Alongside traditional sectors, innovative sectors are evolving and growing, such as ocean renewable energy, the blue bioeconomy, biotechnology, and desalination, thus providing new prospects and creating jobs. Referring now to the European Green Deal, which is, I believe that blue economy has a Green Deal in its core. It is a new growth strategy that seeks to transform the EU into a fair and prosperous society with a modern, resource efficient, and competitive economy where economic growth is decoupled from resource use. The Green Deal calls for a transformation of the economic setup, and for it to happen, the blue economy sectors need to develop sustainability. Over the past 15 years, the EU has laid a solid foundation for an integrated and cohesive maritime policy in Europe that involves its member states, regions, and numerous local stakeholders. As per the EU diversity strategy for 2030 conservation of marine ecosystems and the restoration of those degraded has direct economic benefits. Not only marine diversity, as such the prerequisite to economic activities like fisheries, biotechnology, and tourism, but its conservation is also an economic opportunity. Reducing the impacts of human activities on the sea is therefore the collective responsibility of all marine sectors. The application of an ecosystem-based on management approach under EU legislation will reduce the negative impacts of fishing, mineral extraction, and other human activities. By deeming biodiversity as fundamental principle of maritime economic activity, the Commission is committed to promoting nature-based solutions. Finally, one of the main determinants of both carbon emissions and biodiversity loss is the current system for food production. Making the system more sustainable lies at the core of the farm-to-fork strategy, which impacts various aspects of the blue economy. And I am concluding saying that a focus on a more resilient and sustainable economic model is needed. One that not only creates lasting jobs in a healthy environment, but that also counters the COVID-19 crisis. Greece could be a role model for EU and change the disadvantages of remote and insular areas to blue investments opportunity, creating new jobs and local sustainable growth.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kylos. And I very much appreciated how you connected the importance of the blue economy and also counteracting the negative effects of the COVID pandemic, because they have actually been hampering sensitive parts of society. Let me now turn to Mr. Gregory Dimitriadis, the CEO of the Hellenic Corporation of Assets and Participation. And I want to ask you, Mr. Dimitriadis, how the dimension of sustainability connects with the strategy of the HCAP. And I will not ask you how, but I will ask you why the blue economy is already a part of your strategy and actions.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and also congratulations, Spiros, for all the great organization, and not just for this event, but overall for your efforts for the blue economy and the ESG in general. So at HCAP, which is, as my title says, the Hellenic Corporation assets and participations. And as you said, in Greek, we say the hypertamio, sort of like the super fund. We manage public assets, and therefore sustainability is a key dimension for us because it's a key dimension for the economic growth. We are aware that the assets that we have in our portfolio are public property, and this is a major legacy for us. We know we must increase the value of the public property and pass it to the future generations. It is our responsibility now to do initiatives for the future generations. This is why both investments and business plans of our subsidiaries are linked to ESG criteria. And this is explicitly reflected in our 2022-2024 strategic plan, which has been approved also by our stakeholder, which is the Ministry of Finance. And of course, we could not have done otherwise, since our subsidiaries are active in critical economic sectors and they have large investment plans themselves. And of course, some of our subsidiaries are involved in the management of natural resources. At the same time, we believe that sustainability efforts require international cooperation. And since April 2021, HCAP is an active member of One Planet, which is a major, where all the major sovereign wealth funds and private equity funds participate. So we have already earned some important distinctions for best practices for sustainable projects, and this includes PPC and also food waste for our food markets. Despite the small population that Greece has, we are in the top 3 of the EU countries in terms of employment in the blue economy, and more than 25% of Greece's total economic value is related to shipping, to tourism, and to ancillary professions. So we have therefore a clear strategy to include blue economy in our portfolio, as Greece as a country has as well. And we want to drive some also optimism in this sector and contribute decisively for the regional development, since our participations are across Greece, and of course we understand the responsibility we have to enhance infrastructure that will support tourism, maritime professions, and all other activities related to coastal employment. So at HCAP, through our subsidiary, which is TAIPED, we are upgrading our ports, and we have programs also for the development of a number of marinas, which are underway. At the same time, we're implementing initiatives to modernize our fish wharves, and which are part of our food market subsidiaries. And they're transformed into modern businesses that will be environmentally friendly, but also create new jobs for the local economy and help the local societies further develop. It is important for us to also understand the needs of our ports, because we have large and small and also touristic ports and marinas, and to capitalize on the tools that we can have through also indications that we can get from ESG actions and criteria. So at HCAP, actually, together with TAIPED, we have taken steps forward to promote sustainable blue growth in Greece, and actually we do this through an evaluation which we have with the 10 port authorities in our portfolio that follow an ESG rating tool. And this also has some specialized indicators for the category of activity to adopt climate-friendly technologies. Maybe most importantly, what we have included, or we are looking now, and we will include also for ports and overall investments that are through Taipei, but also in other companies, is to have ESG criteria for to include in the contracts with the investors. And I think this is key, especially since Taipei, when there is something which is privatized, it has some specific, it is mostly on value and the economic merit of its proposal, but now we will include ESG criteria that will help both the investor and the local economy to develop at the best possible way, also for to benefit the environment. So that's what we try to do, and we want also to roll this forward and have some more results to give you the next time we meet about how we progress with specific numbers on our initiatives.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitriadis. I have to say that I was very positively stricken by your continuous references on ESG, and indeed you have provoked me to say that we in our institute are very proud to have been one of the first to have actually explained and created a methodology for how the blue economy finance principles can be turned into a measurable system for measuring the impact on investments in the blue economy. And that was one of the first ever ESG applications to be presented in 2018 in the Our Ocean Conference in Bali, in Indonesia. And it's very, very promising to see how you connect your investment and development with the very specific ways of measuring the impact. I think that this is a source for hope, and we're looking forward to actually seeing how you will be telling us next year how you have started reaching those objectives. Let me now turn to Ms. Lisa Hubert, or Hubert, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Ms. Hubert, Mirova is a very significant fund manager. Mirova is managing more than $30 billion in assets under management. And at the same time, you are a leader in sustainable finance. And Mirova is actually offering its clients investments that combine the financial performance with environmental and social impact, the ESG thing that we have been discussing. Would you like to tell us a few words about how you actually do this? Because it sounds very good, but I'm sure that from saying it to doing it takes a lot of work.
Thank you very much for the question. So indeed, Mirova, I mean, the impact is really in the DNA of Mirova, I would say, and especially the range of funds that we have dedicated to the natural capital sector, including the blue economy. So the fund I'm working on, the Sustainable Ocean Fund, really look at the two dimensions. So on one side, I would say financial performance and financial returns. And on the other side, really the impact angle. We look at the two dimensions together. So when I'm saying together, it's really across the entire investment process that we lead. So whenever we need to source new potential investment transactions, we always look at the two dimensions, which in a very tangible way, for instance, means in terms of staffing, you would always have someone like me, an investment manager or director, and together I would be working with a colleague in charge of the impact side, but also the ESG side. When we mention impact in the blue economy space, we of course look at the sustainable seascapes, which includes, for instance, sustainable fishery management, stock management, biodiversity. But we're also looking at the social angle in terms of, value creation for a country, for instance, or for a region, and job creation. So I have a colleague whose entire responsibility is actually to look at those aspects together with a proper screening of the ESG risks. And that's really playing alongside the entire investment process, as I mentioned. So for instance, also during an investment committee, when we have to make a decision on an investment, we always have members. So we actually have an expert committee with, for instance, representatives of international NGOs, such as Conservation International or the Environmental Defense Fund, who can also voice really their opinion together with, the compliance person, the risk person, or the financial person. So once a transaction is approved, we don't stop here. We also basically monitor our transaction at portfolio level with the two prisms. So we're looking at the financial performance of our transaction, but also at the impact performance, for which we have specific KPIs that we report on a quarterly basis to our managers, but also to our investors. So we produce reports to our investors, and we always look at the two angles. So we provide information on the financial side and commercial side, but also on the impact side and ESG risk management side. So that's really how we combine the two dimensions across the entire life of an investment. At fund level, we also try to put in place mechanisms, for instance, in terms of having the carry aligned with impact KPIs. So it's not only aligned with the financial performance of the fund, but also actually the impact performance of the fund. So the Sustainable Ocean Fund has been actually working quite well, looking at these two dimensions. We're currently working on the second generation of fund. Hopefully it would be a global fund, the first fund being focused on emerging countries. So we really want to sort of scale up that approach to a more global dimension in the blue economy space.
Amazing. Thank you so much for explaining to us the mechanics of how this whole system works. And I have to say, I was very interested to hear that you're actually monitoring your key performance indicators, the KPIs, on a quarterly basis, which is for all of us that are working in the ESG field, to ask for KPIs to be reported on a quarterly basis is a thing that for some is considered a very, very difficult thing. But I am sure that in order to be able to really monitor progress from quarter to quarter, you need to look at these exactly in the same way that you have to look in the financial information. So the non-financial is equally important if what you're after is real impact. So thank you very much. It was a very interesting view of how a fund of your size and depth works. And speaking of funds, I would like now to turn to Dr. Charis Lambropoulos. Dr. Lambropoulos, you have been announced because we had earlier in our forum today the Minister for Development, Mr. Tsakiris, and Mr. Tsakiris spoke about the HDBI, the Hellenic Development Bank for Investment, which is the sovereign fund of funds of Greece. And I would like to see from your point of view, as you are supporting the creation of VCs and investment vehicles for Greece, how you want to integrate and how you are looking into the dimension of sustainability, and if you like, specifically of the blue economy in what you're planning for your work in HDBI.
Hello, everybody. Congratulations also from my side, Mr. Kouvelis, on this amazing gathering today. Indeed, HDBI stands for Hellenic Development Bank of Investments. Actually, is the sovereign fund of funds of Greece, and has helped since 2000 kickstart the venture capital market in Greece. It was then known as TANEO, or in Greek, the acronym, or the New Economy Development Fund. TANEO has helped create the first round of fund managers and is continuously working towards fostering and implementing international best practices, as well as supporting the enlargement of the venture capital and private equity ecosystem in Greece. HDBI, I dare say, is instrumental for mobilizing a variety of equity investment tools and has contributed to the respective national legislation due to its unique expertise and experience. During the last years, HDBI, as you also mentioned earlier, in cooperation with the Ministry of Development and Investments, has designed, procured, and implemented various targeted programs to produce positive impact in numerous sectors of the economy, including, of course, blue and green economy, that have been chosen based on their importance and according to the overall impact to the society as a whole. I think this is a common element for all of us that we are working in the venture capital and private equity industry today. Our mottos are: we invest for growth and financing innovation. While I want to explain to our audience that we have open calls that somebody can find on our website hdbi.gr, and we follow the so-called demand versus supply approach, that is to encourage and at the same time align with the overall investment appetite of the private sector, of the private teams. Thus, HDBI is adding tangible as well as intangible value to the Greek economy, since we manage public money. As such, it is the most respectable and reliable partner for equity and quasi-equity investments in Greece, has been one of the most important pillars of the Greek VC ecosystem, in saying that, it is the one-stop shop for anyone operating in this market. When selecting or approving the fund managers and their strategies, HDBI is conducting a very thorough and professional due diligence procedure. While we are constantly monitoring the vehicles we invest in throughout their life. This can alleviate the risk associated with foreign investors that are unable or unwilling, let's say, to have prop teams situated at the country. It is a reason that I'm saying all that, and you will find out, you will listen soon thereafter. Today, HDBI is managing 1.5 billion euros from the public investment program in 7 distinct windows. As I said, they are publicly announced on our website. And also we have a co-investment facility based on a bilateral MOU with Mubadala Capital, the sovereign fund of funds of Abu Dhabi. The pipeline of the proposals is constant, is uninterrupted and more than satisfactory, while the funds already established with our participation during the past 2 years, despite the unprecedented pandemic, international disruptions in the supply chain, uncertainties, hostilities, have more than 500 million under management to invest in dynamic, extrovert and innovative SMEs in Greece, complying with ESG criteria. This is denoting, of course, to the investment momentum evidenced during the past 2 years in Greece. It was elaborated earlier by Minister Adonis Georgiadis, along with the recent worthwhile successes of the innovation and startup ecosystem in Greece. HDBI does not only sustain the VC industry and the equity ecosystem in Greece, but also sets the standards and the pace of the investment professionals. From the very beginning of the announcement of our open calls, HDBI incorporated ESG criteria in the selection process for the fund managers, because the proposal is made by fund management teams, as well as imposed in ESG reporting for the investee companies in all the funds that we have invested. Of course, it is reporting is on a quarterly basis. However, ESG criteria are reported on an annual basis. In addition, HDBI is named the equity platform for Resilience and Recovery Facility Greece 2.0 of the European Commission. We are one of the 3 official distribution channels for funding, along with other international financial institutions and commercial banks, to manage 500 million euros in 400 in Q equity, quasi-equity instruments, and 100 million in innovative equity facilities. The reason I'm saying that is that further to ESG already adopted in our investment process, the do no significant harm, DNSH, becomes key eligibility criterion for each investment under Recovery and Resilience Facility. And also we are in collaboration with European Investment Hub, Investment Bank, the advisory hub, to build capacity in ESG matters and as far as equity investments. I hope I was not...
I think you did. Thank you very much, Dr. Lambropoulos. I think it's a very interesting look into what the work under HDBI is made of. And it's a very diverse and very well developed plan of work, let's say. It was interesting to hear about your collaboration also with the Mubadala Sovereign Fund. And speaking of Mubadala Sovereign Fund, let's now take a mental trip to the Gulf region and turn to Rehab Alawati. Ms. Alawati, you are in this group representing the GCC region and, of course, your own country, Oman. And we are now seeing a time that the Gulf countries are trying to decouple their sole engagement, let's say, with the oil and gas sector. The Gulf countries are looking to find new ways for development, new ways for attracting investment, and for creating jobs and livelihoods. Could you tell us a little bit how the blue economy is seen in this aspect? I know that, and I had the pleasure to write actually a study for the European Commission about which are the opportunities and possibilities for the collaboration between Europe and the GCC countries in the sectors of the blue economy. But would really like to hear from you, living and managing funds in the region, how you see the dimension of the blue economy.
Sure. Thank you very much, Spiros, for the invitation, and I'm honored to be part of your esteemed guest. I actually started taking notes from their discussions, especially that this is a very sort of touching topic for all of us. I think it's, I would say, Greece or Oman, the blue economy and the ESG is becoming a very hot topic and very vital for the livelihood. I mean, I'm sure most of you would know a bit about Oman, but Oman has a long history with the sea. Since the 15th century, with the location of Oman, we started with, mainly with the trade, with the travel, with the, I would say, fisheries. Employment was mainly based on the sea. So we have over 3,000 kilometers of coastline, and that's very important for our tourism, for our economic diversification, although it's, I wouldn't say that it's very high so far. It's around 1%. But the country is working on, different measures on economic diversification, and the aquaculture, fisheries is one of the main pillars. Of course, to get the diversification, we cannot sustain that without taking into account the sustainability of the blue economy. And part of that is to link the direct and indirect economic, I would say, sectors of the blue economy together. We're thinking of the food security, the employment, the economic diversification. We definitely need to take that into account, how to make it sustainable. And part of what the country is doing is attracting foreign direct investment. And I think most of you would see that investing in a direct investment or investing in a new country, it's becoming a very important, to be sustainable is very important for the companies. So having an ESG element on the companies in Oman and the GCC countries becoming very important to attract direct foreign investors, as well as to sort of sustain a long-term sustainability for the company as well as for the country. So taking that into account, there is a lot to learn from Greece story as well as the Europe in terms of the innovations, in terms of how to preserve the marine life as well as the ports, the fisheries, with the advanced technologies you guys are having. Definitely there is a lot for us to learn. And, I would say I'm glad to see there are a lot of initiatives happening in the region. We are taking the ESG as part of a metrics very seriously in Oman and the Gulf region. You've mentioned Mubadala as well as the Oman Investment Authority. That was one of the main reasons we started Sustainable Investment Company. We've seen there is a gap and there is a lot of opportunities to bring to the region and the market. It's very important to sort of find the harmony between the economy, society, and the environment. And that could only be achieved taking into account the different technologies which are to be brought to the region. And I would say, I'm very happy to be part of that, and knowing you, Spiros, and leveraging on your knowledge, that's been very helpful to bring it to Oman.
Thank you so much, Rahab. Thank you so much. It's been mutual, actually, and my knowledge of the region, just the fact, as you mentioned, DSG, that we have seen more and more publications and actually action, for example, in Oman, as well as in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and many other parts of the Gulf, looking into publications and ways that companies can integrate ESG in what they do is very important. So we're looking forward to having more and more collaboration. And again, thank you so much for being with us today. Now, I have not left Christos Economou last without a purpose. I left him last in this session because I wanted to go back to where it all started. The European Commission was the one that actually started, if you like, making the first noise and putting the first stepping stones in place for the blue economy to start being a thing. Before the European Commission actually started making all this campaign, let's say, to establish a thing that nobody knew as a blue economy before, we actually realized that bringing together all these different aspects of the economy, the different sectors, was a thing that was like the elephant in the room, a huge economic field, but also a very important social, geopolitical, and every other field. So through all the time that the European Commission has been doing work, Christo, you have established and deployed a number of instruments and programs to support the blue economy, the sustainable blue economy, and also to promote entrepreneurship investment. It's too much to ask you to tell us what the Commission, what you personally, your directorate has done, but can you give us a glimpse of all the actions and the results that you have had over time?
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, good evening, Spiros, and good evening to the panelists and the audience. Thank you for having me with you, and also for giving me the floor at the end to resume probably also all the good things that we heard in this panel and in your event today. First of all, I'm very pleased that the words about sustainable blue economy are so well known these days. And people can make the difference between what we used to call blue growth before, because there is a difference. And I'm sure the video message that our Commissioner Sinkevicius brought to you in the morning explained the reason for this new approach that the Commission introduced back in May last year with a dedicated communication. So what is this new approach? Actually, that was very well explained by many of the panelists that took the floor before me. It's how do we reach the objectives of the European Green Deal using the blue element. So we say there is no green without the blue. And this is what we brought with a new approach. So how do we promote ocean conservation, but at the same time generate wealth and jobs through the solutions that we bring with innovation and with the necessary support to the sectors that provide for this sustainability. Now, the Commissioner explained that there are opportunities when we are looking into this new approach, and this is what we are asking everybody, the stakeholders that will be looking in solutions to follow. And I heard, of course, from the funds, I heard from the political voice that the European Parliament expressed earlier, how much important is to them. So we are in a very good directions, but we also need to reach generally much broader, the scientific community, local groups, the general public, also to follow us in this new approach to sustainability. Coming to specific ways to support in practical terms the investment in blue economy, you heard also probably earlier the Blue Invest initiative that was introduced by DG Mare on how we can support in a concrete way innovative SMEs and startups. We started this back in 2019, and we have so far trained 170 small companies. We have promoted at least 30 of them to find investment contacts, and they have, of course, we are continuing in that. I mean, it's something which certainly brings fruits in a very concrete way. Of course, I prefer to give you this example as a very concrete, touching really to business, but let's not forget the big funds that they come into play that the member states manage. And one of those is the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund. And you know very well how much support this brings to the national policies for sustainable aquatic and maritime resources, managing fisheries and aquaculture, but also promoting support to blue economy. Now, let's not also mention the structural funds that intervene from the regional development side, but also the opportunities that they come with the Recovery and Resilience Fund. I think this was mentioned earlier on, and Greece has a very good case because they have included, I mean, the national authorities very well included the blue element in this Recovery and Resilience Plan. A word that I would like also to raise is cooperation, because when we are looking into blue economy, it's very difficult to isolate it at local level. You need the broader cooperation to ensure that we promote the same objectives at sea basin level. So we have excellent results with this type of sea basin cooperation, and DG Mare particularly support this both in the Mediterranean, the Black Sea, the Baltic, the Atlantic. And we have one more element to do that now. With the Under Horizon Europe, we have the so-called mission to restore ocean and waters by 2030. So dedicated funds which will support innovative solutions and also bring together stakeholders at sea basin level with the so-called lighthouses. One word as well on another key element to regional cooperation, the smart specialization strategies. This is also something that we promote a lot because this is also brings together the blue economy communities around Europe. And I would like to already say that we are looking to creating a specific blue economy platform, a blue economy thematic platform for smart specialization to support regions and stakeholders in these opportunities that we are trying to bring with a new approach. So these are all very, as you say, some elements that I would like to highlight now. And I would definitely like to be able to give you more on a future occasion, but I'll stop here and wait for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christo. I think that one could go on for hours describing all the work that has been done by the Commission and all the programs that you're running. And I would very strongly invite those that are not already doing it to stay tuned with all the information that you publish, your services publish on the Commission websites and programs, because there are many interesting developments and also very important opportunities for those that want to be involved. So I think it's a very important sector. As you must have guessed, we do not have time for questions because I think we were supposed to have finished a few minutes ago. I want to thank you all for being with us. You have shared with us a tremendous amount of knowledge, a tremendous amount of information for all the things that you are doing and the work that you are doing. And I want to congratulate you all for keeping very high the flag of the blue economy. I think that this is the future that we're talking about. The planet is undergoing a number of very significant challenges. And I think that, the field that we have not been looking into enough in the past is the field that we will be working on and looking into in the future. And you have all the other speakers that we had today with us been working on and developing innovations, business opportunities, social aspects, and everything. So with these words, I want to thank you all. And I will now take a minute to just close this event, as I have the honor to also say a few words for closing the event. But before that, let me ask everyone for a virtual applause for this roundtable. Thank you very much for your participation, and also for sharing with us how the blue economy is a very important opportunity for doing business and doing good business, but also a very important opportunity for doing what famously said, doing well by doing good. It is a very important opportunity and a field to do this. So again, thank you very much. And now I will go into just saying a few words for closing this event. I want to thank everyone that has participated today as a speaker, as a moderator, or as audience for this event. We did hear from many people that explain how the blue economy is a very important field for both political and geopolitical aspects that are related to everyday life, to the economy and to society, how technically there are many things that need to be taken into account because the field of the blue economy is vast. It covers from coastal tourism to shipping to logistics to food production to ocean drilling to anything. I mean, it's a really vast sector. And so technical capacity and good science, as has been mentioned by some of the speakers, is very, very important in order to do things right. But at the same time, it is a very, very important field for the economic development and for investment. And it will be more so as time goes by. And finally, which is not a more, would not be a more important thing, it has a tremendous importance for the social aspect, for how it supports communities, that otherwise would be isolated, like islands or remote areas and so on. And for all these reasons, I was very happy to hear today why the ESG, environmental, social, and governance aspects of how we address the work done and the programs and projects developed and the investments that take place in the blue economy need to be assessed under ESG. And we in our institute are doing a lot of work with this. We have been working very hard since 2018, and we're looking forward to doing more with most of you. Now, let me come to this event. Let me come to the Blue Economy Forum. As you all know, this is the second year that we've done it. It's the second year that we have managed with our partners, the Delphi Economic Forum, to keep it alive in a very difficult time for public events in the time of the COVID, the third practically year that we are under restrictions by the COVID pandemic. And we have seen today that our forum has actually matured and grown. Today, in just one day, we have heard from, if I counted well, 56 speakers, which is not a small thing to do. And we have had so much information in a very rich program, in a very diverse program that covered as much as possible all the aspects related to the blue economy. We are hoping that next year we'll be able to do this by physical presence and hopefully in more than one day, because we see that there is a lot of interest and there will be more and more things. But before I close this event, I would like to say that none of this would have been possible if we did not have the support that we had from our sponsors and those that supported our effort. And you will allow me to mention them by name. I first of all want to thank the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy and Minister Plagiotakis himself as a person for having provided his auspices and the auspices of the ministry and the support from day one. But I would also like to thank the UNESCO Ocean Decade for having endorsed our forum this year. And we're looking forward to continue working with them for the future. It was great that they provided us with the public, of course, material for the videos that you had the opportunity to see during the breaks and sessions and time between the sessions of this. I also want to thank our sponsors, HAPO, the Hellenic Aquaculture Promotion Organization, for being again this year with us and supporting us. We're looking forward to this continued collaboration. Onyx Shipyards, been with us, and we are also looking forward to continued collaboration. Public Power Corporation, the e-renewables, for being supportive, and also Verimpact, the company that is specialized in ESG assessment tools and ESG assessment processes. And finally, the Pelagic Data Systems, the US-based company that has provided us with lots of information and insights about specifically fisheries. I want also to thank the media sponsors that we had, the Athens Macedonian News Agency that helped us cover the event, BNP Daily that did also provide a lot of coverage, and the ESG Greece newsletter and portal that is published in collaboration by Virtue and the European Public Law Organization Institute, our own institute. Finally, I want to thank all the speakers and all who attended. And last but not least, all the people at the Delphi Economic Forum, my friend Simeon Tsomokos and his team that have done, again, a very good job for putting this together. And all the people at the European Public Law Organization, EPLO, and of course our own institute. I want to single out the work that was done by Cristina Deligiani for having managed this process for the last few months. There's tremendous work that has been behind that. And the Virtue Group of companies for having been with us. So with these few words, I want to thank again all of you and to invite you already for next year's Blue Economy Forum 2023, which hopefully will be able to celebrate holding a glass of wine and seeing each other from nearby. From the deepest part of my heart, thank you very much for your participation, and see you next year under the Blue Economy, but hopefully see you this year for other events. All the best.